my YouTube audio. Hey guys, what's up? Thanks for coming. Sorry I'm a little late again. We had some technical difficulties backstage, but hopefully it's better now. Welcome everybody. Tonight I've got Anzo here from Biggerford Entertainment. Tell everybody where they can find you, Anzo.
Yes, Biggerford Entertainment is the channel, and just glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. Yeah, he's really great from lives. I'm on his panel every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, and it's a lot of fun. And after the season is over, we're gonna do a rewatch and cover that too, and really dissect the show. So I think it's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah. And then of course my co-host here, the woman of many names, Spelunking Scarlet, is here. And of course, we've got Baby Clay Media and Reactions. Welcome. Tell everybody where they can find you.
Thank you for having me. You can find me at Baby Clay Media and Reactions on YouTube, and I'm excited to talk about some From. So let's get it.
Awesome. All right. And welcome, David Agiel 81. The hero approaches the innermost cave or the heart of darkness, often facing their greatest fears and challenges. Interesting. I like this. Digging deep here. Tabitha overcoming her dream at the Red Rocks, and Fatima dragged into a cave. Wow, interesting. I really like that take. I hadn't thought of it that way, but that's really interesting. Yeah, I like that.
It's like Joseph Campbell. Have you read Joseph Campbell, A Hero's Journey?
No, I haven't, but I've heard of like the hero's journey. I've heard actually.
I'll put it on our book club list because I got quite a book club list going. I'll go get it right now.
Is that like that? The hero's journey, is that like that? Kind of blueprint for like the in a narrative form, like the steps that the hero takes in a story. Is that?
It's what George Lucas used for Star Wars.
Nice, that's cool.
For one,
yeah,
he wasn't the only one. There's many, but that's a good example.
I know I've heard Tony.
Too.
Yeah, I know I've heard Tony Teflon break down like different characters on From in the hero's journey and what they're doing, and it's really interesting. Especially Boyd, he's really on a hero's journey. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. And I really like this, David. This is cool. Yeah, and it reminds me of the book. Like the Heart of Darkness is a really good book too. But and Fatima, that's interesting too. That actually makes sense with Fatima's story because she was always about being up above everything, up above all the nightmare creatures. She said to Julie, if you climb up high enough, even a nightmare can look like a dream. And now she's being dragged down into a root cellar, and so it's interesting. I never thought of it that way, but I like that. I really like that. What is this? Hey Michael, I don't know how to say that. Anga Kuit. I don't know, but shamans. I have
that's the guy. Hi, that's the guy who commented.
Oh really? Oh great. Okay.
Call in later.
Yeah.
Call in later.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Scarlett told me about you. It's super interesting. He says, I have a theory on part of the core narrative of the show based in Inuit mythology. We'll see if it can shed light or hold water. I really like that. Yeah, I would love to hear, an explanation for what these kids could be saying. And this makes a lot of sense. Scarlett told me about it. And yeah, I like that because it's driving me crazy what the hell Ngui means. I think it's driving everyone crazy at this point. Come on, like we're almost done with season 3 and we still don't know what it means. So I feel like the whole shaman thing fits right in with the show for sure. So yeah, I'm interested to hear more about that, Michael. My thought is that it's a fable based around a sort of retelling the story of an Inuit shaman / culture hero. Interesting. In particular, one whose hero's journey may have spanned many lifetimes or incarnations. That fits. That fits right in with my reincarnation.
I sent you that link earlier too. The link to this hero as well.
To which one? The Wikipedia?
You're gonna make me pronounce Inuit, right? Qiviuq. That's all I'm going to say to be respectful to Inuit culture, because I'm not going to attempt it.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Is it the Wikipedia page you sent me? I've got that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right,
Well, I only
nice.
had 9 today to do the bare minimum, or I would have gone deeper, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I had like 2 hours of sleep last night, Julie.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Because of my live, you shouldn't let yourself be so sleep deprived. Like I feel so bad that, you know, you said you were like, you fell asleep for a couple hours during the live, right?
Yep.
Oh man. Well, yeah, you need sleep. That's not good. You know, like you don't get enough sleep, you can get sick. We're heading into cold and flu season. Like it can screw up your immune system. So yeah, you gotta like.
I did get Concrete from TeslaCon, so I think I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, yeah, you gotta make sure you get more sleep. I was able to get more sleep today. I really I felt like garbage. I like yesterday I had only gotten 4 hours of sleep because I had a last minute cancellation for a doctor's appointment I had to go to. I wasn't expecting that, so I got 4 hours of sleep. Then I was up all night doing an 8-hour 20-minute live, which is ridiculous, and I was so freaking tired. Then my mom,
You know at one time your audio went out, so I thought I left StreamYard, so I took it upstairs and I was hanging out with my boyfriend, and all of a sudden your voice like started appearing in the corner because you weren't finished.
yeah, my audio went out.
And then StreamYard wouldn't let me leave. I couldn't touch a button to leave. I just wanted to get up and go to work and hit that button.
StreamYard is weird like that. Yeah. And you're roboting again a lot. Like before.
Great. That's great.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it improves. Yeah, it must be so frustrating. What was I gonna say?
Yeah. That's an understatement of the century.
Yeah. I'm sorry you have to deal with these internet issues. I have my technology issues myself, but yeah, I was like so exhausted. I was ready to finally go to sleep after that 8.5 hour live, and then my mom needed me to go to the grocery store at 8 in the morning. And I was like, I'm so freaking tired. I felt like garbage because she's got pneumonia, so she couldn't go. So I went and got her stuff. And then I finally got some decent sleep, so I feel a little bit better. But anyway, let's go back to the comments. Here's hoping for a good, fun, hopefully somewhat enlightening convo today. Absolutely, Michael. Yeah, glad you could make it. Yeah, hopefully it's not too late for you. I know that you commented that early. Hey, just me. Hello, welcome. Great to see you. I'm rewatching season 1, episode 1, and when they drive out of town, there's telephone poles. Yes. And when they drive out the second time, those poles are definitely not there. Yep. I didn't catch that myself until someone in the Discord pointed it out, and I was like, "Oh my God, this is really interesting." Like, they deliberately show an aerial view of the RV going by, and in one shot, yeah, there are telephone poles still. It's the railroad crossing. And then they go around in a circle through the town. And when they come back again, there are no telephone poles and there's no railroad little box thing at the side of the road. And then they turn around. This is the most interesting part to me. They turn around and they go back the other way, trying that. And the telephone poles are still gone, but that box thing at the side of the road, like some kind of railroad thing, it's back. So it feels like to me that it seems like it's like a thin spot between dimensions, and it's kind of flickering in and out. Like the home dimension, our dimension is flickering in and out with this, what I think is a pocket dimension. That to me is evidence of that. I find that super interesting. That was deliberate. That wasn't a mistake. That was in the very first episode. They deliberately showed us an aerial view. So we know it's not like that woman who, I personally think it was maybe a mistake. That woman who seemed to teleport across the street when Tabitha was in Camden, but or they put it in to troll us, but that's just me. Hey, yes. Well, again, Michael. Not sure if intentional editing error or later post-production edit. Oh yeah, the telephone poles. I don't think it's a mistake. They must have really been careful with that pilot episode, that very first one. I think it's got to be intentional. Some people are theorizing that we're watching parallel timelines. Interesting. Well, that would be a mind bender. Yeah. Interesting goof or visual continuity error if that's all it is, or weird obscure detail to change if not. Yeah, I think it's a thin spot between dimensions. I feel like they leave us a lot of clues, so now I'm watching to see everything I missed. That's the best thing you can do. Watch and rewatch and rewatch, and you keep finding more the more you study the show. I know I do.
Because I didn't even know about that poll, so I'm gonna have to go and check that out now.
Yeah, I didn't either. Somebody like people are so eagle-eyed in this fandom. I didn't catch that. I haven't been following the show as long as a lot of people, but I didn't catch that. I don't spot some of these really minute details, and I didn't catch the teleporting lady going across the street. I didn't catch the telephone poles, but people bring it up in the Discord, and I'm like, wow, the attention to detail people have in this fandom is amazing. The visual
Julie,
detail.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. By the time you started watching, a lot of us had watched that first episode probably 5 or 6 times, so we have a little bit more of a idea of what's going on.
Yeah. I came in a disadvantage,
so feel bad about it.
Yeah, I came in at a disadvantage. I started watching this show 2 years after it started, like last March. So, but I took a lot of notes and I watched it obsessively. So, that's just me. But I still, I missed a lot of details. Like I didn't notice the Edgar Allan Poe. You can't even see it that well. The Edgar Allan Poe poem on the wall behind Toby's bed. I didn't spot that either.
I've only spotted those because of the Academy's really good shots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also the Emily Dickinson poem in the diner.
Mm-hmm.
I caught that because of him too. So, yeah, absolutely. Michael said, clues everywhere to the jigsaw puzzle. That is the overall narrative. It's the putting them together in a way that's not gibberish. That's the tricky part. Absolutely. Or I should say, in ways that answer the most questions. Yes. Yeah, super smart, Michael. Every question is answered with 10 more questions, just me. Oh, yeah. Isn't that true?
Seems like a cliffhanger thing. Like a cliffhanger that'll just give us 20 more questions.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Like we just got some major answers in episode 8, but there's still many, many questions that go with that. Many. So, but I like it that way. Good morning, Dieter. Well, I'm so glad you're here, my friend. As always, thank you for being here. Let's see. When we reach the tree, fallen on the road, we reach the first threshold in the narrative. Yeah. This is the moment the hero crosses from the ordinary world to the special world. This is also fall. See, the first threshold is the autumn equinox, and this is fall. And we have a fallen tree to take us to the special world, which is the world falling into summer. Interesting. And it was kind of in a perpetual summer until recently. Fromville was in a perpetual summer. It's not too bad actually. Like if you have to be stuck in a nightmare monster town, at least the weather's nice until recently. Not anymore.
Oh, I thought it was going with the Garden of Eden motif with like Ellis and Fatima. Like it was in perpetual summer, and then there was the fall, and now it's cold and snowy.
Yep. Yeah. Except all of this hype about the snow, and now there's like no snow and it's raining. So I think that's just they just kind of had no choice but to work with what they got because their shooting schedule. Huh?
Yeah, I watched an interview with Elizabeth Saunders and What is From Cast where she was like, well, you just kind of shoot when you have a schedule to shoot.
Exactly. Like, there's only so much they can do. They can't control the weather. This isn't the Truman Show in real life. They can't fix that. They had to work with what they had. They built this town in Nova Scotia, and yeah, like they had to do what they had to do. They had the writer's strike, which they were not anticipating. This, they were already planning on the seasons changing. We saw that in season 2, but not that fast. They started shooting in the winter, and they had to deal with whatever they got. So they had snow, and they had snow, and here we were analyzing the hell out of the trailer, and like, trying to figure out what happens when based on the amount of snow. And it's just like, no, it's just what they had to work with. That's it. Yeah. So yeah, people are like criticizing the show for that now. Like, oh, now it's raining. Well, they can't control the weather. This is just what happens. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
Canada.
that's what you say about Canada.
Right.
I'm in Michigan. That's like a stone's throw from Canada.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I could drive there right now if I wanted.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've actually never.
Before this is even over.
Wow. I've actually never been to Canada. It's crazy, but I've never been to Canada, and it's not that far from me at all. But I kick myself still for not going on this high school field trip that I could have gone on with my French class to Quebec. I really wish I had gone.
Yeah, I used to hang out in the 90s. I used to hang out in Toronto all the time because they had a really good goth scene and really good thrift stores on Queens Street West.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been there a lot. I've been to Cabbagetown. Like, Cabbagetown's my favorite part of Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
It's really windy there,
cool.
though. It's really cold and windy, really. So,
I had a friend who actually did. She would literally just like drive up to Canada for a day trip, and I'm like, "Are you insane?"
Oh, yeah, you could do that. It's an hour and a half from where I live.
No, but
I could just drive
not from
right
me.
through Port Huron and just go through into Canada.
Wow.
Yeah, from Michigan, it's not that far.
Yeah.
Oh, I envy that because it's far. It's farther for me. I thought she was nuts. I'm in Rhode Island, and she's driving up to Canada for a day trip. Like, how is that worth it for a day trip? You got to at least stay overnight. That makes no sense. That's like, I don't know, 5 hours. I think it takes 5 hours from where I am to get to Canada. Like, yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, we're way off topic. Let's get back to
Canada. They're from in Canada. It's kind of on topic adjacent.
Kind of. Yeah. Hey, PM. Can't wait to talk about the upcoming episodes. Absolutely. I'd like to show the trailer and talk about that if people are cool with it. Just the episode trailer. And we didn't do that last night, and we can go back over episode 8 more. There's plenty more to talk about with the panel here. Hey Kelly, welcome. I'm gonna hurry up now before I get way behind the chat again. Wolf Spear, hello. Julie B. Deep Dives Marathons. Yeah, it's become my thing, I guess. Is it still a marathon if it's already standard? Oh, another. Hi Fletcher. Another live stream tonight, of course. That's what I do. Can't stay on this one, but hope you all have fun. When the season ends, I'm gonna do things a little differently. I want to do a live stream once a week at least. Definitely not this 2 night in a row thing. This is too much. It's wearing me out. But I had no choice. I looked at the schedule for when other people do their lives, and there's only so much to work with. I try to work around other people's lives, so I really didn't have a choice. I had to do Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday is pretty open, and Wednesday I just go after Real Enigmas and Tony Teflon. I wait till after they're done, and then it's tricky. And then Tuesday night. Jeremy goes live at 10, so like that's not a good time to be on, and it worked out anyway because I ended up being on Anzo's panel for Begging for Entertainment. So huh? What?
Who's riding the ambulance? I just heard an ambulance go through somebody's audio.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, an ambulance went by.
Oh no, they're gonna take you to Camden.
Oh no,
You're
yeah, they're
right.
coming to take me away.
Hopefully, hot EMT is in there. You might get your wish.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Dieter in the wall. You need same need to work with a colleague in an hour or so, can't stay. Well, that's all right, Dieter. I appreciate you. As always, appreciate you stopping in when you can. Gonna listen to my colleagues' rough voice instead of these angel voices that calm me down. Dieter, you're too sweet. So sweet. Yes, yes, Dieter, thank you for reminding me in the chat. If there are spoilers, so if anybody, so first of all, please no spoilers. Don't say anything about any leaks or any spoilers. We don't want to know. None of us have seen them and we don't want to.
No.
And if you think that someone has posted a spoiler in the chat, please just ignore it. Because if you call it out and say, "Oh, that's a spoiler or a leak," then you're kind of calling attention to it. So please and thank you if you could just ignore it. Hopefully everyone's cool and we don't get any trolls. It's not you guys. It's not the cool people like the Fromley. It's just every now and then you'll get a troll. I've heard of this popping into people's chats and dropping spoilers just to be an asshole. So yeah, that's if you see it, just ignore it. And if anyone is a mod, you can just get rid of it or ban them. Golden Child, I woke up this AM to Julie finishing reading all the chats before she signed out. Super duper trooper. Thank you, Golden Child. I was so freaking tired, but I was like, I'm not getting off this until I finish reading it. And people were like, okay, we need to stop chatting so she can go to sleep. So like, stopped.
Put a cap on it.
Huh?
That you had to put a limitation on like how many, like shut the door eventually. It's like this is the last comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, or I'll never get off because so many people keep saying, like funny things, or new people kept popping in. So then I wanted to stay for the new people, and they were like, "Oh, I'm so glad I caught alive." Like I think, yeah, Carla Way in Australia, like she doesn't usually get to watch our, lives in the U.S. and and just enjoy it at night. She has to watch in the morning. She's in Australia, so like. I don't want to leave now. Anyway, you can't avoid the spoilers. It's everywhere. I've avoided it. But the spoiler isn't what is important. It's the motif. In Revelations, the woman clothed in the sun, painting gives birth to a man child in the Bible. The sun god Amun-Ra. You won't get that from the spoiler. Interesting. I haven't seen anything. I've kept my head down, so I know I like a lot of people say you can't avoid it, but I have because I've stayed out of most of the big chats. Like I don't have time. I've focused too much on my channel, so I just haven't had time. And like I was just over on Smitty Snippets live in his chat, and he's terrific. If you guys haven't checked out Smitty Snippets, he does from lives. He does from reactions. He's hilarious. So I want to.
Does he do it on Thursdays?
Yeah, he just finished right before I started. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's really good. You guys should all check him out. And yeah, and I'm gonna try and set something up and have him and his sister come on. His sister's terrific too. She does the lives with him. Anyway, what was I gonna say? I'm totally off topic now, but yeah, the spoilers. Yeah, I haven't seen anything. I've been in my own bubble, and my channel isn't that big yet, so I don't get a ton of comments. So I'm not as likely to have trolls showing up. So I've been fortunate. All I do is just study the show by myself and watch theory. I mean, write my theory scripts. And I actually avoid watching a lot of other content because I don't want to be influenced in my theories. I want to have, my own ideas. So, hey, Mark, great to see you as always. If only saw some photos, so it's not easy. When people have seen the text of a spoiler that's deleted afterwards, they know. Yeah, Teeter. Why are people doing this shit? Yeah. See, Golden Child, same. I don't know the spoilers either. It's not everywhere. And I luckily Tony's chat is a really busy one, but so that's like the only really busy chat that I've had time to catch, and I haven't seen anything. People have been cool, so and they have good mods.
People
Huh?
have in the past have called him and then said spoilers,
Oh
which
my
is
god.
ridiculous. Yeah,
Why
it
do
was
people
early
have
in
to
the
be such
season.
assholes?
I don't know.
Well, luckily it hasn't happened yet. He's still doing live calls, and he has the mods watching. I haven't seen anything. So it'd be a shame if he had to switch to voicemail just because people have to be assholes.
Well, and I think the phone call was so muddied that nobody heard what she was saying anyway, so nobody really got it.
Yeah,
What he does
right,
sometimes.
right. Yeah, like sometimes someone will say something and you don't realize it's a spoiler until it happens, but like Just Me said, I haven't read it unless someone puts a theory that later happens, or they just get it right. Like we've got to be careful not to assume that people who come up with the theory are have read spoilers or seen them if they end up being right, because some of us are just looking at the clues and we might happen to be right. Like so
Yeah,
that's the thing
but
that
if somebody last week said Julie threw down the rope, I'd be really suspect.
Oh, absolutely. Someone was saying that, I heard. Someone
Uh-oh.
was Yeah, yeah, Tony said on his stream, Tony was saying that he saw someone was like, claiming they knew Julie's going to throw the rope, and then it actually happened. And he's like, that's, don't tell me that you figured that out. That's bullshit. Nobody would have guessed Julie threw the rope. And I agree on that. I don't see how you could possibly have predicted that. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's possible, but it's highly unlikely.
That's just like when the one guy said that Fatima was going to kill Tilly, and we just laughed it off because we thought it was a joke.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's happened to me. That's the only thing, thankfully. Someone did come in here and say Fatima's going to kill Tilly, some troll. He had a racist screen name, he had a racist sounding screen name, so I banned him immediately anyway.
Yeah,
And yeah.
I was gonna
Go
say he
ahead.
probably got that because he watched the interview, because that's how I got it, right? So he probably got that from that, came in here and wanted to be an ass and spoil it for people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. No,
I think some people don't run interviews at the right time or something. Like they think
No.
that it's okay to run it, and then it's spoiling it. I don't think it's any problem with the actors. I think this is an interview.
yeah.
No, I agree with you. The interviewer too. He should know, because the guy that did the
Yeah.
interview, he said in the interview, "Oh, I'm halfway through episode 9, and we were still on episode 7." And I'm like, then why are you
Yeah.
asking these type of questions? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
Yeah,
the
it's not
questions
good.
he asked were dedicated to episodes in 8 and 9. So I was like, why are you asking those questions for?
It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was really foolish. I don't know why he would do that. I wouldn't want to know that. I was shocked when it happened. I see somebody came in my chat and said that, but I thought it was a joke. And he put it in all
Yeah.
caps to make sure people could see it.
Mhm.
I laughed it off. I thought he was kidding. I wouldn't have predicted that. So, yeah. I was still shocked when it happened. Mark says, I've been trying to keep my eyes partially shut while I travel through social media these days. I just avoid it completely. I don't go, I've never been into Reddit anyway, so I don't go on Reddit. Stay away from Reddit. Don't read anything, because I've heard that's really bad. I don't really use Facebook much, and I stay out of most comment sections, but I watch mine really closely.
I heard TikTok wasn't very good about it.
I never use TikTok myself. There are spoilers.
If anybody in the chat room uses it, there was a post that said there were spoilers on TikTok and to be careful when you were scrolling.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm glad I don't use TikTok then. I never got into TikTok. So I don't really do social media. Like I have to force myself. I had to like get in a habit of going on Twitter, because I made an account just for my channel. I don't usually use Twitter, and I'm not calling it X. I will never call it X. It's Twitter. I refuse. But X is just stupid.
Okay, everybody's going to Blue Sky nowadays, so maybe you should just go to Blue Sky, everyone.
Oh, I've never heard of that. Huh. Okay. But yeah, so like I don't really use social media anyway, and I've heard there's been some issues in other people's Discords too. Discord is the only thing I really use a lot, but I'm mostly just in mine, and everyone's been cool. So anyway, Michael said David was BSing with Chat GPT, and it basically said of both that they are often used symbolically to mark the boundary of liminal spaces. This is what I've been saying. Yes. Or passages to the other world. I've been saying this. Yeah. I think that crossing where they were going across the railroad tracks and the telephone poles went away and the railroad box thing, and then they turned around and it came back. I think that was a liminal space. And I think that the area where the fallen tree is, that's a liminal space. It's neither here nor there. It's not in the home dimension, if you will. It's not in the pocket dimension. It's in between. Because when they turn back around, they never see the fallen tree again. So I don't think either that or it just disappears. Anything's possible in Fromville, clearly. But I don't think it's in Fromville because they turn around and they never see it again. If it were in the real world, then there'd be more people showing up at once instead of very rarely two vehicles at the same time. So I think it's a liminal space. I got introduced to that concept by watching Constellation. I found it really interesting. Liminal spaces. Constellation was a great show. What a shame it got canceled. Michael said crows in particular are seen as psychopomps. Oh, Susie Greenberg was just talking about this. I think it was in Anzo's chat. Yeah, it was in your chat. Susie, he was talking about psychopomps. I'm like, what in the hell is a psychopomp? Never heard of that one.
You know.
Now I need to look up psychopomps. That's news to me. I've never heard of that. That's so interesting, though. She was talking about like Jung, and Carl Jung, and dream theory and stuff. So I want to research that. Guiding souls or heroes from one realm or world to another, afterlife, spirit world, etc. That is so interesting, Michael. Oh my God, I love this. This is so cool. Yeah, that's fitting then. So a conjunction of the two are basically a sure sign that one has reached or already crossed the threshold. We just had an episode titled Thresholds to the other world symbolically. Well, that is fitting. I love it. Michael. That's really cool. Let's see. Okay. Dieter. Yeah. I feel like he's cheering over there. In essence, the tree blocking the road symbolizes the boundary, and the crows, the guide between worlds, or the witnesses of the crossing. Nice. Hey, Elizabeth. Welcome. Hey, Diceman 2003. Yes. Yep, we're back again. Hey, Zapton Kaboom. Okay. Hey, Diz Guy Explores. Hey, Football Infinity. And Muncher Luncher. We got Team Jim here in the house. Throw him up. He is missing. Hashtag he is
We
missing.
love Jim. We love Jim.
Hey, you do you. If you want to be Team Jim, that's okay.
It kind of hurt. It kind of hurt inside, but
Yeah. Michael says, indeed, Chat GPT impressed me on that one. Basically, it said that much like accidentally wandering into a fairy mound or sleeping in a fairy ring. Once you see both, you've essentially already crossed over and are now stuck. Kind of a backhanded greeting. Wow.
Yeah, I keep trying to do that when I'm in the woods, and I never enter the fairy realm at all, and I'm very disappointed.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to enter a fairy realm because, like, actual fairies in mythology are horrifying.
Yeah.
They're not Tinkerbell, that's for sure. No fairy dust. Hey, Dragon King. Nice to see you. Hey, Yasi. And I'm half an hour behind. Damn it. Okay. Well, what? You're roboting. I can't hear you that well.
Oh no! Again, I'll just keep moving, you guys.
Yeah, it's tough to hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
a little bit. It's robot-y.
Can you hear me
You know,
now?
it's
Can
still
you still hear
robot-y.
me? Oh, okay. Let's go over here. Can you still hear me?
I hear you, but it's roboting a
You still
lot.
hear me?
Yeah.
Oh boy, this always happens on Thursdays. It never happens on Wednesdays.
Yeah, I don't know. Bad luck on
I don't know
Thursdays.
why. Somebody in the chat tell me why this happens.
Oh no. Oh, God. It sucks. Michael said it like, welcome to Fromville. You live here now. Enjoy the monsters. Try not to get unalived. Yeah, like that's what the crows are doing. They're saying. Translation, caw caw. Yeah, I like it.
Is Michael sure he doesn't want to come on here?
If he wants to, he's welcome to join. Try and get caught up with the chat though, or the hero with 1,000 faces. Okay, Mark, interesting. Another Campbell title. Cool. Hey, okay. Fletcher, hey, the YouTube channel had the Fatima actress, yeah, interview spoiling the show. Oh no. Now has a new interview with Ellis actor spoiling the show again. Honestly, we should bring that channel down. What the hell? Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna skip that one. I went and I checked out the Fatima one, but I'm gonna skip that one because I don't want to know anything else.
I know, like you couldn't resist watching the last one.
No, I couldn't. I couldn't. Now you went and told me that there's this one now, but I'm gonna have some willpower. I'm not gonna go watch it. I don't want to.
Yeah, try and hold out. Like, I'm not gonna watch it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I want to be surprised. It's Monday
Yeah,
Morning
me too.
Critic Podcast. Okay. Now I know what to avoid. Yasi says, to summarize the cyclical patterns and stages your protagonist goes through to transform his hero's journey. Cool. I like this. Hey, Saggy Star. Thank you so much for coming. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. If you could please like the video, that would really help me out with the YouTube algorithm. Absolutely. Thank you for asking people. Hey, cat lady. Welcome. Let's see. Thank you for sharing one of my videos. Yeah, last night I dropped a new video, a theory video. I worked really, really hard on, really difficult to put together, just trying to piece together like this, unpack all the information that we just got in episode 8 and what I think it means to the overall theory, the origin of Fromville, the reincarnation theory that I believe in. And so yeah, it took me a while. It's got like 130 pictures in it, like as I'm going through 130
Wow.
pictures. Took me forever. Yeah, but it's labor of love. I enjoy it. It's only my third. Wait, how many theory videos have I done? 1, 2, 3. It's my fourth video that's just a purely a theory video. So it's kind of like, it's not an episode breakdown. It's specifically about a theory. So those are always the hardest ones. Didn't take me the longest. Hey, Matt Gilbert, thank you so much for coming. You're so sweet to be concerned. Yes, I did get some sleep. I did finally. I felt like I got hit by a truck by the time I finally went to bed.
Does it still sound bad?
Oh no! So like you're using a Pop-Tart for a speaker? Oh no!
Is it still?
It's still pretty much, yeah. It is. It is. The fifth stage of the hero's journey is normally called crossing the threshold. Wow. Yeah, there's no way that the show's doing this by accident, calling that episode Thresholds too. Yeah. So interesting. Hashtag Pop-Tart microphone. Oh jeez.
You make robots sad.
Could the boy in white be like Julie when she entered another dimension? And when the boy in white mysteriously disappears, it's because, that's a mind bender. It's because he's awake in the real world. That would be a head trip. Wow. I like that idea. That's crazy. Imagine, yeah, maybe like the real world. Well, I mean, Tabitha saw him in the real world and somehow he turned into another kid. I don't think it was in her head. I think that was actually a vision, personally. I was so excited when he showed up in the real world. It validated my theory that, that's possible. I still think it was a vision. Samuel says, I really want to see someone walk past the tree just to see what happens. Same. I was hoping Tabitha would do it. Yes. I was so disappointed. This was the golden opportunity because it's the only time it would really make logical sense to do it. She knows what that tree means. She wouldn't be abandoning her vehicle to leave it. I wanted her to run like hell over the tree. Oh, that was a missed opportunity. Damn. Now we're never going to see what happens if we're never going to see someone go over the tree. I'm convinced. Never. It's never going to happen. Hey, Rory Moran, welcome. Hey, David. Yeah, I'm a little behind on my, if anyone's DM'd me, I'm a little behind, but I will get back to people. I sent you some images on Discord so you can see how the hero's journey is the sun's journey, and how ancient structures are really temples measuring time, measuring the cycle. Interesting stuff. And maybe that explains why there are ruins in the show. I was wondering what the significance of the ruins are. Thanks for popping in while you could, Fletcher. Appreciate it. I can tell you at least one fun thing about the first episode that tied directly into the end game of my theory. Okay. Yeah, okay. Garden of Eden imagery in Ellis's tapestry in his bedroom. Absolutely. It looks like the Garden of Eden from hell, like a hellish version. Dice Man says when Ethan stood up on the tree, the crows started. Yeah, the crows didn't like that. The crows started really going crazy, gathering, screeching. I don't think they want people to go over the tree, which makes me wonder if that might be a way out, maybe a thin spot back where they came from to get back to their dimension or something. It makes me think that the Poe poem, it was the Raven. It was a quote from the Raven is over the bed where Toby was laying in the clinic. And it's very hard to see. It has to be enhanced. Hey, Jackson Rains, what's up? When Ethan was doing the puzzle, he was working from the outside in. I feel like saying he has many pieces to the puzzle solved. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. I like that. I didn't notice that, the way he was actually doing it. But I like the symbolism there. I like that. The Garden of Eden equals spring and summer when the days are safe. After the equinox, when Adam and Eve leave the garden, they had to wear clothes and the days are no longer safe. Very fitting. Very, very fitting. Let's see. Hey, with Alice. Welcome. Glad to have you here. This show is awesome, and you all are smart and insightful. It makes watching the show that much better. Thanks. Yeah, I completely agree. Thank you all for your insights and your ideas. I love hearing them. So great. You're in for a theory crafting treat tonight. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, Michael. Mexico is 2.5 hours from LA. Wait, why Mexico?
Mexico is even closer when I lived in San Diego.
Oh, wow. Dieter said I did crazy stuff like that too. Not so many hours, but like an hour or two drive to take some photos and go back home. Yeah, that's not that crazy. Yeah, an hour or two. I live in Rhode Island, so to me that's like driving 2 hours seems like a lot because everything is close together in Rhode Island. So we're kind of it's a very small state.
Tijuana.
Tijuana. Yeah, Mark. I am planning on covering Silo. Absolutely. I don't know if I'm gonna I'm definitely not gonna do any kind of live just for Silo. I'm still too busy with my From lives and guesting on other people's From lives. But I'm gonna do a breakdown for each episode of Silo, and maybe I'll talk about it during a live or something if people want to talk about it. So I'm still thinking about that, but yeah, it's definitely something I want to cover, and I'm gonna cover because it's a great show. Hey, William Brown, welcome. If you get close to the truth, you go too close to the truth, you go to the town. Yeah, maybe Tabitha was getting too close to the truth, heading toward the original bottle tree in Camden. I have no spoilers or leaks, just theory crafting based on what I've watched from existing episodes and a few theory crafting videos. Great. That's awesome. Yeah. And research on GPT and Wikipedia. Absolutely. Yeah. sometimes I hate when people like, make accusations just because people have detailed theories. I have detailed theories. Doesn't mean you've seen leaks. Hey, AM. And yeah, I haven't seen a single spoiler, but to be fair, I only have YouTube and Discord. Yeah, William, I'm hardly on social media at all. So yeah, I've been lucky too. Let's see. Okay. The people working on From and MGM need to crack down on spoilers next season. I've avoided them, luckily. Yeah, see, not everybody's seen them, thankfully. So, like, yeah, we should never assume everyone has seen them and just, start bringing up leaks or, assuming that people making theories have seen them just because they're out there. I don't want to know. Hey, oh, thank you so much. Oh my God, it's so kind of you, that one gamer. Thank you for subscribing. That is so sweet of you to say. Oh, that really means a lot. There are a lot of really fantastic content creators in the From community, way more experienced and polished than me. What I do is very simple. I'm a beginner and I have a lot to learn. So that really means a lot. Thank you. Hey, Judaeus priest. There's stuff like Julie throwing the rope that was not predictable. Yeah, I don't think that was predictable at all. I really don't. I never saw that one coming. That was a left field thing. No way it wasn't a spoiler. Right, when someone said that. Or someone just playing Mad Libs with a dartboard and happened to throw a dart and hit a bingo, right? Some people just want to see the world burn. Yeah, some people are just assholes for the sake of being assholes. I just want to see the slow walkers burn. That's what I'm saying. Let's see what fire does to these things. Like we're 3 seasons in. Like, why has nobody tried fire? Will they burn? Would they pull a Michael Myers and walk out of the blaze? I want to see.
Kenny had the right idea, but he didn't do it. Boyd stopped him. I agree. Let's burn them down.
Yeah, right? Oh my God. I thought that was a good plan. I was like, finally, someone's going to do this. I mean, how many times have we now seen people traipsing through the caves unscathed? And Boyd essentially said it's a suicide mission. They're definitely going to die if they go in there. How do you know that? Like, other people did it?
Yep.
No? They move slow. Just run in there, light a match, and then run out. How hard is that, really? It's frustrating. Anyway, Cassie said, I haven't seen any spoilers, and I guessed that Julie threw down the rope. No way. Okay. All right. I believe you. While in a pregame show on Jeremy Ice and Fire, I'm impressed, Cassie. Okay. Hey, anything's possible. It is possible to guess even something like that. I mean, since she was in the dungeon before, yeah, and you saw the stills. So like that's the thing. MGM.
Yeah, I didn't see the stills.
Yeah, MGM released stills that showed Julie in a dungeon. So if you see the stills, yeah, absolutely. Like I can totally see that. I still didn't think of it though. I saw the stills and I didn't think of it, but yeah, I absolutely believe you. I didn't mean to suggest that no one could have guessed it, but Reddit is a swamp for most topics. Actually, I've avoided it. Yeah, I've heard some things. I've heard some nasty things, some racism and a lot of garbage. Thickly, hey, I never know when someone is posting real spoilers in the chat until someone else points them out and publicly tells them to stop posting spoilers. Yes, many of us wouldn't know if we haven't seen them. So yes, that's the best thing to do. If you see something and you know it's a spoiler, just ignore it. Ignore it, and then no one else will even know what it is. I wouldn't stay off Facebook just to avoid spoilers. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I use it. I don't really use it as much as I did before right now, but yeah, it's like you can always unfollow from pages for a while. You can do that. There's plenty of other uses for it. My buddy stopped using social media and other platforms. Called him to see if he was okay. Yeah, right. People get worried if you just disappear and you're usually on there. Blue Sky sounds like a drug from The Wire or something. Yeah.
Mr. Blue Sky.
I like the name, actually. I like that. Trees in the road and crows, both boundaries of liminal spaces, another world. I'm so glad someone else is saying this. I was saying this in the Discord a couple months ago, and I put it in a video too. Liminal spaces. Let's see. Yeah, it's Twitter. Yeah, I'm not else I think about my ex too much. Yeah. I will never call it X. Sorry, never. I haven't been exposed to any spoilers so far, but I don't go to movie and TV show pages on there. Yeah, good, very good. I'm glad you guys didn't get spoiled. It's much more enjoyable this way. Fatima have the son of Elgin and Kimono. Avinash.
Yeah,
Wow. Okay.
I think people are shipping them for some reason.
Okay. Interesting. I don't know. That's an interesting pairing. I don't know. But yeah, I don't it's like, okay, whose baby is it? It's not Fatima's, it's not Ellis's. Yeah, maybe it's Kimono ladies, maybe it's some kind of entity. I know it's some kind of entity. I don't think it's there. It could be a nightmare creature to replace Smiley, but it would be interesting if it's some other entity we haven't seen before. I would like that. Okay. You think From is the back rooms? Good theory. I have a back room theory. Oh yeah, you've mentioned that, Scarlett.
I mentioned back room. Yeah, I've mentioned that on a couple lives.
Interesting. Yeah, I like
you can
that.
unclip. You unclip and you go in the back rooms. Or no
Okay.
clip.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about that. I have to look into that. Michael
It's a
said
video game thing.
Oh, okay. That's why I don't play video games. I never have. Michael said Psychopomp is basically a guide of souls to the afterworld, like the boatman on the river Styx. Oh, cool. Interesting.
The only film I ever acted in, I played the ferryman to the river Styx. Fun fact about me. It's on IMDb. It gave me my actual name.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, Vanessa Wicked.
It's award winning.
Oh, wait. Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, welcome, Vanessa. Always great to see you. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate you. Wait a minute. Avinash, how have you seen episode 10? What do you mean? You've seen how is that possible? I know the script got leaked. I heard that the script for episode 10 got leaked. But yeah, please don't tell us anything. We don't want to know. We don't want to know anything.
Hey, Julie?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm too robot-y, but my cat loses the ticker tape at the bottom and attacks and tries to bite it.
The cat is trying to attack what?
The scrolling thing at the bottom.
Oh, that's so funny. What a smart cat. My cat has never looked at my screen and responded to anything. Hey, KP. Great to see you. Welcome, KP. Always great to have you. Quansol hey, so the fallen tree is like an event horizon to a black hole. Once you see the tree, you can't get back to the real world. Yeah, I think so too. Thank you for liking the stream. Thank you very much. Cat Lady, I hope this is not true because none of us have seen episode 10 and don't want spoilers. Yeah, please don't say anything. I'm getting nervous. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Michael, I'll get you a link. Hold on, give me a minute.
Yeah,
I can
exactly, Quan.
Oh yeah, robot needs more
power on Thursdays.
Yeah. Okay, I'll get you a link. William Smith said I might dig out my basement and see if the energy company is tricking me and it's actually free energy. Yeah, see where the cords lead. Oh, hey, Emmy, don't worry about being late. We'll be here a while. Just getting started. No worries. Thanks for coming. The hero always arrives late. Hey, Ash, welcome. Thanks for coming. Once you cross the event horizon, you're on a one-way path to the singularity in a black hole. That's Fromville. I like that. Oh, thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind feedback. It's none of my videos are without errors because I don't know how to edit yet. There were some, I listened back to it. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. There were some little audio glitches in the middle, and then like a couple times I screwed up my words. And I'm like, I like chuckled for a second and then, corrected myself, but that's okay. Eventually I'll learn how to edit when the season is over and I have time. And I'm still going to make videos. So after the season is over. Oh, thanks. Yeah. I'm 100% down too. 100%. Hey, Nesha Rochelle. Great to see you. Can't be a black hole. Time seems to occur at the same rate inside and out. That does seem to. Yeah, the time seems to pass the same. Michael says Tabitha, Abby, Miranda, and all the failed predecessors from Miranda's visions. Yeah. Yeah, Abby. There's something with Abby. She says she had a dream when she was a little girl. So was she a chosen one? I don't know. Jade is actually the chosen one, not Tabitha, says Xavier Anderson, and welcome. I don't know. Maybe. I just find it weird. If they were to do that, then what was the point of Henry's very long, interesting exposition monologue about Miranda and her visions being the chosen one? I just would find it very weird if the writers changed that around. It's not like he's Victor and we can't trust anything he says. So I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Infinite Umbra, great to see you. I'm looking forward to what the boy in white really looks like. All we see is his avatar. Yeah, Quansol or what. I think I want to see him as the man in white in the opening credits. I want to see that. I want Michael Emerson from Lost to come strolling out as him. That would be epic. Would love that. He looks like him. Spinning image of Michael Emerson.
Absolutely.
Doesn't he look like him? Oh my god! Like, I would love that. He played a phenomenal villain on Lost. Absolutely love him. I'm still in the middle of it and really enjoying it. Victor's narrative about Christopher going dark after seeing the root symbol and Ethan's commentary about bad symbols making you do bad things. Yeah, that's what I think. I put that in my video, actually. Ethan's comment about bad symbols making you do bad things and the fact that Christopher went dark after seeing the root symbol. Yeah, that's why I don't think Jade or Christopher are the chosen ones. So, yeah, I agree. Jade calls him a creepy little boy. Yep.
Isn't the root symbol a hope symbol that they made? The kids? The Nkuis?
Yeah. It's just
I'm
that
confused.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's kind of like a symbol of hope for them, but it turned into something dark though because they were murdered, so that's why it keeps appearing in blood. Yeah. So I don't know. It's ambiguous in that way. So yeah, unclear whether the root symbol denotes a corrupting influence or that's a good point, Michael. It's a good point. I agree. Jade is on a trajectory toward doing something nasty. Yeah, unfortunately, I hate to say it, he's my favorite character, but I don't think he's going to actually do anything. I think in the end, he'd probably sacrifice himself rather than cause any harm to people. Probably, like, I could see that at the very end of the series happening. The ruins and the time travel highway to save them kids are the time travel highway. Interesting. Yeah, maybe. Maybe no guarantees, but it seems to be part of a couple characters' narratives, so maybe jury's out. Right. Okay. Ethan's puzzle is a Rosetta Stone to me and the start of my theory. It's a Nukshuk. Is that how you say it? Yeah.
Oh, Nukshuk, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the picture I showed you, the rock formation. It's also on the flag, the Inuit flag.
Right. Yeah, I've got those tabs open. I'll just go through a few more comments and then I'm going to drop the link for Michael. Too much blue. Hey, Sarah kills Elgin and saves Fatima. What? Wait. Is that
okay?
Please tell me that's not a spoiler. I hope not.
It's all. It's in all caps. It's in all caps, Julie.
Okay. All right. I think this is a joke. I hope, because I don't think Tilly's coming back from the dead.
No, it's got to be a joke.
It has to be a joke. Yeah. Please don't.
I hope not.
But please don't joke like that in all caps, because it makes people nervous and think that you're actually spoiling stuff. Like, it looks like it looks sauce.
Tilly's gonna be running around with the shears still stuck in her chest.
Yeah, right. I don't think she's coming back to life. But it makes people nervous, so please, don't scare people like that. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, because it looks sus, because that kind of people do that kind of thing with in all caps, and when they're actually spoiling stuff. Gathering of Crows is also called a murder. That's right. Like the one in stone in the caves after Tabby fell through the basement. Let me see. One rep max calculator. Interesting Garden of Eden thing. Yeah, of course not, but everything is provided for them before they seek knowledge, the fruit of the tree. Yeah. Also, the gory imagery that Jade keeps seeing seems like bad outcomes from. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said in my video too. For maybe those who see the root sign, I think that all those men that were in Jade's visions were past incarnations of him from past lives, and they met gory, grisly fates, and that's what he's looking at. The guy with the spike through his eye, the Puritan, the disfigured face of the Civil War soldier who chases him. I think that was one of Jade's lives. The guy under the boulder, So yeah, I definitely believe that. When they seek answers, crops go bad. Hey PM, you're back. Okay, trying to almost caught up here. Boy in White says Nathan was right. This place is angry now. Go inside the tree. You'll be safe there. Yep. Important dialogue. Push back from Fromville due to progress or answer seeking. 100%. Hey, CT5 New Era. Great to see you. But I think he also implies unstatedly that Nathan was also right about the land taking on people's fears after they die. Nathan dies, you get cicadas. Yeah, definitely. Kenny's dad and mom die, you get Kimono Lady. Oh, interesting, maybe.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
interesting.
Yeah, I can see that. Taran has a lot of Japanese history too in his series, and I like them.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Yeah, it's not easy to stay away from spoilers when the actual actors are spoiling it in interviews. First, it was Fatima's actress.
They're not spoiling it though. I think the people that are doing the channel are releasing them too early. I don't think it's the actors at all.
Okay. That makes sense. What the fuck is this? I'm pissed. Yeah, Fletcher. Well, I don't even watch the interviews. Like, hey, you're welcome, Cassie.
I just watch them where I trust people, like what is Cast and Tony and those people when they have people on.
I watch Tony.
The ones I can trust.
Right. Hey, the Casanova Pugilist. Hey, Fatima is Martin Theory is the best one off Reddit yet. Okay, that's a new one. That is a new one. Martin is the corpse in the cellar. Could be. Yes, the stills, and it looked just like when Boyd went there, and it made the only sense. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could see that. I said Julie threw down the rope as a joke in Jeremy's chat when I saw the still too. Remember, Julie, Lord Ravener, and I were howling about it on his Discord post show. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's funny. Okay. Fatima has son of Kimono Lady and Elgin. What? Yeah, that's really funny. Kimono Lady, at least pay Fatima for being a surrogate. What the fuck? Right? At least pay her for that. Damn. Okay. Spoiler alert. Things will happen next episode. Sorry. Yeah. Don't scare us. Okay.
Yes, I'm speak up.
I'm just blowing through comments fast. I'm sorry, guys. It's taking me forever. But please speak up if you want to speak up at any point. And I'm almost caught up. Michael says, I think Abby was after Miranda. Abby was a chosen one after Miranda before Tabitha. Could be. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Smitty Snippets. Yeah, Smitty Snippets has a great channel. I think I was just saying that earlier. Everybody should check him out. He and his sister do From Lives, and I just was watching earlier before I came on here. So definitely check that out. And he has great reaction videos, really funny, hilarious. You'll enjoy it. I want to set something up with him and his sister and see if they can come on here. Let's see. Abby, Lauren could have been also. I don't believe in Abby. It's the dream thing that kind of makes us think that, it's the dream thing. Yeah, hey, hey, I can fit a bunch of people on here. If Smitty, if you want to join, I'm going to be putting the link in the chat anyway from Michael. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. You are more than welcome. Jade's going to get them out of there. His dimensional rift hypothesis was on point. I think so too. I really was excited when I heard that, but then again, because he said it, it makes me worry that that's not going to be the case because he said it. But who
And then
knows?
Boyd brushed it off like it was nothing, right?
Uh-huh. I didn't like that. I didn't like that because like Boyd looked at him like he was insane, and I thought he was talking sense. He wasn't drunk or manic or anything. It was scientific stuff, and Boyd said, "I thought you had something exciting to show me." Come on, man. I was excited about that stuff. I wanted to hear more. Anyway, the Boyd chose Christopher, but he thought he was lying. The boy in white chose Christopher. Yeah. I don't know. Jade sees it's associated with horrific things. Yeah. Somehow that symbol seemed like it was a symbol of hope for them, but it turned into evil. It's like an evil version. I think turning around does nothing because no one crossed the tree. They go back the way they came and end up in the town. Yeah. Depends on if Jade gets controlled like Fatima when she stabs Tilly. That's a real possibility. Yeah, that's a possibility. We still don't know how that happened to Fatima either. Like, how did that happen? I don't. It's maybe something happened. Like, she seemed to be already pregnant. She thought she was when she got the transfusion. Not the transfusion, but Ellis got the transfusion of blood from Boyd. So was she pregnant, and then the blood did something to the fetus and turned it into an entity? That's the only thing I can think of, unless I don't know, unless some entity it was like immaculate conception and some entity just did this to her. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I have no idea yet. I kind of like we did that thing, and I kind of rule out the Boyd blood and all of that stuff. But I have no idea. I don't know. I went back and tried to figure out if I could find any hint as to when it happened to her, and I just couldn't find anything.
I know, right? It's weird. I think that all the pieces were being kind of put into place for this, because I think that's like Elgin was brought to town for this purpose. So that was already set. Like, that was all, it's like getting the chess pieces in order. Like, he was brought to town. I think Tilly may have even been brought to town, because of this, because she winds up following Fatima around, obsessed with the pregnancy. Like, and they were on the same bus too. And then Marielle, she was on the same bus. If you think about it, a lot of this keeps going back to Fatima. Marielle is a pediatric nurse. She was there caring for Fatima. So like 3 people on that bus that came in they ended up being connected to this storyline.
Yep, and Elgin had the dream about Fatima already because he knew what his dream was. He figured it out in season 2, where he said, "I remember what my dream is." So it had to have something to do with Fatima because he only remembered when Tilly was like, "Oh, congratulations on the baby." So,
Yep.
like you said, the pieces were put in place. He's put on that bus for a reason. So,
Absolutely, yes. When somebody mentioned that before, I was like, wait, yeah, that's right. He remembered his dream because I remember writing this in my notes, like, why did this make him remember his dream when she said she was pregnant? And I just never went back and looked at my notes and put that together. But yeah, it's got to be something to do with that pregnancy is what he dreamed, and it had to be
Mhm.
horrific because that's why he was so terrified. There's something that we don't know about yet that terrified him when he saw the place. He woke up and he
Yeah.
freaked out. So
But that's just it, though, right? So he woke up, he was terrified about the place, but now he's just doing everything that it wants him to do.
yes,
So all of a sudden, it's like he just switched up from being terrified to being like, okay, I'm gonna do what it wants me to do now. That's weird.
it is weird. It doesn't make sense at all. I don't understand that. He saw this place, he seemed to recognize it, and he panicked and wanted the driver to turn around. So,
Hmm.
and now he's just calmly going about his business, just doing Kimono Lady's bidding, following haunted Polaroids around. I don't get it either. It's weird. His attitude change. Maybe it is some kind of mind control. Maybe
Yeah.
something's affecting him. Like he didn't seem like himself at all when he was dragging her down the stairs. His whole demeanor was different. His facial expressions were different.
So you think could having that camera could be like, him being possessed by something? Because like you said, and all of a sudden now he's really willing to do everything, right? And I never really thought about it until you just said it. So you think maybe the camera's possessing him?
Maybe, maybe because he's definitely he's been like on a mission ever since he started seeing those pictures. So yeah, it's possible.
Hmm. Interesting.
Possible. Yeah, there's just something not right about it. Like you said, why is he so calm about this now? Initially, he was really scared when he saw the kimono lady, and now he's just, you know, calmly going stealing supplies from the clinic and, you know, taking his own blood out, putting it in a mason jar, like, and he looked evil when he was dragging her down the stairs. He looked
Hmm.
evil. I found it really interesting that he was using similar language to the boy in white. I don't think the boy in white is evil, but that made me stop and wonder because he said, as he was dragging her down the stairs, he said, "I'm sorry, I really am." And I swear I thought he was about to say, "This is the only way," like the boy in
Hmm.
white said. But he said, "I'm sorry." And he even paused in between, like the boy in white did. "I'm sorry, I really am. This is for the best." Just slightly changed the wording. Why? Why? I feel like that might have been intentional, but I don't think the boy in white is evil. I don't know. Uh,
I'm still
eh,
on the fence about the boy in white. The best way to, make someone listen to you, make him a boy and put him in all in white. Oh, he's such a good little boy. But nah, he's up to some sneaky stuff.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think he has his own agenda. I don't think if anything, he's not purely good. He's more like ambiguously good in that he's trying to help where he can, but he's also doing Machiavellian things where the ends justify the means also. That's where I'm at right now. But yeah, like until this season, I was firmly in the camp of, boy in white is evil, and
Hmm.
just rethinking it now. I think going in and sending Tabitha out looking for information from Henry seemed like a helpful thing. Like if he were evil, I don't know why he'd want her to have that knowledge, because that's going to help her to find out she's a chosen one. She has this mission. That's what I like. Why I started to change my mind, and I also think Henry is going to be helpful to him too, to Victor. So yeah, it's interesting. I hope they don't reveal that. Keep that one secret. I'm not in any hurry.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Um. Oh, Scarlett's back. Hey, what happened? You dropped off.
Yay. I just came back in because you couldn't hear me. Can you hear me now?
I hear you now.
Yes?
Um.
Okay. Can you hear me, Con Fandango? You probably won't get that, sorry. Maybe somebody in the chat will get the Clem thing. Can you hear me, Clem Fandango? Sorry. As you were.
Baby Clay, you there? I don't know what happened. I don't know. He's been muted, but yeah, I don't want to exclude him from
Oh no,
conversation.
I'm here. I was just listening out. Yeah, you good? I'm here.
What do you think? Like, how do you think this happened to Fatima? You have any ideas?
I don't have an idea yet, but I'm still thinking she's either pregnant or something is definitely changing her. It's either or.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or it could even be both. Maybe
Yeah.
something. It could be both. She could have some kind of
yeah,
entity,
right.
and it's going to change her,
Mm.
which would be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was always team no baby before, but now that we know there's a baby, I think she's changing as well, right? I don't think she's just gonna have the baby and be like, "Oh, everything's fine." So I think she might change as well too.
Yeah, it's possible. Uh, Yeah, I can't imagine her just being fine after this either. Either she's gonna die or she's gonna
Hmm.
turn into something most likely, I think. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I don't think we're gonna have parallel universes in the show, but who knows? That would muddy the waters a lot. Time travel, that's already gonna be challenging, but
Yeah.
Mhm.
let's see.
But
Uh,
astral travel is sort of different than time travel.
um, oh, David,
It's
I'll
repetitive.
look. Yeah, hold on, David. I'll look at the pictures you sent me. Oh, and I keep forgetting. Hold on. I've got to post a link too. Um. Okay, where is it? Everything loads slower when I'm running this. What was Dale or Tilly afraid of? Fears. Um. Dale or Tilly? That's a good question. Do they have fears that are going to manifest in this place now? I don't know. Dale didn't seem like he was afraid of anything, really.
Anything.
No. Yeah, I don't think he was afraid of anything. And Tilly, she wasn't even afraid to die. Um, she said she wasn't afraid. She said that the same episode when she died.
Hmm.
So, yeah. I don't think people have to die to have things manifest here anyway. I think it's just, I think there's all kinds of manifestation going on, whether people are alive or dead or not.
Agreed.
Yeah. Yeah, like Boyd, he said in the tent with Sarah that if you cut a worm in half, it makes two worms because worms are creepy. And then he goes into a dream state and he gets what looked like worms under his skin. I think it was
Mm.
manifest by his aversion to worms. So I don't think you have to actually die. Yeah, that's exactly what I just said, Fletcher. Yeah. She was ready to die. She wasn't afraid of anything. Yes, please, no spoilers. I'm with you on that. Um, Zach Morgan, Silo is really good. That's coming out today. It's now officially today, the 15th. And Severance. I can't recommend Severance enough. I'm going to cover Silo and Severance. They're both fantastic shows. Those are really the only ones that I'm currently watching. All my other recent ones I liked got canceled. So, okay. I'm gonna link for Michael, see if he wants to join and discuss what he was talking about earlier. Wait, where's my link? Okay. Oh, my Chromebook is actually not running slow as molasses today. That's nice for a change. Okay, there you go, Michael. And I don't know, Smitty probably doesn't feel like it now because it's pretty late, and he did his own live, but he is welcome to join anytime too. And I told him that, so uh, we'll definitely, if these times are too late, we'll definitely set something up and have him come on earlier because he's terrific. He and his sister, um, yeah, they're really great. Okay, so the Casanova pugilist said Julie's physical body didn't go anywhere, so how did she time travel? It was a vision she saw in the past of another Julie. Julie number 2 is stuck in the dungeon. That's Julie number 1 who hears screams. Huh.
Just like
Okay.
Primer. So like the movie Primer.
Like the movie Primer. Okay. And David, I
So like the
haven't.
movie Primer. Everybody is dead on movie Primer.
Oh, I can't hear you at all now.
Yeah, you're chipping out again.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's really, really hard to hear.
Curse.
Yeah. Yeah, David, I don't see. David, did you send me those pictures in Discord? Because I'm not seeing anything. Or did you post them in my Discord? I'll take a look at that, showing what the two worlds represent, the ordinary world and how the special world divides the two worlds. Okay, maybe you posted them in my Discord channel. I'll check that. Okay. Hey, Michael. Special world divides the two worlds. Hi, welcome. Maybe you posted them I love your ideas. I'll check.
Thank you.
Okay. Super
Hey,
interesting stuff.
Yes.
Oh, you've got the stream on in the background. I can hear ourselves.
I love your ideas.
Yeah, there's a delay, so if you have the thing on in the background, then we can hear ourselves. I do that. I do that all the time. I always forget when I call into Tony's show. I forget sometimes I have to mute the stream in the background because then you can hear a delay. So yeah. If you mute the stream, then we won't hear the echo thing. Okay, wait. I lost my place in the chat. And that's interesting, says PM, because there's that show that dealt with the theme recently, Dark Matter, and makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, Michael, there's in the private chat, Scarlett left you a message, something about an echo button. You can, if you take a look at the private chat, that should help. Because it's either echo or it's the stream in the background.
The stream, yeah.
Yeah. PM says, oh, you forgot about me. We need to discuss. Oh man, how are we gonna have a lot of people here? I've done it before. Sometimes it's messy, but last time I had a bunch of people here, it actually worked out fine. So yeah, it's fun. I can fit up to 10 people at once, which would be nuts. 10 people would be too much, I think. Too much chaos. So yeah, PM, you can click the link if you like. I shared the link in the chat. 3 a.m. I can't believe you're still streaming. I fell asleep with your stream on my TV and woke up to find you were still going. Now you're back at it. Dedication. Well, thank you. Thank you. It's more like obsession. It's obsession with the show and this discussion with this fandom. It's just so much fun.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I got my microphone sorted out now, or muted YouTube in the background.
Much better. Yeah, it's perfect. Perfect.
Confused me there for a second. I had like 2 different audio streams going on. Wasn't quite sure who was talking on.
Yeah. Well, you're good now. So yeah, the stuff you were saying about liminal spaces and the crows, I love those ideas. That makes so much sense, and also it fits with reincarnation. Some of the things you were saying too.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been bouncing some ideas off of Chat GPT and looking stuff up on Wikipedia and some other stuff, and just kind of iteratively going through some things. So it's been interesting.
Yeah, I've heard people have had some good results from putting stuff into Chat GPT. I've tried it a couple times, but it hasn't worked for me. Like, I mean, I haven't gotten anything really useful from it yet, but I've only played with it a couple times.
Yeah, I hadn't used it too much before about a week or so ago.
Yeah, it's
a little hit or miss sometimes, and every once in a while it hallucinates something that's just not true. So you have to check secondary sources. But yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Like I this show is supposed to be not just horror but sci-fi, and that some of these concepts like liminal spaces and like that would fit in with the sci-fi element of it. I think there has to be a sci-fi element of it, because how else do you explain the way they all get there from wherever they're coming from? It doesn't seem like, it's not like a typical horror thing. It's more of a sci-fi kind of event, I think.
Well, I mean, it could be a fantasy thing too, or a mythological trope, I guess. Because I mean, you have mythologies like fairy rings and that sort of thing, where people get transported to some type of other world, or fairy realm, or that sort of thing.
That's
so
true.
there could be a mythological story going on there.
Yeah, that's right. It could be something like that too. And you so you found a possible explanation for Ankui, right?
I mean, I think so. I'm not a linguist. I don't know exactly the pronunciation of it. So, I mean, I could be way off, but I think that in the context that it shows up in the show, it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I mean, basically the Inuit word for shaman is in the singular is basically like something along the lines of like angakuk or something like that. And then
Uh-huh.
the plural version is angakui or angakuit. I'm not sure exactly how it's pronounced, but it's like Angakkuit. And so when the ghost children or the ghoulish children show up, it's right after Tabitha builds the little Inuit Inuksuk, or however you pronounce that. Basically, like a little wooden puzzle that Ethan had built, which is essentially a replica of what Tabitha had found in the caves after she fell through the basement. And so, essentially, the first time when Ethan built the puzzle, kind of I think accidentally summoned the ghost children, and then Tabitha saw them. But then the second time, she actually took the blocks herself, went to the Slow Walker's cave, and built the little Inuksuk herself right in front of the cave. And it was basically her summoning the children. And so when they then basically kind of come out of the woods and start saying, basically their catchphrase, Ankui, I think that since the Inuksuk is an Inuit, basically construction, that's giving us a clue that the ghost children, when they come out of the woods, are speaking in Inuit. And so my thinking is that they are actually calling her a shaman, but in the plural form of the word, basically saying shamans, plural, which I think is an indicator, based on other stuff going on in the show, that she's basically one of a kind of multitude, or plurality, literal and linguistic, in the show, of multiple shamans, essentially through time. You have Tabitha. I think Abby probably was one as well, because she had dreams of Fromville before she ever came. She mentions that to Elgin Ellis in passing when she's on the street, and kind of looking at something off in the distance. She's like, this reminds me of something from a dream I had as a kid.
Yep.
And then prior to that, you had Miranda, who had visions of Fromville, did paintings, did the bottle tree installations. And then Henry tells us that she had visions of basically all of the previous failed chosen people who she thought had been basically tasked with trying to save the children in the tower. And now she thought that she was the next essentially chosen person, and did end up disappearing with her kids into Fromville. And so I think that Henry's kind of playing Captain Exposition there, and basically telling us kind of what's going on, is that she was essentially the then current, basically chosen person or shaman, trying to save the children, but there had been a long lineage before her. And I think that ties in with Inuit mythology, particularly the basically culture hero. I think it's called Kivyuk, either spelled with a Q or a K, who is an Inuit shaman. And in the mythology, apparently he has this long hero's journey, but it's also over the course of multiple incarnations or lifetimes. And I think that's kind of the core narrative that's going on kind of thematically in the show. At least that's kind of the premise of the theory for what's going on, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's so interesting. It's so interesting. Yeah, and it would fit in with, it would explain why there's reincarnation going on here. It would, it would tie in with that. And I like that. How do you pronounce? I don't know how to pronounce that. Inuksuk, is that how you say it?
I think so. Again, I'm not a linguist, so I don't know the exact pronunciation, so I'm just Americanizing it, I guess. But Inuksuk, Inuk.
Yeah. That's interesting, because I tend to forget about that part of it. She when she first saw one of those kids in the cage in the cave, there was an Inukshuk right there outside the cave, and
Right.
the
That was
thing,
the first time that she saw it.
yeah, that thing rolled a stone out of the little cage and knocked it over. And
Oh, okay, yeah, I get it. I know what's going on there. So yeah, basically the Ongkui or Angakui kid basically rolled out the stone to knock over that structure, and then later we have Ethan with the block puzzle, and this is essentially, I think, a shamanic test, basically. So they're symbolically destroying the thing, and then Ethan rebuilds it. And then Tabitha also rebuilds it in front of the cave. And so I
Yeah.
think that thematically that's actually like a shamanic test, essentially. One of the tests of kind of like the hero's journey, kind of starting along the path toward whatever's going on. So just realize that. Yeah, I had forgotten that they rolled a ball out and actually broke the thing the first time around, but that actually kind of makes sense now.
it does. That makes total sense. That makes total sense. And then when Ethan is playing with another version of an Inukshuk, and she finds him with it, and she kind of
And when he
enjoys
completes
it.
it, or is in the process of completing it, then the ghost children basically get summoned, I think, sort of accidentally, since Ethan was just kind of playing with it or whatever. But then afterwards, I think that since she goes in there with intention to summon them, then I think that at that point they essentially recognize her or acknowledge her as one of the shamans, essentially, because that would be the type of person in presumably in a culture that would know how to build that sort of thing, what it's used for. And she's essentially demonstrating her ability and or her intention towards them. And so I think they kind of narratively recognize that, come out of the woods, surround her, mob her. It looks like lay on hands, which would be kind of similar to certain religious rituals, laying on of hands like Christianity or whatever, that sort of thing. So I think that's playing into that kind of religious, shamanic kind of narrative that's going on. Just my thinking out loud.
Yeah, and that makes total sense. The fact that she goes and she builds that, and then they increase in number. Now instead of just 2 of them, there are all 7, and they mob her, like you were saying. And
right. Because essentially she summoned them with that, more or less.
Right.
As like an intentional act saying, come here, I want to talk to you. So they did.
And then, of course, she panicked. She
didn't understand what was going on, because obviously they're ghost children and bedraggled and look like, death, essentially, or close to it.
They look, they're horrifying, of course.
So, I mean, any sane person would, freak out like she did. But essentially, I think that's what was going on. They weren't attacking her per se. They were recognizing her and potentially doing like a kind of shamanic ritual, laying on of hands or that sort of thing, thematically.
Yeah, I totally, I agree. I never thought that they were any kind of actual threat to her. She's just panicking because of what they look like. But they look horrifying, but yeah.
I think if you go back and watch it and look at their faces, they're not like angry. They're almost more like reverent, I think. Maybe that's just me projecting a little bit. They don't seem angry at all. I mean, it's just not like they're angry spirits.
No,
it's like saying hi in kind of a ritualistic fashion, I think.
That's what it seems like. They're not angry. They're not yelling at her. They're saying that over and over again. I think so. It seems like they want her help. They definitely want her help with.
Yeah, I think that's the second function of that scene, is that one, they're just recognizing her as essentially a shamanistic character. That's kind of her role in the show. But then also they're essentially entreating her to help them by repeatedly saying "Ankui, Ankui," in kind of a pleading tone.
Right.
In part, I think, because in Inuit mythology, one of the ways that you deal with certain malevolent entities is you go seek help from your local neighborhood shaman, who will perform rituals, whether it's some kind of cleansing ritual or whatever, to help placate the angry spirits or that sort of thing. So essentially, I would assume that would be the sort of thing they would be essentially asking her there. It's like, okay, you're a shaman, we recognize you, but help.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. And they basically did a carbon copy of that scene in this season, and except it's indoors, and she still hasn't learned
on the
any.
stairs.
Yeah, she still hasn't learned anything. She still is terrified. It's we don't get anything more from that scene, and that frustrated me. They, like
At some point in future seasons, she'll come around and figure some stuff out. I think there's more stuff that can be said, and I'll probably say it later.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, once you kind of approach it from this perspective, then you kind of start looking at other like Inuit mythologies, and there's a few things that I think like pretty directly have correlations to other entities or aspects of the show as well. Specifically the slow walkers. I think there's a pretty direct connection with one of the Inuit kind of malevolent entities called I think it's like the Kujirat or something like that. Kujirat, which is supposed to be like a malevolent entity. Sometimes described as having like shriveled or hollow innards, basically metaphorical for like death, decay, corruption. They're supposedly basically predatory, extremely malevolent. They have shape-shifting abilities. They can take the form of humans or familiar things. And part of the mythology is that immediately before they attack you, they revert to their primal form, which is exactly what the slow walkers do right before they attack you. Is they stop being good old granny and turn into this horrible monster, and then they eat your insides.
Right. Interesting. Yeah. Because I haven't known what to make of exactly what those creatures are. So that's interesting. They do have the shriveled insides. So it makes sense. And if you look at this scene, they're all approaching her, but it
try to help you.
definitely doesn't seem
Try to help you.
like you
Leave us alone.
Are you okay?
Yeah, it was just the same thing again. She just crouched down in a fetal position, and yeah, I wish we had gotten a little more from this.
Oh my God. Why are you here?
Cooey.
No.
Also, it would be nice if they would give her some other lines than "Oh my God, no, like that would be nice.
I try to help you. I try to help you. Leave us alone.
I mean, I liked the scene. It was creepy. I just wanted a little more from it because it was just a rehash of the last one that we got. But the question is, what does she need to help them with? Like, what do they want from her?
Kind of the question. Now, I don't know whether it's the answer or not, but there are other entities in Inuit folklore. One of which is Ijiraq, I think, like Ijirak or something like that, which is another kind of malevolent entity that in some stories has a penchant for kidnapping children and dragging them off into essentially the deep wilds or some hidden place, either to abandon them, feed on them, or possibly turn them into more of the same. They also apparently have abilities to cast illusions, curses, basically send people traveling around in circles, unable to get out of the forest or go home, which is basically the main conceit of Fromville itself. So it's possible that something similar to that is behind the disappearance of the children, maybe, although with the current recent episode with Victor's revelations, I don't know whether it fits with that or not, but at least kind of thematically, their stuff kind of lines a little bit. So I don't know whether they're going straight off of mythology or just kind of incorporating some general ideas from it and then just kind of doing their own thing with it. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it seems like they're definitely trying to incorporate elements of mythology in the show. The question is, are they Are they just doing it, thematically? Are they, you know, or are they actually going to really stay true to the mythology and follow through with it? But either way, it's extremely interesting, and all of this seems relevant to what we're seeing in the show. It's the closest thing I've seen to anything explaining the Nkui kids what they could possibly mean. So,
and if we want to go with another fun little Inuit entity, there's Isitok, Isitoq, I believe, which is essentially kind of like an all-seeing deity, often depicted as either like a monster with a singular eye, or also like a floating, flying eye in the sky, which is kind of direct parallel to Victor's Lake of Tears drawing, which has the big eye kind of floating in the sky, crying tears into a lake.
Yep.
And beyond that, you also have Julie's T-shirt from the opening episodes, which is a black T-shirt, has like kind of a sheep-looking face on it. It says illusions underneath. Which
with the third eye.
To the Izurak, which is the previous one that I'd mentioned, that had the ability to cast illusions and people moving around or whatever. But it also has the third eye, which is kind of one of the representations of Isitok. Sometimes, at least that's I think what the whatever was the Gaze for You channel had mentioned.
Yeah,
another reference to it.
Oh yeah, I've always thought that shirt is definitely significant. They put that in there for a reason. That's
actually going back to the previous entity, the Izurak or whatever. Again, I was talking with ChatGPT for a little while, and apparently, like, there's a couple of ways that you can see through the Izurak illusions, or get help around them. One of them apparently was either looking through a loop or an opening or an aperture. It's essentially metaphorically like looking into the spirit world, and so you can like temporarily see through some of the illusions. You might be able to see hidden paths or the way out of the forest, or some hidden way to some hidden place, or that sort of thing. The other way is with the use of basically like animal spirit guides with quote unquote keen senses. They usually use examples like crows, but potentially also dogs, which we happen to have in the forest of Fromville, that also seem to be friends with Boy in White. So it's possible that they could enlist the help of some of the dogs, maybe find their way through the forest to some hidden place, or find their way out, or at least past some illusions that are keeping them kind of going in circles. This wouldn't be unlike the movie, what was it, The Watchers, where they like follow the bird out of the forest.
Yep.
Kind of similar concept.
Yes. I've been thinking, like the last month or so, I've been thinking that, like I have the theory that the monsters are kind of like, they sort of operate almost like a security system to keep people out of the forest. They come out at night, not because I think they're going to burn up in the sunlight, but if they were out hunting everyone 24/7. Huh?
Although you do wonder a little bit what would happen if you pulled one of them out of the cave into the sunlight while it's still alive. Would it burst into flames, or just be like, it doesn't work that way, and then kill you anyway?
Right? I don't know,
but two strikes near it.
Yeah. But I think that there may be a way out through the forest, and if the monsters were out 24/7 hunting people nonstop, why not run out into the forest? Like, you'd have every motivation to try running through the forest, because the road isn't going to lead you out. And so I think that
slow walkers walk slowly, technically.
Yeah, so I think that they come out at night, to keep people in the town. They don't want people going out deep into the woods, and the further you go out, the more dangerous the entities are. The cicada entity. So I think
spider entity, possibly
at
the Lake of Tears, if they get that far.
So I think there might be a way out. Oh shoot! I just saw something pop up and then disappear. wait a minute, was that who was that trying to join? Was that Smitty Snippets? Try again. I'm so sorry. I was on another tab and I didn't see, but I think I saw you there. Pop back on. We'd love to have you, Smitty Snippets. Just wait a minute. Let me get the link again because the link is probably buried. I am so sorry. I don't know how long you were there, but I was in another tab, so I couldn't see you. Hold on. I'm going to drop the link again. Let me see. There we go. Yeah. Sorry about that. I can't see everything at once if I'm in another tab. Like I can't see. Like I have to keep bouncing back and forth. It's a juggling act. I'm still new at this. Anyway, yeah, please click the link and join us, Smitty. If you see this, we'd love to have you on. Anyway, yeah, I think that yeah, if you think about it, it makes sense that if there's a way out in the forest, then this place would not want people going out there. So what better way than to have monsters coming out at night, keeping them in there. And so they never went out further in the forest than they could, like a distance that they could get back.
Half a day, basically.
Exactly.
Kind of like
before it gets dark. So yeah, and then they figured out that the talismans work in the woods. So now they can explore.
At least if you're in an enclosed space.
Right, in an enclosed space. So,
technically, the hut where Boyd kind of ducked into and found them, like the door technically was open. Although I guess it had vines in front of it. Not exactly like a physical barrier, but maybe he had enough talismans that it didn't matter. I don't know.
Right. I thought that was so strange. Yeah, I am so sorry, Smitty. I'm so sorry about that. I didn't see you there because I was in my tab where I was sharing this clip. So yeah, you feel free to join if you'd like to, or if it's getting too late for you, then you can hop on next time. I'll share the link. I'd be glad to have you anytime. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I always thought it was strange. The Talisman hut. It's it's not enclosed. There were just vines there, but maybe there were so many talismans that it was enough to protect Boyd from the monsters who looked in at him and saw him in there.
Right.
So,
or the vines were enough of a metaphorical barrier that it was good enough. I mean, I don't know. Or again, there were enough talismans that it was strong enough magic to keep them out or something.
Right.
And just wanted to circle back to the animal helpers and that sort of thing, getting past the illusions. I think that Julie's T-shirt kind of serves a double or even triple kind of clue purpose, because with that third eye, I think that's also a reference to potentially using animals with keen senses to get past, what's the word underneath? Illusions. Because that kind of third eye is basically kind of this metaphorical, spiritual attunement or, higher understanding. So in theory, you can, use that type of ability to get past, illusions that are maybe, holding you back or holding you inside of the town. So I think there's kind of a second meaning there. And there's one third one, but we'll get to that one later.
I like that idea. The illusions are what's keeping them in the town, and
someone says it right there on the bottom of her shirt in the first episode.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. I looked back at that and I thought that shirt is definitely significant to the story. The showrunner said that they planted clues, and I definitely think that that's one of them in the first episode. And AM said, maybe the way out is probably at night. They have to walk. Maybe they have to walk the actual road they drove on. Yeah, I wonder, right? But no one's going to try it because the monsters are out at night. So that's another.
And you also can't find the original road either, because you can't get back to that tree once you're in the town. You're just going around in a loop and you never see the tree again.
Right.
Which may be part of the illusions that the entities are casting to keep you from seeing that and getting back to whatever the entrance or exit was.
Yeah. Let me see. So what do you guys think? What do you think, Anzo? What do you think, like, there could be a way out through the forest? I'd love to know what you think, and then Baby Clay after that. Or do you think
way out through the forest?
Yeah, or like, what do you think about like any of this? Like, any thoughts?
Oh, it's interesting, definitely. Like I said, I don't doubt any theories, and you guys are digging deep in it way further than I ever have. So it
I've got
def-
plenty more buried. We haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet.
it sounds legit. I mean, I know for a fact that they're taking bits and pieces of other mythologies and stuff like that and putting them together in this show. So it's just for us to figure out how they go together. And I think you guys are doing a bang up job right now.
Do you think there could be a way out through like through the forest somewhere if they actually explored it? I think they need to explore it more.
Oh,
Maybe, but I don't think we have enough of the mythology of the series itself yet to know. But
and I there could be, but I mean, we seen Boyd take a tent out there, and then the tent got moved, right? And
Right.
we also seen these whole bunch of spider webs, and we haven't seen the spider yet, so we don't know. Like, there's a lot of stuff out there. You could probably get out through the forest, but I don't think whatever's there will let them, right? Because when Boyd was there, it moved the tent to the lighthouse. So I think you would have to. Well, I don't even know how you would have to do it, but yeah, I think there
you
could
have
be a
to
way
finish
out,
where you're
but
going.
it wouldn't let you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. William Waddy said there's no way out because there's no way in. What do you think, Baby Clay? Do you think there's a way out through the forest or somewhere else, like at night? Like what do you think? I personally think that they need to explore more. But then again, maybe an entity wouldn't let them. I don't know. What do you think? You there? I don't know where he is. Yeah, I think that it's possible that that there's like I think the further they go out into the woods, the more dangerous entities they're going to encounter. I think there's something out at the cabins, so it's like, yeah, how are they going to even? How is anything even going to let them if they were to get out further? It's like Boyd and Sarah got so close. They were able to actually see the lighthouse just by walking there and not going through a tree, and this place did not seem to want them out there. I think the storm
Mhm.
was a big reaction to that. The boy in white got them to go into the tree. Some entity doesn't want them out there. It may be because there's a way out. I tend to think that that's why.
Definitely a possibility that there's a way out, and that's why the entity keeps stopping them because you don't want them to find a way out, obviously. So yeah, I agree with you. I think there could be a way out that way. It's just the entity's like, nope, we're not having that.
Yeah, yeah, and I've
I mean,
heard some
the
people
show's
say that.
narrative makes it sound like the way out
Yep.
essentially is to solve the mystery and free the children, for the most part. Now, obviously, the boy in white seems to be kind of a cheat around that a little bit, because clearly in the lighthouse, he did a thing, which I think was kind of twofold when he pushed Tabitha through the window and broke the glass. Because symbolically, again, kind of going back to ChatGPT a little bit, sort of a cheat, but want to know what the symbolism might be for someone getting pushed through a window and the window shattering. And two of the kind of biggest things that leaped out to me in its possibilities were, number one, is it functions metaphorically as being basically crossing a boundary, again, kind of between worlds or liminal spaces. So he's literally pushing her through the boundary between Fromville and the real world, which is why she ends up back again in the real world. But beyond that, there's kind of a metaphorical / spiritual symbolism to it, which relates, I guess, to essentially like almost like a purification and or an unlocking ritual, where essentially you're kind of like shattering, whatever's kind of holding the person back. And so I think that kind of symbolically, it represents kind of a start of her shamanic journey, kind of the initial unlocking, which I think after that, we kind of see that she's remembering her childhood and memories of, the nightmare she had about Fromville, which I think is kind of a starting point. So I think that was part of the symbolism of the imagery there. was the boy in white. And when he says, I'm sorry, but this is the only way, I think that's kind of what he's referring to, is that he's kind of forcibly pushing her kind of along her path to this kind of shamanic awakening, or whatever the narrative ends up being there, or at least that's one possibility that I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think that makes sense, and I think that what he was doing, it was helping her with this. I don't think it was actually like a bad thing. I think it was meant to help. I've come around and changed my opinion on that.
He's an ambiguous character, but I think that's actually sort of intentional and or contained again in the Inuit mythology. Getting back to that again, there's another entity called I believe it's the Turngak or something like that, Tuurngaq, which is basically like a helper spirit, which is generally benign, mostly helpful, but also kind of morally ambiguous. So it's not absolutely always helpful, but it tends to show up in kind of like times of crisis, times of need. Like when Colony House is under attack and the boy in white points Victor and Julie to the faraway tree. When the radio test is going on, the storm comes out of nowhere, and he points Boyd and Sarah to the other faraway tree and says, "You'll be safe in there," essentially. So I think that's kind of his role in the narrative, is that kind of like helper spirit. It's not like 100% good, but it's mostly good. Sort of helps most of the time. Occasionally, it's just kind of like, town got massacred. Let's play.
Right. Yeah, because that seemed so unsettling when the boy in white was like, like smiling and playing on the merry-go-round,
like, yeah, everything's fine. Nothing to see here.
Oh my god! And there were all these ripped up bodies all around him. Welcome, Smitty Snippets. Hey, glad you could pop on. Sorry I missed you before. I changed my settings so now I can hear when people jump on. It makes a noise now, so I'm aware. Well, glad to have you. I enjoyed your live earlier. I couldn't be in the chat too much because I was out doing errands, so I was just listening, and yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Fine. I really appreciate you just stopping by.
Yeah, well, I was glad I finally caught one. I hadn't. I saw the notification pop up, and so it's the first time I was able to catch one. And I really enjoyed it. You and your sister react to the episode in like such an entertaining and funny way, and I really enjoy it. So, So I'm gonna see if I can find your link so I can drop it so people can find you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, not a problem.
I may have to duck off and then come back on because I'm hearing you twice. Like you're talking and then you're talking over yourself. It's weird. I don't know. So if I duck off,
you might need to mute YouTube if it's on in the background. I had to do that.
Try that. Okay. I'm going to drop your link. Let me see.
Yeah.
Where is it? Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. There, I put Smitty's Snippets link in the chat. So guys, check that out. He has great reactions. He and his sister do lives also. So everybody check that out. And yeah, is that any better? Is it still echoing? Yeah, I think he's still having audio problems. Okay. Let's see what the chat is saying. And wait, hold on, Scarlett. Scarlett was saying From has Celtic and Japanese vibes too. Yeah, I feel like From incorporates elements of various mythologies in it, which is confusing for people who are theory crafting, because then you have theories coming from all over the place, Greek mythology, like all different things that they're seeing in the show.
Well, it's funny because a lot of mythologies have very similar tropes in them. So you have a whole bunch of, like seven kidnapped princes, seven, kidnapped young natives, that sort of thing, like in different, world mythologies. So like Arabian stuff, you have Native American stuff, you have kind of all over the place. So it's kind of hard to suss out like which ones exactly they're drawing from, if any of them, or if they're just kind of conglomerating them all together into kind of its own thing. It's kind of hard to say.
Right. Yeah. There are definitely elements, I think, of different mythologies that seem to be influencing the show, but the ones that you were describing seem to fit the best, I think. And then it gets confusing, though, when you have seemingly random things popping up, like the kimono lady. To me, that came out of left field. Why are we having a Japanese kimono lady? And she's played by a Chinese actress, too, which was strange. I don't know why they did that. Looks like a kimono to me.
I could offer a theory, sort of. Because when the boy in white said to Sarah and Boyd, Nathan's right, the place is angry, go in the tree, you'll be safe there. I think I mentioned it in chat already. I think that when he said Nathan was right, he also meant the part where Nathan had alternately said that he had a theory that Fromville essentially makes people's fears part of Fromville after they die. And so when you get Nathan dying, then you get the cicada monster. And I think that it was after Kenny's father and then Kenny's mother died that you started seeing the kimono woman. So it's possible that she was part of like the Chinese culture. And so maybe when they died, then one of their fears came to be kind of part of the place and doing things, or maybe not. Don't know. But
yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be something like that. She's a manifestation of someone's fear who died. Yeah, because
so it could be this kind of like a mixing pot of like all different fears from like all over the damn place.
Yeah,
maybe there's some type of nightmare spirit. I was actually just reading earlier today on ChatGPT. I was just kind of asking, are there any mythological things that like bring fears to life after death? And apparently there's like some Amazonian tribe that has like nightmare spirits, which apparently can bring fears to life sometimes after people have died, and then like haunt the living and that sort of thing, which is kind of weird. So I don't know if there's any other cultures that have that exact same thing or not, but something like that might be involved. Who knows?
Which culture is that from? That's interesting.
I would have to go back and look. I'm not sure if it's in the session or not. Let's see.
Because I've never heard of that, and that definitely seems like it could be happening in the show and could explain why there are these seemingly random things that come from different cultures and mythologies. Because there are people, even though everyone that arrives in Fromville is from the U.S., we've seen that they come from different backgrounds, different cultures. Fatima is Iranian. She came from Iran. Kenny's family came from China. His parents were, they must have been immigrants based on their accent. So you have different cultures kind of mixing in here, different, and it doesn't even have to be like there hasn't been anyone Japanese in the show, but it doesn't mean that they couldn't have a fear or a nightmare related to some Japanese entity. I've seen some kind of I forget what theories I was reading that what she could represent, some kind of mythological figure maybe in Japanese culture, but yeah, it's interesting.
ChatGPT is not being particularly cooperative, so yeah, I don't remember which like tribe it was, but I seem to recall it was some like Amazonian tribe or some South American tribe that had some mythic entity that basically makes nightmares real or something. But yeah, I don't know which one.
Yeah, interesting though. I like that. With Alice said that Kimono Lady is Chinese. Yeah. For some reason, they have a Chinese actress, but it looks like a Japanese kimono. And with Alice said she represents the fiery red dragon in Revelation 12. There, the dragon waits for the woman to have her child so he can carry the child up to heaven. Interesting. We have 2 episodes about to come called Revelations. So that's interesting. And something is going to be, she's going to birth, Fatima's going to birth something. So I'm really interested to see like what is this going to be?
And other
It's
people have said
happening.
it's like a Japanese ubume, I think, Ubume, which is like a spirit that sometimes, I guess, haunts pregnant women or other people. A lot of times it'll be seen as like dripping, because I guess the spirit would like wander around at night or near rivers or that sort of thing. And so, yeah, some people said that. Once upon a time, ChatGPT suggested the Jorogumo, which is a very similar spirit, but it's basically like a giant spider entity that can also take the form of a like beautiful woman in a kimono, that like tries to lure people into its lair and then basically eat them for eternity or something like that. And usually like asks for help as kind of like an entreaty to come closer, and then you're having a bad day, which kind of made me think of Boyd in the forest with the spiders, and then he sees an effigy of his wife, and then he like goes to her, and then she like basically grabs him and tries to like pull him in, and he like pulls away, and then the smaller spiders attack him. But made me wonder if maybe that was what was going on there, and that would kind of kill two birds with one stone, but I don't know.
Right. Well, as far as the giants, I mean, people have been expecting a giant spider in some cases. Some people have since season 1 when we saw that. I can't imagine we're going to see one on the show, but I always wondered how that many spider webs were produced by just those little spiders. That doesn't make any sense. Like, it seemed like it should have been.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of people were thinking of the original Stephen King's It on TV with the big, spider monster at the end or whatever. It was kind of the avatar or the main form of the entity or whatever.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, and it was so cheesy when they did it on It in 1990. It was like the cheesiest looking fake spider at the end, and a lot of people hated it.
I loved it. It was great B movie stuff. It was made for TV.
I
movies,
enjoyed it.
2-parter miniseries or whatever.
Classic to me. I absolutely
love. Who doesn't love Tim Curry? I mean, come on. Yeah.
Oh right. Oh my God. That Tim Curry.
And literally everyone loves the movie, but yeah.
Yeah.
Tim Curry. Played Night Court. A few other people. Yeah. Harry Anderson.
Yeah. Yeah, that was just a classic. It's crazy to me that was just a TV movie because it was just phenomenal. I absolutely loved it. And yeah, the spider looks really bad and really fake at the end, but I enjoyed it. I didn't hate it like a lot of people. In the newer version, they changed it around and they did some kind of version of a spider, but it wasn't like there was a lot more to it than that. And I think it was improved on a lot, but I like both. I like both versions, but I can't imagine actually seeing a giant spider on the show. I mean, I just don't think it's gonna happen. Do we think that's even possible? Like, I don't know. At this point,
I mean, it's from anything's possible, right?
It's from anything's possible. True. I don't know. Anzo, you don't think there's gonna be a giant spider showing up, do you?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I would like to. I would like it, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
Although some of Victor's drawings do include like giant spider webs, like in the middle of a forest, and also the spider coming down out of the whatever rain for the Lake of Tears, or might have been a flood. Not sure. There's kind of an itsy bitsy spider reference too in there, I think.
Oh, the flood. Yeah, the itsy bitsy spider. Yep. A lot of people think we're getting a flood because Victor has a drawing of a flood.
Yeah, there's a picture with people like on top of their roofs with like flood waters and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and
which I wonder if that's tied into the Lake of Tears drawing with the Isatok or floating eye thing over the lake that's like crying into it, and maybe that's representative of a flood with the spider somehow figuring in there. I don't know.
No, yeah, absolutely, I could see that. The drawing with the people on the roof, a lot of people think one of them looks like Boyd and the other one could be Donna, so that's interesting. So it's possible Victor was drawing this, something that hasn't happened yet. Maybe he can have visions. We've already seen that he has the ability to have a vision of something he's not seeing with his eyes because he drew the Matthews car accident without seeing it. I don't even know if anyone had told him about it yet. And Ethan was having a vision of Victor drawing in his room. And I know, like, as far as the shaman thing, I've heard Real Enigmas talk about, like, a shamanic succession ritual where Victor was kind of passing along the shaman stick, to Ethan. He got rid of his crutch and said, no, you need this for a quest. And he gave him a stick. So I like that idea too. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tabitha's the current incarnation, given that she was having visions prior to coming to Fromville.
Yeah.
I think that right now she doesn't really know too much, and she's just kind of at the first step of the journey after the boy in white pushed her through the shattering glass of the lighthouse window. And then she went out and met Victor and kind of got the backstory of Miranda, which I think was also part of the reason that the boy in white pushed her out the window. Was first of all to do the unlocking ritual of going through the glass, but then also to go to the real world and find out about Miranda's history from Henry, so that maybe at some point she would realize in some roundabout manner that Miranda was basically some type of like shaman or seer or something, and then kind of continue her own journey based on that.
Yep.
But like right now she hasn't like kind of unlocked her full potential. But that kind of brings me kind of towards the end of the theory, or at least kind of the beginning of the end game, I think, in what Victor's recent vision of the boy in white meant, partially. I mean, I think there's sort of two sides to it, one of which I'm not really sure about. But when he says basically whatever it was about the kind of like the end being in the beginning, or you have to go back to the beginning to like get to the end or something like that.
Yeah.
I think that, and this ties right back to Miranda going through the lighthouse to find Henry. Henry tells her where the beginning was. And do you remember where that was?
The original bottle tree.
Yes. And what did she do there?
That's where she and Henry dropped acid, right?
Yeah. That was her awakening ritual for her shamanic gift, after which point she started having visions of Fromville and of all of the previous chosen ones, or shamans, if you want to call them that, prior to her, who had failed at the hero's journey quest of freeing the children. So my theory is that at some point Tabitha needs to recreate that ritual and basically get high, as Real Enigmas would probably say, because he's pointed out all of the drug references in the show, from Fatima's weed to saying things like, if you climb high enough, then even a nightmare can look like a dream. Some of Victor's drawings, I guess, had red flowers that looked like poppies, maybe like a Wizard of Oz reference. And poppies can be opium poppies, which, again, drug references. And I think, and this is just me, in Miranda's basement art studio, there's, I think, a painting there somewhere, at least one picture I saw. It's like kind of towards the upper left. It looks kind of like a pilgrim with like a big white beard. And I think that's a reference to the Salem witch trials, maybe, and ergot poisoning, which a lot of people think caused basically people in the town from either tainted water or like moldy bread to basically have hallucinations. So I think that's maybe a reference to essentially mind-expanding substances. So I'm thinking that that's probably what's going to have to happen for Tabitha if she's going to progress to kind of unlock her full potential, maybe be able to see the visions of previous shamans, as she'll have to kind of go through that same basically vision quest, I think is the metaphor that they're going for there. Because you have, shamans from different like Native American cultures, they'll do, like peyote or ayahuasca, magic mushrooms, all that sort of thing as part of their vision quest to, essentially seek enlightenment, that sort of thing. And I think that the clue to that, I think, is in the episode immediately prior, where Julie and Randall, right after Randall's freak out in the van with the cicadas, they're walking through the forest, and Randall makes a joke about hunting for mushrooms. I think he was talking about maybe like some food mushrooms, but I think it's a reference to the thing that at some point, maybe Tabitha tries Fatima's weed. It's not good enough. Doesn't quite get her the hallucinogenic experience or whatever. And so Randall might have to go out and forage in the forest for magic mushrooms, which will kind of do the job and kind of initiate that shamanic vision quest to like unlock her like latent shamanic kind of abilities or whatever you want to call it. So I think this is my theory, that's where things are going. Just me.
Yeah. I remember, like, I heard someone mention that about the mushrooms, that could be a drug reference, and I think that fits because we do have a recurring theme of drug use in the show, and so I definitely think I know there were some theories that maybe this thing is just all an acid trip, but I don't think so. I think the acid just helped Miranda tap into the vision.
It was a metaphorical vision quest, I think, is what they were going for, essentially.
They're medicinal mushrooms.
And one thing that sometimes people or New Age folks maybe will say when you do that sort of thing is that you're trying to open the third eye, basically to achieve enlightenment, spiritual understanding, and that goes right back again to the other beginning, I think, that is kind of a double meaning from The Boy in White. The first episode, Julie's t-shirt, where you have the sheep animal with the third eye, which I think is another reference to essentially opening the third eye and having a shamanic vision quest. So I think it all kind of dovetails.
Absolutely.
That's my thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think Miranda just needed the acid to open her third eye. I talked about that in a video. And they specifically said that Miranda and Henry both dropped acid together, but only she had visions and heard the voice because it was meant for her. It wasn't because the acid caused her to hallucinate. It was just
she was essentially the chosen one or the shaman who essentially had the ability latent that it was unlocking, essentially. That's my thinking on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Jade is able to see visions because he didn't do acid, but he did a lot of he referred to all the drugs he's been on. He's been on all kinds of hallucinogenic
when he originally showed up, he was high as a kite. I'm pretty sure he was on ecstasy.
He was high out of his mind.
Not LSD. Yeah. Just because of the way that it was touching Boyd and like, oh, your face is so nice. It feels so great.
So beautiful. Yeah.
Right. So wrong drug, I think. Not quite hallucinogenic, maybe more sensory.
But yeah, he said he did mention that I've done a lot of drugs. So he implied that he's done enough drugs to see things, because Kenny was, suggesting, he didn't, there's nothing here after Jade told him about his vision. And Jade was, saying, I've done a lot of drugs. Trust me, this was here. So I think that maybe some of the drugs helped, but it wasn't enough to open his third eye to the extent that Miranda did. That's why his visions are confusing and not clearly giving him a message,
because he didn't essentially do the vision quest with the specific, probably psychoactive drugs that make you essentially hallucinate and, kind of do the vision questy sort of thing. But it does kind of bring me to another thing, which is that in the first season, when you have the Chromonacal mythology, and you have Jim and Ethan, and Jim is there kind of doing his weird Chromonacal dance sound thing, and then Tabitha joins in and does the same thing, and then they say, oh, well, maybe there's two Chromonacles, which I think was a direct reference to there being two Chromonacles. I think one male, one female, kind of duality, possibly one good, one evil, or corrupted, which may be why all of his visions are literally everything gory. Bad things happen to people that see the root sign. Maybe.
Yes.
Just guessing. But it seems
I
like
think one is Jade and one is her. They're the two. Yeah. They're the two Chromonacles.
One other thing that I noticed, and may or may not be related, although I'll get to that in just a second because I want to hop over to one other thing really quick. The tapestry in Ellis's bedroom, that's the kind of hideous Garden of Eden scene. where it's basically him and I'm assuming Fatima, in the middle is Adam and Eve. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
And then kind of monsters on the sides, but basically kind of a tainted, I guess, Garden of Eden thing. So it seems like there's kind of that theme running throughout, that there's kind of always like a male-field duality going on there. It's always kind of in pairs,
Right.
of, two or whatever. But in the cave, when Tabitha falls through the basement and sees the paintings on the wall, in at least one or two different places, there's several pairings of like just two figures. I think that's just another reference to kind of that duality, that there's two people. And so maybe there has to be some sort of thing going on there. Don't know if
Right.
it's
Right.
anything Eve related or not, but it may just be that you have to have both of them. They have to both kind of be on the same page and like go through the bottle tree or do some other thing together in like good faith, as opposed to like one being good, one being evil. So maybe they're working together, not one of them being evil or corrupted. I don't know. Maybe it has to go through a purification
Right.
ritual, or has to go through the shamanic, opening the third eye ritual. So they're kind of co-equal, I guess, and kind of on the same path. I don't know
Oh,
if that's
yeah.
the case or not. It kind of seems to be pointing maybe in that direction. Just guessing out loud.
I think so too. No, I think so too. I think that makes total sense with the the theories that I've been working on. I definitely think
Otherwise, it's like all the dudes
it's
just meet the grisly fates.
right.
Just
Yeah. All of those guys, I was talking about that in my video. Like Jade, it seems like all of the men in Jade's role who came before him, those were they all met horrible fates, and he's seeing that. And it's just like how I was saying in my video, how Miranda saw all the chosen ones and how they failed. So yeah, Jade is seeing the same thing. It's like these are the grisly fates that they met, and I think Jade and Tabitha represent the two Chromonocles. That Jade is being, he's not evil, but he's being, their evil influences trying to corrupt him. Miranda, or Tabitha rather, Tabitha is on the good side, and they're trying to work together. But I think in the previous cycle, at some point, I would guess that not Tabitha, but Miranda and Christopher also worked together. But eventually, Christopher just lost his mind. I mean, we don't have a lot of information to
makes you
go
wonder
on.
if that root sign is like a corrupting influence, like, because whatever Victor said, and also Ethan, that once Christopher had seen the sign, he stopped being funny and making people laugh, and kind of became dark, this like dark character. And then Ethan had also mentioned to Jade, saying, well, what if the sign is bad? Can it make you do bad things or be bad?
Yes.
And so
exactly.
Is this kind of like a blood curse type symbol? Like that side of things, like the male side of the duality has been cursed, whereas the female side maybe hasn't, and is kind of on the good side trying to fix things, or like the male side is getting some type of like karmic justice for something that maybe they did, and so they're being punished for it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they are being punished. I definitely think they're being punished. And I think potentially Jade's visions are maybe coming from different sources, because this one was so different than the other ones. He's not seeing Christopher meeting a grisly fate. He's seeing him standing there smiling with this sinister smile, holding the book with the symbols, like he's showing him, like this is the path to follow. He's encouraging him to turn toward this dark side, to the evil side. That's what
they're showing it to you bleeding, basically saying, "You're screwed, dude."
Right.
Now that you've seen this, you're not having a good day anymore.
Right. Yes. And there's still a mystery as to what happened to Christopher. We don't know. He never said. I don't think he's alive. I think he died, but we've never been told what happened. So he would be very old. I think he died, but it's interesting that they've never said what happened to him. Maybe we'll get a flashback that'll show us. I think we will. What happened to Miranda and Christopher? I would like to know.
Yeah, they haven't showed us much on Christopher yet, so hopefully we'll get some of his backstory at some point, either this season or maybe next season.
Right. Oh yeah. This
So do you want my theory on the lonely dragon and his cave?
yeah, by all means, yeah. What's your theory on that?
It's Victor. He's literally
Victor.
the sole survivor of the massacre. He lived alone / lonely for years, probably decades, before anybody else showed up. And I think that, contrary to popular belief, the Lonely Dragon's cave, i.e. belonging to the Lonely Dragon, is not the back room of the diner, because that belonged to Kenny's mom. Essentially, that was her area. She ruled that space. I think that his cave is not his bedroom. It is his box truck out in the woods. Because he says at some point early on, or maybe middle of second season, I forget when exactly, but that's where he goes when it gets too loud. So I think that he has a mild case of autism and some sensory issues, partially because of when he's in the caves with Tabitha, he like slumps down against the wall, starts rocking, self-soothing. In the latest episode where he's having kind of the vision, or trying to have the vision of Jasper, he starts like slapping himself and, kind of doing that sort of thing, which sometimes like self-harm behaviors or things that certain people on the spectrum sometimes do, not necessarily intentionally, just kind of a dealing with yourself sort of thing. Things crawling or whatever. And anyway, but
actually that would make sense though, if Victor is the Lonely Dragon. And by the way, Scarlett was saying in the private chat that she also thought Victor's the Lonely Dragon, and that this would actually make sense if the peach truck is the cavern of the Lonely Dragon, because look what we have. Ethan said that in the cavern of the Lonely Dragon, maybe we'll find a map in here, and this thing down here is a map. So
that's where I was going. Partially. So the Lonely Dragon's cave, part of the mythology of the Kimono, is that's where the Lonely Dragon keeps all of his trinkets and important items to him that nobody else thinks are important. And in the Tale of the Kimono has to go to the Lonely Dragon's cave to retrieve the map of the rainbow sky, which I think is a reference to basically the LSD trip that the shaman has to take. Because, at least from vague recollections, I've never done LSD, but I seem to recall that some descriptions of it are that it is a very trippy experience, maybe kaleidoscopic, rainbowy, one with the universe, all that sort of thing. So I'm thinking maybe the kind of rainbow aspect of it is referencing that, kind of the like acid trip. And once you kind of do that and unlock, kind of the shamanic abilities and or the ability to, commune with the ancestors, then maybe you can decipher the map. And I think that the map of the rainbow sky is quite literally the map that's hanging on the back wall of the box truck that literally nobody in the show has talked about. Even though it's literally hanging right there, I'm pretty sure that we see Elgin sitting in front of it when he takes refuge in the box truck, like the first night that he's there. I think that I'm pretty sure we see it at some point when Victor and his dad come back after retrieving Jasper from the caves. So I think that at some point the Kimono, or Kimonos plural maybe, will have to go to the box truck, see the map. Maybe Victor gives it to them, or at least shows it to them, and then they can start deciphering it so that they are less lost. In the forest, you can see where all of the specific things that I think Miranda made the map that she has discovered in her time in Fromville. And then through Tabitha's unlocked ability to maybe see Miranda's memories, she can know all the things that Miranda did, researched what all the kind of chicken scratch on it means, all the numbers, the like moon cycle stuff that I've seen on some like photos on Reddit and that sort of thing. Like somebody released some like high-res images or like put together different shots from like different scenes or something. And then somebody actually went and just drew a new version of it, which is kind of cool. Anyway, so that's what that is.
That's so interesting. And like, so it looks to me like there are two maps in the peach truck now. There's this very confusing, I can't find I have a better picture of the actual peach truck map that's by itself, but I don't have it at the moment.
Yeah, a couple versions of them online. One that's kind of like a collage of different pieces, and then one that like somebody else kind of like redrew from kind of like the original ones or something like that, trying to capture all the numbers and whatever. I'm not sure if there's any better one.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I know there's I think Fletcher sent me somebody sent me a high resolution image of it. I gotta put that in my Google Photos. But so there's this thing it's just a complete mess that it's next to impossible to decipher a lot of it. And then there's this new thing. We have a new thing now. It's a different map that I hadn't seen in the truck before. So and it's less confusing looking. It's blue. I'm trying to find it, but yes, I wonder. Someone needs to go back there and revisit. Look at this map. Everyone was screaming at the TV. Look at the map.
Yeah, I had a different tab open. Yeah, see kind of map there in the lower left. Okay, or at least here on StreamYards.
Yeah, yeah. I can't find my picture of the whole thing, but yeah, it's something that people need to go back and investigate, because maybe they could navigate this place better if they actually try to decipher it. Like I've seen really great deep dives into that map where you can actually figure out where the town is located. You can see where the new village of cabins is. The farway trees.
See where some of Victor's drawings are located on one of the maps that I've seen. In the very lower right-hand corner of the map, which I think is cut off on the background here, but there's like a little kind of like six-pointed star that's like kind of colorful or whatever. And in one of Victor's drawings, I think up there kind of towards the left-hand side, there's like a grove of trees, it's like a circle and like kind of a six-pointed rainbow star. So I think that rainbow star is down in the like lower right-hand corner of the map. So I'm thinking that that's where that drawing was from. So if we at some point get to that place, I'm pretty sure it'll be kind of right there on the lower right-hand corner of the map. There's another one. I can't really see it very well in this one, but just to the left of the lighthouse, there's like another lake, and there's like kind of like a blue blob above it. There's a better map somewhere that kind of shows it as like an eye. I'm pretty sure that that's the Lake of Tears with the floating Isatok eye over it. So I'm pretty sure that's where the Lake of Tears is, kind of up, kind of northerly and left of the lighthouse. So probably, good day or two's walk. But anyway.
Yeah, I think. Wait, I found it. This one is not the best either, but it's a little bit better. You can actually see.
You can see it above the kind of. There's like the two kind of purple arrows, kind of around kind of a mountain. The very left arrow, if you go up a little bit, there's kind of like a blue splotch or something there. I'm pretty sure that's the Eye of Isatok over the lake, if I remember right. There's a better map somewhere, but I'm pretty sure that's where that Victor drawing is from.
Interesting. Yeah. Which section is it in? I'm looking.
So where there's the two like purple arrows, kind of like right in the middle. Yeah. So just go up a little bit and to the left. There's like kind of a blue splotch over like a white splotch. Yep. Yeah. That I'm pretty sure in another map it shows a little bit better. And I'm pretty sure it's like a floating eye over a lake.
Interesting.
Very well, but I think that's where that one of Victor's drawings was from. I think.
Yeah, which obviously that would be the Lake of Tears. And they just discovered a new lake this season, so I think that may represent the Lake of Tears. So I think that's going to become important in some way.
Oh well, the settlement, I think it might be a river or something.
Is it a river?
I think it might be a river. And well, actually, in the cave when Miranda falls through the basement, if you look on the left-hand side to the left of the big whatever it is, the red thing, some people think it's a monster, I don't know what the hell it is, but on the left-hand side there it shows a river there and like a couple of boats and like kind of trees on the side, and then just to the right of the river it shows a tree going across it, something that before there were highways and roads there was a tree across the river, and that's how some people got trapped in Fromville, like some of the settlers, and I think that maybe where some of the settler encampments came from. So even going way back there, I think they were still getting trapped in Fromville, just on the river rather than roads that didn't exist yet.
Right. Yeah, because I think that it's really old. I think it's hundreds of years old. So I think originally people arrived in boats. And I definitely think that, and now we've seen wagon wheels in the new settlements, so to me, I can just imagine covered wagons rolling up in here now.
And bear traps and kind of old west sort of stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't look like I didn't see a river, but I guess I need to look at it again. I guess it is a river. Chris Barmore said it looks like a river. Interesting.
Yeah, I wasn't sure either. I think it looked slightly more like a river, like the second or third time I watched it. But yeah, it was kind of hard to tell. Whatever, it was a big body of water. But yeah.
Yeah, Harry said it's a river. I think they mentioned it. Okay. Yeah, I missed that part. Okay.
Yeah. I think originally I thought it was a lake too, but well, I think that like Kenny had said that it was like a lake or something at some point. But
yeah, I thought he did. Fletcher said, I think cabins are where the original timeline people were at. Yeah, I agree. Although, why are the cabins so small? You can't even stand up in there. Like, I guess it seems like they're just for shelter from the elements to sleep in. Obviously, like that's all they can be good for. They're so short.
Right. Well, yeah, I assume they're probably just like a temporary like shelter village sort of thing for like trappers or hunters or something, or people that just happened to show up that day because there was a tree across the river and they couldn't go any further. And so they basically got stuck there and were like, oh well, guess we gotta make camp for the day, so let's just build some little buildings and we'll get out of here tomorrow, and then probably never did.
Right. John Sanders said the guy drinking out the skull could be drinking mushrooms because you can drink it. I got the sense it was probably blood. Man, I don't know, because it looked like blood because when he drank it, it was all over
the beard. Blood going all down his front, so there was at least that in there. There may have been other things in it too, but
yeah. But the theme of drugs, I've noticed that too, and weed is the only thing that calms Julie's voices screaming in her head after her ordeal. So certain drugs seem to calm the influence of visions and being tapped into this place, and then others like the acid it make you even more connected to it, heighten that connection, I think.
Right.
For sure. And the mushrooms, that would be so interesting, because I was just saying in my latest video that I think Tabitha, like the reason that she hasn't seen visions like Miranda is just because she didn't use drugs. As far as we know, we haven't been told she used any drugs. She didn't use acid. The only thing that she experienced.
That is 100% my theory, or I agree with it 100%. I should say. So.
Yeah. So I mentioned that in my video because it just makes sense to me. She didn't use the acid. She didn't have that eye-opening experience, or the third eye opening experience.
Yeah, and why I think that the Boy in White statement that you have to go back to the beginning to get to the end or whatever. So you literally have to recreate that initial third eye-opening experience in order to access kind of that ancestral memory or whatever you want to call it, that kind of shamanic ability to commune with the ancestors. And then hopefully you can get access to Miranda's memories, all the stuff that she researched, all the stuff that everyone before her researched, because again, we're on this multi-lifetime heroic journey, essentially, of like Kivyuk, essentially, who took many lifetimes as many different people before finally completed his quest or whatever. I think that supposedly is kind of how it goes, whatnot.
Yeah, and I was thinking, how can she have this experience now that she's here? But like with the mushrooms, it might be possible. It might be possible to do that. And
that's exactly what Randall's reference there, talking to Julie on their way to the ruins, was hinting at. It's like, oh, magic mushrooms. They will literally do magic in this place in a very shamanic, sort of way.
Right. Yeah. The interesting thing is, she was able to have a vision, but it was, it was just it was a premonition dream. So she did that without the assistance of drugs. But a lot of people have strange experiences here, visions and premonition dreams and whatnot. It wasn't enough to give her any insight into her past lives. There might be things in the dream that could be references to it that we don't know about yet. But it's just, all it really did was just give her a premonition of the lighthouse tower and something regarding Jim hanging upside down. I'm still waiting for them to pay that off. It doesn't need to be literal, but Jim it looks like Jim may be in some kind of peril based on that. So I think that that's going to be coming up.
I know that somebody had said that it was basically a representation of like one of the tarot cards, like kind of the upside down. I don't remember exactly which one of them it was. But
Hanged Man.
yeah, some reference to that. I don't know exactly how that plays into the everything, but
Hi
Yeah.
guys.
throwing everything at the wall and seeing if something sticks.
Hi, PM.
Hi Julie. Hi everyone on panel and chat. I wanted to clarify about the drugs. So it seems that in the real world, the drugs will open you up to information from the people that have been there, what has been going on there. However, once you're actually inside, the drugs seem to disconnect you from the experience of from. So I'm not sure that if they were to do drugs it would connect them more, as much as pull them away. Because I think it was in the real world.
The drugs. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh,
Because I think that in like shamanic rituals, you tend to use very highly psychoactive drugs, like ayahuasca, peyote, magic mushrooms, that sort of thing, where you're, pardon the phrase, tripping balls, hallucinating or that sort of thing. Whereas other drugs like weed is almost more of like a depressant,
Yes.
where it's not giving that like, hallucinogenic high. It's just kind of, numbing you a little bit. So maybe that's why Julie is being kind of more disconnected, is because of that kind of more, anesthetic effect of marijuana, as opposed to kind of the third eye opening hallucinogenic, different
Julie,
kind
can you hear me?
Yeah,
Julie,
I hear you. I hear you. That just reminded me of something, though. The alcohol, maybe Ghost Tom was actually giving Jade good advice, because alcohol is a depressant, and Jade's been drinking a lot, so this is going to make it more difficult for him to interpret his visions and figure this out.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah. So what's up? Losing my mind.
In the front.
I couldn't. Oh, in the front, I couldn't read the rest.
It should be losing my mind in the StreamYard.
Were you able to get in through the app?
Yeah, thank you for that information.
Awesome. Yeah, do it like that every time.
Oh gosh, thank you, PM, for helping her. I didn't know how to help her. I don't. So that sounds much better already. Much better.
Okay, I'll use it from now on then.
Oh my God, what a difference! Thank God. Oh, that's wonderful.
Hopefully, you watch me robot in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, let's not jinx it. I have a habit of jinxing things. I feel like, not that I'm superstitious, but I don't know. I've always feel like I jinx stuff. High Fidelity. Hey, I haven't seen you before. Welcome. What if Kimono Lady is using Elgin to trap Fatima so she can give birth to another creature, and that thing grows quickly and it's revealed to be Smiley? Oh my God. I would love that. Okay, I want Smiley back. That would be amazing. Like we've seen, that's a trope, actually. Rapid growth.
Well, we talked about it on the live. We talked about it on the live, like Smiley's face coming out of her belly or coming out of other places, like fully grown.
Yeah, and that's a trope.
I would love for Jamie to come back.
Like immediately smiles.
Yes, that would be amazing, because that's a typical trope that we've seen many times in movie and film and TV, where you have an accelerated pregnancy, and then when the baby is born, it also has accelerated growth. So like we could have like Smiley reborn. I would love that. I miss Smiley.
I would like to give an opposite opinion on this. So I have been seeing this going around about Smiley, and I wouldn't like it because it feels like they might have intentionally put Smiley back on the show if they do this, because we wanted him to go back on the show. And so I don't want them to cater so much to the comments and the feedback as much as originally give us what they were making and what they were working on without any of our input as they're going along. because when
Isn't that
Smiley was written off, we were all like really upset about it. So if they bring him back, I'm really gonna start to wonder if they just hear everything we say and are changing as they go. And I want it to be originally what they wanted the show to be.
isn't
I mean,
that
I was
what ruined
very excited a little
Lost?
bit.
I didn't watch Lost, but isn't that what ruined Lost for people? Too much fan service.
Yes.
That's a good point. I feel like this season is a bit too much fan service, actually. I mean, I'm enjoying it, don't get me wrong, but
Like,
you
like
know,
the tarot
they
card,
shouldn't go
maybe?
too overboard.
Like the tarot card?
Yeah, the tarot cards and the boy saying he wants to trap a monster, that was straight out of a fan theory. There have been multiple things. They're doing a lot of fan service and theory shout outs, and it's fun if they don't go too overboard with it and don't pay any of it off, right? So yeah, it can start to frustrate
I think it
people.
would be funny if they actually trapped one of the monsters and then they go, now what? We can't go in the room with it. And they're just like, well, this is a
Yeah, I don't
terrible
even know how they trapped one because they broke all the windows out of the box when Frank was in there. I mean, they're very powerful. I think they break out anything you put them in.
I mean, if I had
Yeah,
to use talismans in a creative way, but other than that,
Yeah. I mean, if you set them on
Yeah.
fire, I imagine one of the 50s ladies being, "Oh, sweetie, you set me on fire," and she just keeps walking.
how cute.
Yeah, that's nice. I was a little cold.
Oh, that just warms my bones.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't think that would work. The trapping a monster thing. I thought it was not a good plan. I think the super strength would just cause him to bust right out. So yeah, I don't think that would have worked. I think the cave idea would have worked
with the talismans, maybe, but yeah, I mean, not just like in the box.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Absolutely, yeah. Hey, Juku doll, you there?
Yeah, hey.
Hi, what's up?
No,
Nothing.
I kind of have a theory now that everybody's going on with the time travel. I'm not sure if it's really time. I don't know, but like how they were talking about the Unkui kids, and what if, because they said the Unkui kids like poured their hope into the roots of the tree and stuff like that. So what if in some dimension or the time thing, how like Julie came back, the Unkui kids are still there laying on the slabs like Jade seen them, and they're still pouring their hope like as it's going on into the trees. That's how people are getting stuck.
That could be. That's interesting. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, they have to unstop it. They have to make it end, and then everybody gets to go home. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. I mean,
another question.
I don't know. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I just had a couple of theories, and then like I think last time I was on here, I'm like, how did the rope get down there? And then we found out in episode 8 how the rope got there.
You right? You got your wish.
Yeah.
you got your question answered.
I'm like, he's chained on the wall. Who threw the rope?
Right. Yeah. We got our answer. I didn't think they'd ever answer that.
Yeah, I didn't expect them to answer it like that soon either.
No. Yeah, that was a surprise. I didn't think we'd ever get an answer to that at this point, and I was okay with it, honestly, because I just saw it as a dream state. So I figured, well, no one needs to throw the rope. The rope can just appear there. I like this.
That's what the Academy said. That's what Igor said, and I was just like, that sounds good to me. It's just gravity. It just fell in. I didn't even think about it. I was like, oh, we're thinking about this again. Cool. This has come up.
I'm just like, it's
Right.
just a manifestation of the entity, and the entity, whatever it is,
Yeah.
threw it down there.
Why does he
That's what I thought. Yeah, I just figured that. Yeah, I just figured the big bad did it. Like that. It didn't have to be an actual person. So, yeah. Oh my gosh, we got another person.
My cat just hunted. Can you tell? She's just hunted a toy for me.
And another question.
Oh my God,
I do
is that your
have.
cat? Yeah, go ahead.
A question I do have. So, when Victor finally remembered everything, and he tells us that he told his mother what he had heard them talking about, and then his mother went to the tree. So I'm trying to figure. So did his mother already knew there was children that needed to be saved before she got the from? Because Victor's dad said the first time that he heard about the tree was before she even got to the town.
Right. Right. So it seems contradictory, right? Because Victor said his mother
needed to be saved, but she didn't know how necessarily.
Yeah, I think she just didn't know how to go through she didn't know that she needed to go through the tree. So that's probably why she was so sure.
And it seems like she spent her time there, like doing research and like making the map that's in Victor's box truck. So it seems like she was trying to figure out, what was going on in the town, but didn't know what she needed to actually do as far as the saving of the children.
The part that confused me is she saying that she needed to save the kids when we find out it's Jade that needed to save the kids, right?
Well, we found out that the boy in white, told Christopher that the way to save the kids was to go through the tree, and then Christopher argued with him and was like, "No, it's all lies." Now, why he did that is an open question, and why the boy in white told him that is maybe still an open question too. Whether he was maybe giving him a choice to do the right thing, but he refused because he'd seen the root sign was now corrupted, or if there's some other explanation I don't know, just because we don't really have enough information yet, I think.
Yeah, and so I don't think it's supposed to be Christopher to do. I don't think it was supposed to be Jade or Christopher doing it personally, but go ahead.
And besides the time that he pushed Miranda out the lighthouse, have we ever heard him talk besides in the demonic voice saying no?
Are we talking about the boy in white?
Yes.
He talked to Sarah when they were doing the radio transmission, and she and Boyd were out at the lighthouse, and the storm came on, and the boy was on the hill and pointed at the tree and said, the place is angry. Nathan was right. Go in the tree. You'll be safe. Although I don't think his lips were moving, so I think he was kind of telepathically communicating. I think
telepathically, yeah.
So he actually said the words to her, or is she just saying what he told her?
Telepathically.
No, he actually said it. There was audio.
Okay.
He said it telepathically, so she heard the voice in her head saying, "Go, get in the tree. You'll be safe."
Yeah. Okay.
He indicated that to Boyd. Boyd didn't get quite as lucky, but she at least made it through mostly unscathed.
Yeah. Amy. Hey, Amy, Cinnamon Sweets. So they could reveal astral projection or time travel, and to answer the fans' questions about who threw the rope. Yeah. I think that. That's. We didn't really need to know who threw the rope, like Fletcher was saying. But yeah, this is just a way for them to show us that time travel and astral projection are happening in the show. Apparently, that's what it looks like. So
it feels like the ruins of the dungeon is almost like a kind of like a spiritual dimension, because Julie's still there in the ruins with Ethan having a seizure. So it seems like she's kind of in like a spirity type state, which it kind of seemed like Boyd maybe was too after he left the dungeon, and then he was just there in the ruins with the torch. So whether he was actually there physically or not, that's a little iffy, but it seems like he was at least there mentally or spiritually or something. I don't know whether that's necessarily astral projection or something, but who knows?
Did we ever find out where Martin's body went?
No,
he
they haven't shown us. They haven't.
Some people think it's a skeleton in Elgin's room.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that. I
Okay.
mean, he was wearing jeans, but you never know.
He's cash. He's cash.
Someone said the same clothes Tilly had on when she died was the same clothes that
What?
the person had on.
I don't think so.
That
I don't
when
think Tilly
Tilly
wears
died.
jeans. I don't think Tilly goes cash either.
That looked like a man. And it had the body actually had a beard too.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I'm saying. It looks like a man.
Yeah, it was definitely a man.
Shirt and jeans and a beard. Yeah.
What is Martin wearing here anyway? What is
The
this? Like
loincloth?
he looks like
Oh, he's got like a...
I mean, he kind of looks like a prisoner of war a little bit.
Hey, have you seen the shots of the actor that has the prosthetics on and everything? They put a bunch of prosthetics on him. It's pretty crazy to see it in light.
Yeah, it looks really gross actually.
Yeah, it looks gross.
Well, Martin here, guys, he's the perfect example and depiction of the Winnie the Pooh. He has a top, but he has no pants. So he is doing the Winnie the Pooh.
Really?
He doesn't have any pants. I don't see that far down.
Yeah, I can't really tell, so I don't see any pants.
Party, it's like business above the waist, party up under.
Oh yeah, he's got these gnarly claws too. Oh my god, yeah. These claws. Nasty.
Oh no.
But there was something about Martin and Fatima. They were saying like because Martin was chained up and he overpowered Boyd with like one hand and gave him the worms. And then they're talking about Fatima, how she just like got real strong and stabbed Tilly with the one hand and she couldn't stop herself. And they were saying maybe Martin couldn't stop himself from doing what he did to Boyd. I don't know.
No, I think it's possible though that he didn't have any control. Maybe he didn't want to infect Boyd. He was telling him to get out of here, or he said, "Kill me." He said, "I need you to kill me." To get out of here before the music stops. And then when the music stopped, I think that's when he couldn't control himself. That's when he scratched Boyd as soon as the music box stopped. So it's possible he didn't actually want to do it. I don't know. I've always kind of thought he's part of the big bad though, like Evil Abby. But now a lot of people are thinking that maybe he's a character we know, and this is the future, not the past. Which is an interesting
that's
theory.
what I heard.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting theory.
Very
and Chris Barmore, Martin does. He has a marine tattoo.
From 1864.
Yeah, so it's like these theories that say that it's Randall, it kind of messes that up because Randall doesn't have an old marine tattoo. People have looked at that and said that looks like it could be Civil War era possibly. So
is there a scar underneath that beard?
Yeah, Fletcher, I can show you what she said to Boyd in the dungeon. Yeah, she was right. I don't think that was Evil Abby. Okay, let me go look at that. I don't know. She was trying to get him to give up though. She was trying to like tell him to give up. It's hopeless, basically. And, she was guilting him.
Basically said something along the lines of that the place feeds on despair, and the easiest way, or something like that, to get that is to give people hope, and then take it away, essentially, or something like that. I'm pretty sure that was the gist of what she was saying. And so it's better just to let him give up now, not hang around and continue suffering.
Yeah, she said hope is what makes you willing to suffer. Hope is what had sent you out there when I needed you the most. She said if they don't die today, they'll just die tomorrow, talking about those 3 who were chained up. So she's making it sound like it's hopeless, they're all going to die, but I don't really believe that. So I think that there's a kernel of truth in what she was saying in terms of the forest. She said it's not your fear that feeds the forest, Boyd, it's hope. There may be a kernel of truth in it, but what she was telling him to do, just give up, I don't think that was good advice. Just let everybody die. If he hadn't smashed the music box, it sounds like everyone would, at least those three would have died from what she said. That's what it sounded like to me.
Or at the very minimum, they would have been chained up like, Martin and his cohort, who was, well, I guess dead, and fed on for a very long time. Tortured.
I thought a lot of people would have died because I thought once you go to sleep, then you were dying in your dream with the music box too.
Yeah, like there were people who had music box dreams that could have been deadly. So it's possible that everyone would have died if Boyd hadn't smashed.
Yeah,
I mean, they all were.
Yeah.
They all had to stay awake, because there were, that dream ripped up Paula. The cicadas ripped up Paula, that red shirt woman, when she was asleep. The cicadas ripped her up, so everyone was staying awake. So it is possible. I think if Boyd hadn't smashed that, I think everyone may have died. I'm trying to find it. It's just taking a while. It's very slow.
As an aside, while we're waiting, since we were on the topic of Abby, when Boyd and Sarah were out in the forest, and Sarah got the kind of new voice in her head that basically said, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. There are worse things out here in the forest than basically the walkers or whatever that were in town." I'm inclined to believe that was actually Abby herself and not this like evil Abby dungeon.
I agree with that.
Specifically because she used his code name, Mr. Fish and Loaves, essentially as a metaphor to tell him that it was her and not just one of the regular voices. And Sarah also specifically said this voice sounded different than the others, which the others presumably were the ones misleading her, trying to get her to kill Ethan or possibly Boyd.
That was like with Father K and Cosmic Chocolate Wrapper too, when she drew that.
Yeah. I definitely think the Abby voice was actually legitimate, and I don't think that was part of the evil entity. The Mr. Fish and Loaves was like a way to prove that. Definitely.
Wow.
I think there are.
That actually
really?
From,
yeah.
Miranda.
I thought they were just messing with him by saying that.
I mean, it's possible. It could go that way.
The narrative of that scene, just because of the way that it was kind of staged narratively.
And they said the voice sounded different.
Right. Yeah, that was part of the reason that I think it actually was Abby, because Sarah specifically made a distinction.
Yeah, there was a female voice.
And this voice, and also the use of his nickname that only Abby and Ellis would have known.
I think the only way that Abby could shoot her son is if she was possessed.
Yeah,
maybe.
I couldn't shoot my son.
I think she was misled by the voice.
But you thought she was helping people in her defense.
But she knows her son. She knows her
She's
son.
helping them get out of Frontville by shooting them and putting them in the real world. Kind of like I guess it was a Matrix world.
Mm-mm.
The shooting people was an illusion to where if you die in the dream, then you basically, start yourself awake in the real world. And so my thinking is that Abby was misled by basically the voices, basically saying this is all a dream. If you can wake people up by killing them, then they'll reawaken the real world. But I think it was literally just the voices kind of.
Maybe they did. What if they did?
That kind of reminds me of like the movie Inception. Like once you die, you wake up in the real world. So maybe that's what she thought.
Right. Yeah. That was her thinking. Yeah, she was going around shooting people. And
I would like to make a comment on this particular topic regarding Abby. So I know that it's a really strange idea to put out there, but I think it correlates to real life situations. We must remember that Abby was experiencing severe mental health issues, so severe that her son was crying out for help and telling Boyd she is not well. And we see it time and time again, and from and outside of from mothers with severe mental health at times have murdered their children, and you repeatedly see that their
Family
reasoning
annihilators,
is
stuff like that.
salvation. They have said, I was saving them.
Yeah, but I
Or
think that
Right.
her son knew that this wasn't normal for his mom, and this was a recent kind of occurrence. She wasn't normally like this. And if her own son is saying that something's going on with her, then I think that she was actually possessed in that town by demons that made her shoot people,
Yeah, they
just
called
like
her Iron.
Sarah.
They called her Iron Abbey.
it
Yeah,
could
for
very
reason.
well be, but I tend to go with the idea of the show where they say the town seeks to break you. Now we have
She
all
was
sorts
just a
of
weak vessel.
different, yeah, we have all sorts of different characters in the town. Some people are stronger mentally, some people are stronger physically. It is possible that while Abby was Iron Abby because physically she was able to withstand so much in her profession, mentally, in despair, it broke her in that way. The town does
Right.
exactly what's going to hurt you. So I think that it is very possible that she was broken.
Yes, I agree. She was a weak vessel going in mentally, probably, but I really do think that they used that against her to actually make her turn the gun on her own flesh and blood.
Well, I think that the voices convinced her that it was the right thing to do, just like they had convinced Sarah that killing the couple of people leaving the doors open and then potentially killing Ethan would let everyone go home because she quote unquote trusted the voices. But I think the voices were simply misleading her, in kind of the devil lies sort of way. I think that Abby was kind of the same way, maybe. I mean, it could go either way. She
Well,
could go
this
either
is an interesting topic because we are venturing the next two episodes. The next two episodes, we're going to be able to see if they actually fulfill their promise to us, how everything started. So, therefore, the children. I think it's very difficult for some of us to understand how a parent can sacrifice their child. However, I think that in the show,
Right.
we kind of have to come to terms with the fact that there are people, parents, people who love or are supposed to love the children, people who the children loved who hurt them. So while
But I
we
don't think.
are nurturing, some people are
Right.
not, and some people are true evil.
And I don't think Abby was true evil. I don't think she was coming from a negative place because when she was doing it, I think that narratively she felt that she was doing the right thing.
No, not regarding Abby.
I mean, that was
We're-
the argument that she was making, was that she was waking people up in the real world, and she believed that she was saving them.
Yeah, but this is not
personally, I think she was
regarding Abby. This is regarding the theme of hurting children that you're supposed to love or take care of. So there's
I just
many
don't think it's the
reasons, such
norm,
as like
though.
mental health.
Women are stronger than that. I just don't think it's the norm that we would actually do something like that. You're off. There's something off about you if you're going to shoot your own child. And I don't think that's the norm.
But she wasn't trying to hurt him. I mean, her motivation seemed to be that she was trying to save him, not specifically to injure him, but to actually wake him up in the real world. So, I mean, it seems like she thought she was doing the right thing, as opposed to simply just trying to kill him. So I don't know. I could go either way.
I think this place broke her mind.
Mhm.
They talk about it in this season how this place it happened because this place broke her mind, and she became convinced that if she shot her own son and everyone else, that they would wake up. And she was willing to take that kind of chance. Your mind would have to be broken to
Sarah
actually
had the
think
same
that
thing happen.
to be willing to try that. Yeah.
She should have shot herself then.
Did we ever get a number on how many people Abby killed? Does anybody say on the show?
Probably a lot. I don't know.
Okay,
They
so
didn't say.
so no characters ever.
They
said
didn't
that.
say, but
Okay.
I saw a bunch of bodies laying on the ground.
Yeah.
There were quite a few.
And Donna
Oh,
comes
yeah,
out
definitely
and
went
is
through
like
quite a few before
hanging over one of the
Void turned
bodies.
in.
I was trying to play this clip for Fletcher, but it is just still not loading. So I tried, but it is just not working. Yesterday I was able to play this video fine. I don't know why it's giving me all these issues, but I'm sorry, Fletcher. I tried trying to
Hey,
play this
Julie?
video of Abby.
And you haven't
But
used that
it's not
one great clip
Yeah.
that Dieter made you of Dale saying we've got concrete proof once in this whole live, and you should be utilizing that.
Oh,
Yes.
is
Oh my god. Yeah. I need to use.
there a way
Oh,
that I
baby
can
Clay. Hold on.
send you the picture that I was talking about? I found the picture where there was writing on, like it was carved in writing of the numbers. I found the picture and not Miranda, Tabitha was looking at them.
Okay. Yeah. Are you in Discord?
Yeah, I have a Discord. I'm not in it right now, but I have a Discord.
Because like that's a way that you can send images. You can. I have a Discord. Let me see. How else can we do it? You could email them. Do you have like a way to email it over?
Yeah, I can email you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to email it, it's just my channel name, juliebdeepdives@gmail.com.
Okay, I'm going to email them now. I don't know what scene this is from, but
Probably the lighthouse, if it's the ones carved into the board.
Oh, the
wall.
years? Ava?
Yeah. Yeah, so let me see. Wait a minute. Where is it? The concrete. We've got concrete proof. Yeah, I tried to load that into here, and it didn't work. But I did load a different one. Let me see if I can get it. Hold on.
Advice.
Come on. Where is?
You mind if I give you some unsolicited advice?
I don't see why not.
Maybe sometimes when you're with your wife, you should shut the fuck up and listen.
Good advice for life.
That one I had ready, but not the other one. I just love that.
You didn't have sanctimonious blue color on the clips as well?
No, I don't have that one. I want more clips from that episode though. That was great. But Dieter made me that one.
Or Jade saying, "Yes, we're fucking done, Jim."
Oh yeah, oh my god. He's so quotable. Like, I need more clips. I need more clips to add to these lives. I really do. Hey, Grow and Thrive, welcome. If Abby thought killing her son and others would bring them out of from and back home, is it possible that the children's parents thought the same way? I think so, but I think it's possible that in the origin story, maybe they weren't trapped at all. Maybe they sacrificed them for some other reason, and it caused this whole place to be created as a trap for people. And maybe they're reincarnated over and over again, and doomed to be brought back to this place. But it makes you wonder, though, if that's the case, then why did they sacrifice them? What did they sacrifice them for? What were they like? What would motivate them? It's insane to think about.
Maybe they were playing the old, Facebook game. Name a superpower, but the next person gets to name the drawback. We want eternal life. Okay, but you're zombies and you eat people.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Like it could be something like that. Like the monkeys.
Bargain or something.
Huh?
little
But
gin bargain.
yeah, like a gin bargain. Tony Teflon was just talking about that. Like maybe they made a
You
bargain
get
with
what
the
you want,
gin.
but not the way you want it.
Exactly. Right. You know, you wish for something and it turns into something terrible, like the monkey's paw story. Uh, The Simpsons did a really good interpretation of the monkey's paw, where it's a classic. There have been so many different versions of it, and yeah, the Twilight Zone did a version of it too, where there was a djinn. And I think one wish was for a massive amount of money, and then the tax collector came and took it all. Or then I think one of them wished he
I want
had.
a ton of gold. Okay, and the pile falls over on you and kills you. Whoops.
Yeah. And then he wished that he had immense power and control over an entire country, and then he lifted his head and he had like a little Hitler mustache and he had turned into Hitler. And it was Hitler right before the end of the war, right before he unalived himself too. So yeah, you got to be careful with who you're bargaining with. So maybe the people in the origin story of Fromville made a bargain with an entity that cursed them in exchange for whatever it was they wanted. It backfired. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with this PM that you said in the comments that the show is dark and explores darkness in humanity as well as hope and kindness. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What's the
I remember
there's
what I was going to say earlier.
Okay. Yeah, I think that noise was coming. There was a little noise coming from Juku Doll's mic. I don't know what that is, but you gotta just hit mute. But if you want to say something, Juku Doll, just unmute yourself. But were you gonna say something, Michael?
Oh yeah, I just remember what I was going to say earlier. When I had mentioned Abby kind of using Boyd's nickname to basically have him kind of know it was her, it just kind of reminded me of Miranda and Henry, and when Tabitha was driving in the car with Henry and found the bracelet in the glove box.
Yes.
That reminds me of a particular trope in stories and some songs of the kind of like lover's token, where they'll break in half like a ring or some type of token, and each one of them takes half of it, so that if they're separated for some long time and come back together and they're older or have injuries or something, that they can recognize each other, and also to kind of prove their fidelity to each other because they've kept this token all this time, and it didn't go off of somebody else or whatever. And so I think that's kind of a reference to that, where Miranda, I think, made two of them. She kept one of them for herself, which she took with her to Fromville, and then the other one stayed with Henry, and he kept it in the glove box as kind of a memento or lover's token. Tabitha, as a reincarnation or subsequent shaman after Miranda, made essentially an echo version of that bracelet and gave it to Jim. I think he just legit lost his.
Right.
Because it's Jim. He's the first.
In Fromville. I think that's kind of what was going on there.
Oh, so you think Tabitha also made two of them?
No, I think Tabitha just made the one for Jim, just as kind of like an echo of the one that Miranda had made before. I think that Miranda had made two of them, one for her and one for Henry. And Henry kept his, she kept hers. They went their separate ways.
Right.
It's kind of like the parted lovers, essentially. And so hers ended up in Fromville on the diner rack after she died, whereas Henry's was still in the box with him, kind of waiting for her to eventually come back, which clearly she never did because she died.
Yeah.
I have a theory about what happened with that, but I don't know if you want to hear about that. Just kind of me speculating. Yeah. No evidence.
No. Well, speculation can be fun sometimes. I do that. What's your theory on that?
Headcanon only, no evidence. But we know that Eloise didn't stay with Victor in the root cellar when Miranda told her to. She followed after Miranda after she left. So I think that what happened is that Eloise caught up with Miranda at the bottle tree. Miranda saw her, or Eloise, called out to her or whatever. And so Miranda realized that Eloise was in basically mortal peril from the coming slow walkers and told Eloise to hide, and then essentially made the ultimate blood sacrifice to save her daughter, and basically let the slow walkers take her instead while Eloise hid. And Victor says Eloise was always good at hiding. I could never find her. And so I think that then after the slow walkers left, Eloise went through the faraway tree to the lighthouse and made it back to the real world. If one wants to go further than that, then maybe she developed amnesia, got adopted similar to Tabitha, a little parallel there.
Traveled back in time and became Acosta.
I'm thinking that she got left as an orphan at a church or an abbey, and became Abby, who is the same age as Victor, and eventually joined the military, met Boyd, had Ellis, retired, bought a boat, and then immediately back to Fromville.
I have a question now that you say about the Eloise ran after her mother thing. So I'm guessing it was nighttime since they were in the cellar hiding. So what was so urgent to make her, if there were those things outside and they knew about them, run outside? Like something had to be going on to make her run outside, leave them down there. Like she had to do it right there then that day. Like what was going on that made her leave then instead of in the morning where she knew they would be safe going outside?
Christopher was happening.
Okay.
She said she had to protect from Christopher. They had to hide from Christopher, who I think might have been doing an Abby in the town, like killing people. I'm not 100%. Up to no good.
Yeah.
A Jasper scene.
Jasper.
No, I mean, imagining Christopher walking through the town, kind of doing an Abby, maybe killing people, but having Jasper there and using Jasper and talking through Jasper's mouth.
But in that case, if Christopher was going it had to be something demonic too, because if Christopher was going around just slaughtering people, wouldn't you think that all the people in the town would just try to attack him and somebody would eventually get him down instead of just letting him go around and just kill everybody?
Didn't seem anybody got Abby down.
Yeah.
Boyd did, eventually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Eventually, before the whole town is killed. Yeah.
Huh. I don't know. I didn't think about it. Maybe it was more sneaky. Maybe there were monsters involved. This is all just spitballing, because I don't know. Let's throw out a bunch of scenarios.
Yeah, and what Michael was saying before, going back to that, I was thinking very much that Miranda pushed Eloise into the tree, and Miranda had to,
or told her to hide until after the slow walkers were done.
Right. Yeah.
The slow walkers were already coming.
Yeah, that's absolutely a possible scenario, and I could see her doing that.
I feel like Miranda would have left while it was still daytime, just so she would have enough time.
Yeah, I thought that too. I thought she left when it was daytime. I thought I saw daylight when they opened the doors, but I would have to rewatch.
So maybe
Christopher. But it's also a long hike to the bottle tree, so I'm thinking that she tried to get there before sunset, but maybe Eloise caught up with her and delayed her, and kind of screwed up the timeline. It was getting to be sunset when the walkers would be coming out.
That could be
total speculation.
Either that, or maybe Christopher killed her. That's possible too.
Possible too. Yeah.
Maybe Jasper killed her.
Yeah.
I just want more Jasper scenes.
Maybe Eloise. Maybe Eloise is in the real world in the crazy house because she told people what happened and they thought she was crazy. Like Tabitha thought they were going to do her.
That's what I was expecting to happen this season. I was predicting that, and I thought that Tabitha and Henry were going to go visit her in a psychiatric institution, and she'd be a kind of female version of Victor with really messed up, blocked memory, and just mental health problems, and everyone telling her she's crazy her whole life. That's what I was expecting. But now that we're back in Fromville, I don't know when we're gonna, if or when we're ever gonna see Camden again. So now I don't know. Maybe Eloise is in Fromville somewhere still. Maybe she's a loner out at the cabins. That's what I tend to lean toward now, that she was the one walking around outside the cabins. But who knows?
Yeah, I mean, if I was writing it, I mean, you already kind of heard my theory is that it was Abby, and sadly she died before she realized that she and Victor were siblings and they had met as adults, because they literally both forgot each other as children, that they ever had a sibling. And if we go way down the rabbit hole of even a second layer beyond that, maybe Tabitha is Abby's daughter, who she gave up before she joined the military and met Boyd. That's just total speculation. That's probably absolutely baseless. But it would be interesting from the perspective if they were writing in some type of like matrilineal, familial like curse or destiny, because then you would essentially have Miranda being Abby's mother, Abby making it out of Fromville, eventually coming back in, having had Tabitha, who she gave up for adoption. And then Abby came back in, got killed by Boyd, and now Tabitha is back in, essentially carrying on the family line, and theoretically Julie's maybe the next generation after that if Tabitha fails. But that's just about making the show and making kind of a really roundabout, like familial curse sort of thing. Don't know if they'll actually do that sort of thing. Not saying they should if they weren't planning on it, but could be
Interesting. Yeah, I like that. That's fascinating. Now I was trying to follow the Abby part. You were saying Abby would be related to how would she be related?
Abby was Eloise.
Abby, okay, that's what I thought you meant.
Fromville basically became an orphan, maybe dropped off, and then Abby picked up the nickname there because she had like PTSD, amnesia, or amnesia from falling out of the lighthouse, who knows. Ends up having Tabitha young, gives her up for adoption, goes into the military, meets Boyd. That's just kind of my...
You mean Abby, right? Not Tabitha?
Abby.
I love that. Sorry.
I love that. I love
she's
that.
like Abby's like love child from somebody else.
Yeah. I've thought of that.
She has a bracelet with.
The thought Abby would be the right age to be Victor's sister. Because Boyd is around 50. Abby would presumably be the same age.
Yeah.
And then Tabitha is about 20 years younger, around 30, which would be about the age if Tabby had her around right before she just joined the military at like 18 or 20 or something.
Oh, that would be fascinating. I've wondered if, like, I would absolutely love it if Eloise is someone we already know. If Eloise is actually Abby, or she was Abby, I would absolutely love that kind of a twist. And I've thought of that because she is the right age to be Victor's sister. So
the one other thing for me that would make sense is when Tabitha goes to the real world and goes to that church, that priest, or maybe an abbot, possibly, seems way too interested in.
It's Julie's favorite character, so you're right. We can talk about
maybe
this.
He knows that story from before.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Wait, who's my favorite character? Scarlet?
The priest, the sus priest.
Oh, the sus priest. Yeah. I still, I'm okay with that whole thing, only because I have my own headcanon on how the priest, how he was so sus, what his deal was. So I know they'll never explain it on the show, but I can live with that. I definitely think that
Abby came and was an orphan, maybe had some nightmares and roundabout mentioned Fromville Lake terrors, and then 20 years later Abby comes around, or not Abby, Tabitha comes around and says the same story in confessional. We were trapped in this place. Monsters come out at night. Nobody can leave. And then she runs out, and he runs after her because maybe he recognizes the story, either that he heard it previously, or maybe the previous abbot passed along this weird story of this kid that talked about something. But anyway, that's weird.
Great. No, that's great. That's a great theory. Because originally I was thinking Eloise probably escaped.
Cool.
I originally thought, Eloise probably escaped, and the priest knew about her because of that, and so that's why he acted like that. But then when we didn't meet Eloise, I thought, okay, well, how else can we explain this? And then an alternative explanation could be what happened with Father Kotri, which was extremely suspicious. Father Kotri saying that for the first time in my life, I heard the voice of God when he was right about to jump off a bridge. And I told him to get back in his car and drive. 2 hours later, he was in Fromville. So I thought, okay, well, if some Fromville entity spoke to him, masquerading as the voice of God, which is what I think, then maybe a Fromville entity masqueraded as God and spoke to this priest and gave him some information so that Tabitha would be pointed in the right direction, open that lunchbox, see the address, and then go where she needed to go. Because I just don't see how it could be a coincidence that Kotri heard that voice that told him to get back in his car and drive. He's a priest. He said he had never heard the voice of God until that night, and he's in Fromville 2 hours later after following its instructions. So, that's my
trip if he was at the same church or abbey as that priest.
Yeah,
maybe heard the story from
so much
Abby.
Tabby and so much Abby. I just realized that Tabby and Abby rhyme, and there's so much
Abby
Abby
I
and
realized that a
Ellis
couple days ago
and
too.
Eloise, so many L's, so many Abbies.
Hey, Dice Man, welcome.
Yes. Hello. So I saw Victor as a kid coming out of the root cellar, and when he walked through the town, everybody was in the middle of the street, pretty much ripped apart.
Yep.
So there must have been talismans if they were going to live in houses, but they were in danger, or there must have been some kind of protection that became null and void at some point. And I don't know if anything surrounding Fatima's baby being born is going to make the talismans not work. Because in the intro, I see the drawing of the yellow house, and there's obvious creatures that are being drawn coming up the stairs, one creature in a bedroom, and then there's a little boy hiding underneath the bed. And right now, the Matthews live in the yellow house. So I'm kind of trying to speculate if that's what's going to happen, where the talismans actually don't work again.
Did you say that was in the credits? The credit sequence?
Yes, it was in the intro.
It's also in the secret picture. It's in the secret picture too. They have those black figures walking towards their house, towards Henry's house.
Something. Yeah, there's a similar thing. Yeah, the house
Okay, I
has
must not have caught that one.
Yeah, there's a secret picture. Yeah, it's not in the show. Someone made a website. The show, the MGM made a website for Rendezvous, and then they had this secret picture that I forget how people were able to get it, but it's got a house.
Don't you have it somewhere?
I have it. I just don't have it handy. But it's a house that has Henry's house number on it, and it has two black figures kind of leaning toward the house. So it's similar to the opening credit sequence. But I know what drawing you're talking about. I'm trying to find it right now, see if I can actually get this. If I can get this to load. But if I can't, I know what you're talking about. And that's a really interesting point, because I've always wondered about that drawing. We haven't seen anything like that where there's this thing, kind of hulking thing leaning over the bed. Someone's hiding under the bed, and it actually played. I didn't expect that to play. That startled me. It was like a jump scare, granny monster. I figured it would just buffer anyway. So that's super interesting. Because that doesn't seem like a picture of one of the monsters to me. It seems like maybe a different entity that we haven't seen yet. And as a matter of fact, there are a lot of drawings in the opening credits that I don't like. We can't really explain. It hasn't shown us anything like that, and they had to have put these things in the opening credits because they're important. So that's a great point. Maybe I think if they were going to do a situation where the talismans don't work, it would be pretty chaotic. It would be just nonstop running and hiding and carnage. But maybe if it were like a temporary situation and there's a way that they could gain some kind of protection again, I could see that. Like maybe they have to relocate Cannibal Village and use the totems as protection or something like that. A lot of people speculated they might end up having to move to the new village if necessary, you know.
Well, they seem very established, so that would be a great way to throw them off their game. You know, a lot of their hope comes behind
it would be a great way
being
to do
in that town.
It shows so much like Yellow
A lot of their hope, you're right, you know. Yeah.
So they have each other right now.
Yeah,
We're not
I think,
really diving into the components of people being individuals because they have a sense of community. If you break that, then you're breaking their hope that together they can figure it out. Because that's one of the things Boyd said. If we're going to leave, we're going to leave together. If you separate them, then you make them lose a lot more hope.
That's a great point. That's a great point. You know, Boyd is always talking about, you know, we're in this together. Like we can still win. The only way we go home is together. That was his speech earlier this season.
Yes.
And so divide and conquer would be a good way to kind of to you know, cripple these people. Divide and conquer. And I think it's kind of doing that because it's like the situation that's happening right now is Boyd and Donna are starting to grow apart again. Like that, Donna is not really supporting Boyd anymore. She just told him that, you know, people are losing their faith in you. They don't trust you anymore. That's what she said.
Yeah,
and that's not good. They need to be working together. So, yeah, that divide and conquer would be a great way to do it. And they were divided before, Colony House and Town, and I don't think it'll get that bad again. But
it got pretty bad when the food started running low. And I'm sorry, I don't remember Kenny's mom's name, but they ran up in her house. I'm sorry, what was her name?
Yep.
Yes.
Tian Chen.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to get their own source of food from her house, and also Randall went and took the goat because they weren't working as a unit. And it may be come to pass that that's something that's going to be an issue in the future. Just how they're working separate from one another, maybe for a little while.
Absolutely. I agree. I think that's probably you know, the entity's one of the entity's goals, you know, like, you know, sow division and, you know, make people not trust each other. And the more people get desperate, when you have these desperate conditions happening, like the food shortage and harsher weather, then people are going to start turning on each other. And you know, like, you know, they're gonna, I think the episode synopsis for the most recent episode was you know, accusations start flying. It's I've been expecting some kind of an uprising at some point. Like they might turn on Boyd hardcore. Like I don't know why, honestly. He was proven right when Dale went through the tree and wound up in the pool wall. So I don't understand why they're still questioning his judgment so much. What has he done lately that's been so, you know, questionable? I don't really understand that. I guess it was foolish to try, and I was frustrated that they were trying to get that cow into the barn when Boyd should have just told Tian Shen, like, leave the cow, let's get inside. So I feel like that was a lapse in judgment. And what happened, it was desperation. You know, you put these people in desperate situations. Actually, come to think of it, now I'm thinking about this more. We've been talking, a lot of us have been talking lately about how, you know, certain things have been quote unquote nothing burgers, like the impending starvation what happened to that? Well, they found food again so quickly. But see, the point of it wasn't to starve them, because this place needs them to stay alive. It needs them to stay alive so it can continue feeding on their fear and pain and suffering. So that's why it provides them food to begin with. Okay, so then you got to think about, okay, what was the point of that? Some people were complaining that, oh, this is a lot of buildup over nothing. They were going to starve. And then the very next episode, they found crops. But look what happened as a result of that impending threat of starvation. Boyd actually, he made the choice in a moment of desperation to continue trying to save that cow with Tian Shen. And now he's going to have this on his conscience for the rest of his life. And I think that's when people started to question his judgment. He survived that. Tian Shen did not. And that was the goal. It wasn't to starve these people. And then it was basically mission accomplished. Once that happened, then the next episode, they found food again. The entity doesn't want to starve them. It already achieved what it needed to. Now it's
like sowing the seeds of division.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. See,
well, not necessarily. But before I got onto Inuit mythology, I was looking at some other stuff. And there are mythologies such as the Wendigo, which tend to center around typically some type of corruption of humans, usually under some type of duress, such as harsh winters where food runs out. And they turn to something such as cannibalism, and then essentially morally and spiritually decay and turn into monsters and basically turn into the Wendigo, which is basically just this unfathomably hungry beast that can never be sated and basically feeds on everybody, and it's this big curse and whatever. So I mean, it definitely seems like a direct reference to that sort of thing, basically harsh winter coming on, potential famine. And so it could be a nod to those sorts of mythologies, where it's is this maybe one of the original sources of some of the cursed stuff? Maybe not. It's possible it could be the source of something in Inuit mythology like the Kujirat, which is maybe what the slow walkers are, which in some stories are devolved or cursed humans. So it could have been some similar, harsh winter turned to cannibalism, turned into monsters, and now we're screwed sort of thing. So
right. Yeah. Yeah, they were you mean the original townspeople, they were pushed. I think they were probably in some kind of desperate circumstance. That
I was almost wondering if they were going to bring up Roanoke or something, which is kind of the lost colony. Some of the settlers went back to Europe, came back. All the colonists were gone with just Croatoan carved into one of the beams or something, and so they don't know what happened. Now we think they probably went to a nearby tribe and basically just intermarried with them. But
yes.
I also had a thought. I had a thought about the situation with Christopher the night that the massacre took place when Victor was younger. That maybe Victor's mother was trying to protect them from a decision Christopher would make about sacrificing them to, appease whatever's going on. And she had another solution, maybe going through the faraway tree to try to stop things before he ever got to her children. That's the only way I could see her leaving the children right away in fear of Christopher finding them, versus her staying with them and protecting them and dealing with whatever she had to at a later time.
So why do you think she left them go through the tree, and what? I missed the very first part of what you said.
I'm sorry. So maybe Christopher was going to make a decision to sacrifice one or both of her children to stop something.
So. Yep, I agree. Go on.
That was it. I just was thinking about it, that her real fear of Christopher might have been that he would have been willing to sacrifice them in order to appease something. And she was trying to stop it with her own decision because he wouldn't do the right thing.
Yes. Yeah, I actually talked about that in my video, a couple of my videos, but the one I released yesterday too. Not yes, well, technically, I guess it's it was today now, Friday, Wednesday night. I don't even know what day
Okay.
it is. Yeah, Wednesday night I mentioned it, and I know other people have thought this too. You know, maybe Christopher was going to sacrifice Victor and Eloise, and or thinking about it. So I agree with you. I think that's probably what was going to happen because there had to be a reason that she told them to hide where he couldn't find them. And I personally think, like, I got to thinking about it, and I've always wondered why is the root cellar such a great place to hide? It seemed like too obvious of a place for me. But then I thought about it, and I think I don't know if I said this tonight or last night. If I'm repeating
You
myself,
said
but
it last night.
last night. I think the root cellar may be an enchanted location that can protect children. It's you notice it's called the root cellar. The roots were a symbol of hope for the children who were laying on the slabs. And so I think it might be that might be the reason why Victor was safe in there all night. It potentially. And maybe she knew this, maybe she saw it in a vision, and that's why she left them, because it's hard to imagine her just leaving her kids rather than protecting them if she thought that he was going to be such a threat, right? So yeah, and you know, another reason I think that that could be a protective location for children. Not only did Victor survive there, but when the boy in white sent Julie through the tree during the Colony House massacre, she landed in the root cellar. I think she
Yes,
was
she
sent
did.
there on purpose, and that kept her safe. She's a
I think
minor.
maybe I think maybe the entities didn't know about the root cellars at first, you know.
Yeah, yeah, maybe.
But I
You know
think
what's
you're right though. Fear is the basis of everyone's decision, and it makes us act rashly. So if the evil entities can make us fearful, then we often act out in ways that we wouldn't normally do. So I
Absolutely.
think you're right.
what you said about the root cellar and might be true, but you said that the root cellar protects the kids and nothing can probably get to them there. Maybe that's why Elgin brought Fatima down there. She's supposed to have the baby in the root cellar,
That's
and
why. Yep.
yeah,
I think
That
Elgin is
that
good
was in my
so far because he made the
yes.
little mobile for the baby and everything. He's done
Yeah.
things that are positive.
Yeah, that was actually in my video too. It's a very long video. It's 46 minutes long, but I mentioned in my video that I think that's why Elgin was told to take Fatima there to have this entity. I think that this root cellar protects children of any kind, even if it's some kind of monstrous offspring, whatever it is that she's going to birth. I think that's why I think that that's the room that where she's supposed to give birth to this thing. Yeah, I mentioned that in the video too. I think, I think the root cellar has some kind of protective quality for children of any kind, whether it's human or whatever Fatima's about to give birth to. Yeah.
I would like to give another point of view to the specific topic. I think Elgin is pure evil. I think that there's a reason why Victor said, I don't trust him when he didn't even know anything about Elgin. And
Absolutely.
But
I
if Victor
don't,
is evil, he wouldn't trust him. If Victor is evil.
if Victor is evil,
If he is, then that would give him cause to not trust him, you know.
yeah, but based on what we have seen on screen, Elgin has perpetrated true evil. And I think that it's even darker when you think about the planning that has gone into putting Fatima in that cellar or basement, whatever it may be. He made out the room. When we originally saw that room, it was not set up, and now it's set up. He lied to her. This is pure evil. If you genuinely want to help someone and you think you're doing the right thing, there is no need to lie, to hide behind a lie because you are correct. I think he's pure evil, and I'm beginning to think that if Fatima was out there in the woods, the monsters would potentially not touch her, just like Boyd. They avoided Boyd. They didn't
Oh yeah.
kill him. So
Yep.
I think it's not even so much protection. I think she could spend the night out there and be perfectly fine. I think that there is a dark, sinister ritual that is being set up here. And I think that Elgin is not only going along with it, but the fact that he maintained a secret surrounded by so many people shows us that he only takes his opinion into consideration. He didn't even like second guess his choice.
I know, right? It's we didn't see him, talking to somebody about it like Sarah did with Christy. We didn't see him wavering in what he had to do at all. He just did it, and it's different. I think I don't know if he's under some kind of control of the entity, if he's being, if there's some kind of mind control going on. Some people have said maybe he's possessed. But it's just there's a different energy about him than there was before. Like, honestly, but the more I think about it, though, I don't remember when we talked about this or who I was talking to this about, because I talk so much about this show. But who was I talking to about this? I don't know if it was last night, Elgin, or earlier tonight, maybe. Elgin, from the beginning, yeah, it was earlier tonight. Elgin was connected to this from the beginning. I think he was brought to this place from the beginning for this purpose, and there he was on the bus having a dream. And I think the dream, it was Anzo was talking about this, and I agree. I think Elgin's dream was related to Fatima, and I don't know why he panicked when he woke up.
He was afraid. He was afraid when he got there, but versus like Tilly, who was doing a rain dance in the horror show,
but I think he was brought there for that purpose. And then when he found out Fatima was pregnant, all of a sudden he remembered part of his dream, which was a nursery rhyme. Nursery rhymes typically associated with having children, and it's the cicada nursery rhyme. And the boy in white saying it, but I believe there was more to the dream than what he remembered at that point. There's definitely more. It has to be more, and I think it's related to this. It's definitely related to Fatima. I think honestly, like everything, this pregnancy, whatever this is, whatever entity this is, it's got to be huge, because I think they've been setting this up from the beginning of season 2. Like we were saying earlier, right on this bus, you had Elgin, who's been connected to this from the beginning. You've got Tilly, who was obsessed with this pregnancy, following Fatima around nonstop. You had Marielle, who's a pediatric nurse who was attending to Fatima up until recently. And then what was the other? Was there another person? Was there another person connected? I forget. Bacta knew the cicada nursery rhyme, but that's not really connected. But so I feel like they've been setting this up all since season 1. We just didn't know it yet. So this has got to be huge. Like, what is this going to spawn? All this season has been building up to this. Like, we haven't even seen Boyd really at the center of any major plot lines. Like, this place has been trying to break him through his family instead, and this pregnancy has taken center stage. So I feel like they're setting up something gigantic with this. And I would hope it better be, with the setup that they've done for this, putting all these chess pieces into place, getting ready for this entity to be born. And I think it was set into motion before Smiley died because of these people being brought in on the bus. So I don't think it was to replace Smiley. I think this is some other entity. I don't know. Hopefully it's something a little more interesting than just a baby nightmare creature. Give us something new. I'm really interested to see what that will be,
Speaking of the bus, I think I mentioned it fairly early in chat, maybe, but just in case nobody caught it. I was going back and rewatching seasons 1 and 2, and watched the start of season 2 and the episode where the bus arrives. The very start of the episode, you have a scene of the diner, and it's empty, and there's a jukebox playing a song.
Yes.
And then
rain's
it
fall.
cuts away from that, goes to the bus, and then we see Elgin sleeping with his
Yeah, we were
earbuds
talking about this.
with the iPod, and
Yep.
the same song is playing.
Hard
And then
rain's
he
gonna
pulls the
fall. Yep.
Yep. And then he pulls the earbud out and the song stops. So one wonders, are we listening to the iPod playlist through the jukeboxes? Like, what is Elgin's role there?
And there is a hard rain falling.
And there's a hard rain falling. Like it was manifested there, right? Wasn't that song also playing? Was that song also playing when Boyd was having the dream walking down the street at the beginning of that episode, ringing the bell? I'm trying to remember.
Sure.
Might
I think we might have talked about that too, but I
Yeah,
can't remember.
Tony Teflon was saying that
Yeah.
Boyd was hearing that the song was playing, "A Hard Rain's Gonna Fall" in his dream. Then we cut to Elgin, and he's listening to the song on his headphones, and a hard rain is falling. So it seemed like it was manifested by Boyd's dream. I like that idea too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the original scene, Boyd's walking down the street, ringing the bell. There's the song playing, and then he looks up and starts like downpouring, like right there. I think. If I remember
yes.
So you think if they only thought about good thoughts and they only all got together and manifested something for the good, they could get out from.
Yeah, just
but they'll never talk and they'll never all get together and agree.
Nope. If they just dreamed about going home, like everybody just, like do some kind of
NTM. There's no place like home.
Exactly.
There's no place like home. Yes.
Yeah, they need to pray instead of depending on those talismans. They need to pray.
Yeah, maybe
there
are no Bibles. Maybe prayer would help because there are no Bibles in town. So
well,
there must be something to that.
A badly used copy of the Bible stories so they can read.
And I think I heard somebody make a Wizard of Oz reference to Auntie M, Miranda, and Uncle Henry.
Oh, yeah.
Or something along that line. I haven't watched Wizard of Oz in forever.
So Wizard of Oz is a huge influence. Like David Lynch loves it and puts it in just about everything.
And one of the things I noticed on the map in Victor's box truck, if I remember right, in the very low right-hand corner next to the kind of like rainbow star thingy that's on one of Victor's drawings, it looks like a street or a path or something that kind of comes down and just goes into like kind of a spirally circle or something like that. And I was thinking the other day that almost seems like a reference to the movie The Wizard of Oz, where Dorothy originally gets to Oz. You have the witch killed and then the munchkins go into their song. But on the ground, the yellow brick road starts as a golden spiral going outward, just like going around it, and then it leads off to Oz. So I was just wondering if that was maybe a reference on the map in the box truck to Wizard of Oz.
But, you have a picture of that, Julie?
Picture of what now?
The full map in
the peach truck map.
The box truck.
Yeah, the one I was showing earlier. I've got that.
The full picture with the path down on the right, all that.
Yeah, let me see. I've got that somewhere. Hold on. The peach truck map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that. Hold on. Where was I? It's in my. I'm gonna collect a lot more screenshots after the season's over. I'm gonna work on getting seasons 1 and 2 images all organized because right now they're all over the place. But
or we're gonna be watching the beginning and writing down everything that everybody says. Like if somebody says pocket dimension, somebody says escape room.
Yeah.
Everything that happened in the first 2 or 3 episodes, the showrunners told us it was explained in those 3 episodes.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, where Dale says we're in a pocket dimension. Yeah.
Yep.
I think they are in a pocket
There's
dimension.
concrete evidence.
Right.
What is the concrete?
Crossed over the veil between worlds, and then see the down tree and the crows, and you're over in the alternate reality.
I think so. Yeah, I really think that's what's going on. So do you think that this is like a type of pocket dimension or a pocket universe, like Dale was saying?
Some type of other world, surely.
I think so. I think so too.
Like you have to cross some type of threshold and go to some other place.
Like a tears.
And then the boy in white pushes you through the window in the lighthouse, or at least Tabitha, and then she goes back into the real world, presumably through the thin veil between worlds or whatever. I'm assuming that's what the boy does, kind of with that ritual or whatever, pushing her through, breaking that barrier, so she goes back to the real world, and then eventually gets pulled back in, obviously.
Not for very long.
Yeah, not for long enough. But yeah, I definitely think that's what's going on here. Wait, so is this what we were talking about?
There's a slightly larger version that has more detail in the lower right hand corner. Let me see.
I need to get better images.
Better is this images. On Amazon? Is this an Amazon image or another image?
Is there an Amazon image of the Peach Truck map?
Yeah, they're always really clear. They're like crystal clear. They're like really.
I didn't know.
Really pretty.
I didn't know Amazon had an image of that. Oh, they have amazing images. I'll see if I can find it.
I think that's where Igor was. Igor was getting his. So.
Oh, I'm gonna see if I can find it. And chat. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to ignore you. I will get back to you guys. I'm so sorry. I'm normally paying a lot more attention to the chat. I haven't forgotten you guys. Thank you for listening. I really appreciate it. Thank you for participating and chatting. I always appreciate that. Okay, so I see season 3 do they have other seasons? No, they only have season 3. Huh. Yeah, I wonder where Igor got his, because it's not on here. Too bad. Oh well. Igor wants to set up an appearance on here. Geek Academy wants to do an appearance, so hopefully we can set something up with him and he can be a guest, and that'll be fun.
He's great, Igor. I really like the way that he's looking at the show, because I feel like he has a fresh perspective. We have become so devolved in our own notion. He just looks at what's on the screen, and it reminds me to be more grounded and to actually just watch the show. And he never has a take unless it's an actual fact on the screen on the show. And I start to realize, oh my God, my theories are just all based on fantasy at times.
Yeah, I do that too. I just watch the show, and then I just have, any theories that come from what I see. They don't come from adding extra to it. That's why a lot of times I can't agree with sometimes with people, because I'm like, where's your evidence? Fill in the gaps for me.
And I like that. I think we definitely need people who ground us into reality, because we were having a conversation with Julie about the ambulance, Tabitha coming back. At that time, the fandom had 1,000,001 explanations and ideas of what Tabitha was going to do, including a trip around the world. And it turned out she literally just came back. It was more simple than we believed it to be. And we overthink that. We were just overthinking, what could it be? So now I have learned from that lesson and taken that into my theories. I only base it on what has actually paid off, which is why I am hesitant to look too closely at those drawings, because it would indicate that they're important. However, nothing has paid off. None of those drawings have so far paid off that Victor has drawn in a way where I think, I would dedicate more time to them. He's not reliable.
Yeah, that's important.
I think it's, I don't think PM, I wouldn't say at all that, any of your theories that I've heard are based on fantasy or anything like that. They seem very reasonable to me based on what we've seen in the show. And It's not like, some theories that you hear that, they don't seem very much based in evidence and clues.
Well, like the Around the World one, I would just tell straight up that I don't think From has the budget to do what I like to call, and it's not a pick on Taran because I love his theory so much, but Victor Hugo and a spaceship and all these artifacts and stuff. I don't think From has the budget. I want that to happen. I so want that to happen. I so want that to be another TV show, but I don't think they have the budget to do so.
I added a couple links to the StreamYards chat with a couple of the map images.
Oh, nice.
One of them was a collation. The other one's kind of a redrawn one that somebody did.
Okay, I'll take a look. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, let me see.
First two are the images, and then the second two are the threads on Reddit that came from.
Okay, let me see. Show this.
I want to say that this chat has been going really well with like 9 people in it.
It has. It hasn't been chaotic at all. This has been really great. Fantastic. Okay, so we got this one here.
I think From should do.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think From should do another show, like a pre-show before this show. The show would happen, like, so we can get the whole backstory of what happened after they do this entire show.
No budget. They should be happy they're getting a 3rd season, really, with the way that shows are treated.
It's actually a really good show. I don't see why. Like, I know a lot of people watch it. I don't see why.
I don't know a single person who watches it.
Really? I know a lot of people.
Well, in my real life, online, yes. In my real life, no. And I've tried to get people to watch it, and they just don't want to.
Yeah. Well, if they ever have the budget, I would like a this, like how people usually do a movie and then they do a movie before. Yeah, I would love that. Like like Miranda, like
a spaceship. That's what I want. So I accept nothing less.
So this looks really good. This is very clear. This image is fantastic. Like, I can see so much more detail here.
Oh, tell me that's not what I think it is.
What?
In the top right corner, a drawing of the pocket dimension with Fromville as a small planet where you literally drive around it.
Oh, in the circle. I've wondered about what that could mean. Honestly, I've looked at that a lot.
It looks like a sphere with the road literally just running around it. Whether that's just speculative on Miranda's or Victor's part, who knows? But maybe they were trying to build a cosmology for whatever was actually going on in the small pocket dimension.
Yeah, I've also heard it's like the humans on top, and there's like the upside down from Stranger Things where the monsters are below. I've heard a lot of things about that.
Yeah, I always, my eyes are always drawn to this. This is a big, mess. This is a giant hot mess. But my eyes always go to this thing. I don't know why. It's just I find it fascinating. Yeah, maybe it could represent a pocket dimension here, like an example of that.
Small like asteroid-y sized planet into small pocket dimension or. Something.
Do we see the tree in the road on the map? I wonder if we could see a tree in the road on the map.
That's a good question.
And are these purple arrows faraway trees?
Right.
Arrows show you where to go on the faraway tree, or why are the purple arrows there?
I think they are.
Cute little dog there in the middle.
Oh, dog, where?
Where?
Toward the bottom in the little open space. Right toward the bottom. Next to the barn looking thing.
Oh yeah, cute little doggy.
Forest dogs.
Right in the middle.
Arnak or something.
Oh, I see the dog.
It's Gus.
I see the dog right here.
Gus
yeah,
right there. It's Gus.
It's Gus the dog. I never noticed that. I've never been able to see this level of detail.
Yeah, neither have I.
And if you zoom out and go down to the very lower right-hand corner. And you'll see what I was talking about earlier with the kind of spiral path or whatever, which I wasn't sure if that's maybe some reference to Wizard of Oz or something, just with the kind of
Oh yeah, yeah. I
looking
understand
something.
what you're saying.
And then to the very lower right-hand corner, there's that kind of whatever 6 arrow star-looking thing with like different colors, which I think is a match to the Victor drawing with the grove of trees with like kind of 6 colored rays in the middle of it. So I'm assuming that's the location of that
But
drawing.
by the spiral, it looks like an arrow's pointing like, but it doesn't go anywhere. It's just an arrow pointing in a direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've wondered about what this spiral thing means myself. That always caught my eye too. Like,
maybe you get out of From, follow the yellow brick road right out of From there, and there's an arrow. Where's that arrow go?
Maybe. Wouldn't that be
Off the
something?
map.
yeah.
Somebody could write, this way out, but
Please. Yeah. Oh, it was there all the time.
but nobody ever communicates in the show.
Nobody talks.
They put everybody in a room and be like, yeah, I hallucinated. Yep, I hallucinated too. What was your hallucination? Well,
there's an exit sign right over here.
Yeah, right?
There was a bloody dude under a boulder and he screamed at me. Oh, yeah, that sounds legit.
Yeah, it seems legit.
Is the motel on the map? Because everybody's asking about the motel. Is the motel on the map?
Sign. I don't know about the motel.
I think the pool is.
Well,
Okay.
here's the church. The church is right here. So this seems to be like the main part of town. That's the church. We can see the cross on it. What else is here? We've got houses. We got a yellow house. That's Tien Chen's house down here.
So it looks like there's a sign there in the middle with like an X on top. I'm assuming that's the motel sign. Missing the top part.
I
Like
see it.
Star Magic or whatever.
Yep, it says motel, and it is missing the Star Magic.
Yep.
Yep, it's missing the Star Magic thing. Yes. Interesting.
Oh, that reminds me of something. In some of the mythologies of the like 7 either pursued or kidnapped something or others, because there's like different ones in like Arabic mythology. Some of them in the Native American myths basically have, I think it's something like three girls or 3 princesses being pursued, and then they like take refuge in a cave or something, and then they end up like becoming stars in the night sky or something like that. I think there's a couple of different kind of similar mythologies like that. So I don't know whether any of those.
Yeah, there's a lot of figures that become stars.
But the fact that the top of the motel sign says Star Magic is what kind of made me think of that. It's like, is that
it makes me think of Lovecraftian stuff, astral projection and cosmos magic.
Is this the map's proper color? Because it's like darker where the church is, and how they said Eloise was scared to go in the church. It's like dark where the church is, and it's light over the other side.
Well, I think that's just because this map is collated from a couple of different images from the show.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. There was a light side and a dark side. Don't go on the dark side of the map.
Although I remember that one of the images from Victor's drawings had a picture of the church, but it had like basically like super bright rays like coming out of the like top windows or something. Like there was something super bright going on inside. Not sure what the significance is of it, but I just seem to recall there was a drawing of that I was like, huh, that's weird.
We got the lighthouse up here. The lighthouse is right here near the top.
And to the left of that, you have the kind of like bluish blob or whatever, which I think is like Isatok, and then maybe the Lake of Tears underneath it or something like that.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure.
I think so, because it looks like it's dripping water from it. So I can see that, like maybe dripping tears, into the lake.
Right.
There's a body of water here. Yeah, I see that. Interesting. Yeah, it's nice to be able to see this clearer. So this is a combination of different images combined. Interesting. And my friend Justin has said that it looks like the outline of a crow here. This big
this
big black line looks like the outline of a crow.
And do we know why Tabitha never went back to the lighthouse? Like,
I don't think that she would want to risk it again. I mean,
Well, I know Jim definitely didn't want her going back.
Yeah.
Very, very vocal about it.
but
Like,
she doesn't even really. She doesn't listen to Jim anyway.
Well,
Yeah. So being a trad wife.
Just saying, he was very adamant.
We love Jim here. He's great.
And telling Jade, you shouldn't fill her head with ideas.
Like she's
Those scary ideas.
I hated
like
that.
she's 9.
Oh my God. Like, yeah, what are you, 9? I
Even
loved
I
how Jade drew that back in his face. That was great.
Oh, I think he's just had it with Jim, like many people. It was kind of like an episode where everybody kind of let Jim have it.
Yeah, this might be Jim last season, and then Jade has to move in the house.
Yeah, Jabby happens.
I think Jim, like, we need him. We love to hate him, but we need him. He really made last episode. I think that his scene was a standout scene. It was drama. It was actual dialogue. We rarely see people talking about their problems or their issues with each other. And he's bringing the drama. He's confronting people. He's fighting with people. I do not want to lose Jim. I want to see him struggle through Tabitha becoming closer with Jade. I want to see him fighting. I want to see him, creating the chaos that makes the show like interesting. Because I think a lot of people were mentioning these two fight scenes that we've had from Jim. The fandom loved them. They went crazy for them. They love him fighting with people. They're not on his side, but they love hearing the other people.
I feel like Jim is a lot of filler. Like, we could be doing a lot more stuff, finding out a lot more stuff than worried about Jim arguing with people. He's just a lot of filler. Like, I want to know more than the episode about Jim sitting having a drink and talking about what he did when Julie was born.
Well, that gave us good insight, however, because if we believe like Julie's reincarnation theory, we were talking about this yesterday. The insight that Jim gave us, having that line about his father being an alcoholic and Henry sharing in that history, gave us an insight that perhaps Tabitha's reincarnated soul is picking out certain people.
I don't know. Can we just have Jim go on his own quest for a little bit and like just remove him for a couple episodes, and then we can bring him back?
He doesn't come back.
So I've got my
We
face
love Jim here. We
about
love
6 inches
Jim.
away from the screen, and I have a question. So in the middle of the Crow's Head Street thing, there's a faraway tree. And to the right of that, there's an arrow that points in from the left and down to it. Why is there an arrow pointing right at that one particular faraway tree?
Which tree?
Right here on the right.
Oh, yeah.
See?
Off the map again.
Is that kind of like a go here arrow?
Huh. Yeah, what are these arrows about? You got the purple arrows, you got the black arrows. You got this 3. I don't know. What's the 3 all about?
I don't know. There's a 1, there's a 2, and there's a 3.
There's a 1, there's a 2, and a 3.
Question is, what do they mean? Don't know.
Hold on. Oh, sorry. Hold on a minute.
Well, what does it say underneath the cross thing at the top with a circle around it? It looks like the word hort or something, or hoot.
It's numbers of some kind. It's like 4, 0.
Oh, it is numbers? Oh, okay. I see the 4 now. It looked like the word hoot. I keep on waiting for owls to show up because Elgin has such association with owls. I thought there was going to be an owl eventually, but I don't know. I'm confused about that because I haven't seen one, but maybe.
Yeah, but the question is, what do all the numbers on the map mean? Because there's some off on like the left-hand side.
District 3. District 3. I don't know. Hunger Games kind of deal.
I volunteer as tribute. Wait, no, I take it back.
We all volunteer. All the children volunteer as tribute. even though they don't want to be. So what were you
I
looking
don't
at?
know. Maybe it's where all the people live. Like there was 3 groups of people. 1 person group, 2 person, 3. I don't know.
3 people died here. Graves. I hope it's not graves. Because it didn't mark any of the graves. It was like, how long did that go on before people, got little nameplates? I feel like there's a giant peach by the motel sign because peaches are cool.
There's definitely something there in the.
I don't really know what that black area, the arrow that you're talking about, is. It's coming off the map into. This has got to be a map of going in the trees and out the trees. People should talk to Victor. He should be like, okay, so you go in this tree and you come out here, you go over here, and
Yeah.
They should
Versus
ask
black.
Victor, what is the map? Like, what is the show us everything on the map, Victor.
Well, and what I'm thinking is that once Tabitha goes through her awakening ritual, if that's what's going to happen, is that she'll hopefully be able to access memories of previous shamans or visions of them, and be able to essentially like interrogate Miranda and be like, okay, this is your map. What do these things mean? Or maybe she'll just know since, she has access to, whatever going back. But the question that I was about to ask is symbolically on the map, we have what you said looks like this crow's head, and then in the middle of it, you have a faraway tree. So one wonders, is that where the tree across the road would be, since it's literally the conjunction of the crow's head with a faraway tree? Which, granted, the tree across the road didn't have a big hole in it, I don't think, so maybe it wasn't a faraway tree. But I'm just wondering if the conjunction of the tree with the crow's head is saying kind of, in this area is where you came in, because you've got that kind of crow and the tree kind of conjoined together, like you would have a tree in the road.
Was there a third faraway tree? Like, remember it was like a skinny tree, and it looked like they were either making it, like putting bottles in the tree, or like, was that already a tree?
I know that Victor said there's a bunch of faraway trees, and so far we know
because he had the one we threw the rock in, right? Is that a different faraway tree than the other faraway trees?
I think so.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that was when. Yeah, that was when Victor and Ethan followed the boy in white into the forest originally. When I think Victor had taken away the crutch and given him the walking stick, and then they followed the boy in white, or they said they needed to find him. Or well, Victor said they needed to find him, and they did eventually see him walking through the forest, followed him, and then went to a faraway tree. And then Victor threw the rock with a smiley face in and ended up in the sky someplace and fell back down. You definitely don't want to step through it at that point, because that's going to be a bad day. But 5 minutes later, though.
Yeah, I do find it so interesting though that there's this giant, like this faraway tree. Clearly, this map is not to scale. Obviously,
where's the key?
Right, but this faraway tree is so huge compared to all the other things on the map, which tells me, like, maybe it's so large because it is important in some way. Like it's this particular tree, and it's within the shape of this crow too. So.
And there's the little bear shape in the crow's head. I don't know what that little bear shape is.
The bear shape? I don't see the bear.
By the trees. There's a crow's head. Then there's a group of little trees, and then there's a little bear. Little black bear.
Okay. Oh, I see it. I think I see it. Yep.
It looks like the shape of an animal.
When Victor was telling the story, he was telling it to Miranda, and he was telling it to Sarah, and he was like, yeah, and they poured the whatever into their hope into the tree, and then Sarah was like, the faraway tree? But Victor didn't say, yeah, the faraway tree, so how we don't know it's a different tree, there's another tree?
Or, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
he didn't confirm it when she said that. But I took it to mean, though, that this bottle tree, the faraway bottle tree, was created by the hope of the children as they were being about to be sacrificed. That's what I took it to mean. But yeah, it's interesting. But But this other map that you shared looks. I've never seen this other one before. This
So
thing.
that's one that somebody basically like redrew the map just to make it a little bit. Well, I think they were trying to make it. We didn't have a very good copy of it, but
It's a whole lot easier to see, like without all the messy stuff in the way.
1978, right down there.
Yeah.
This way to 1978.
Right. This is so much easier to see. I like this. Thank you for sharing this. I heard that something like this existed, but I didn't know where it was. Interesting.
I'm wondering if that spiral thing in the lower right-hand corner, it has the dots in the middle of it. I'm wondering if
it looks like slabs. Cannibal Village?
Maybe. I was thinking maybe it's the 7 stones of the circle that Father Kotri meditates in, but I'm not sure. It does look like 7 around the outside and then, 3 inside.
Yeah, okay.
I just don't know if that's the location where the stone circle is or not.
Yeah, I'd have to see all of it.
What stone circle? The 3 red with the red stones on it?
No, that's the later one. The one that Father
Kotri
Kotri used to meditate in the middle of before he died.
Oh, yeah.
Where he had buried the stuff when he originally got to town.
Yeah. This thing reminds me of a big cookie here.
I know. I thought about that too.
It looks like a chocolate
cookie.
Makes me want a cookie now.
and I think that on the original video, whatever it was, the Gaze for You one that I had originally gotten from, I think they had mentioned the 7 stone circle as being like an Inuit like sun circle, basically kind of like a sacred space where you could stand or sit in the middle of it and basically be protected by the sun or whatever. And so I'm thinking that maybe that would be the place where Miranda would do her vision quest. It's kind of like a sacred space for doing that. It's kind of like a shamanic ritual or something.
Is it 7 dots in it? That's not where the kids were like laid, like under, like when you go under the tunnel and then the kids are probably sacrificed there. Is it 7 dots in it?
Maybe. I mean, I know that somebody has certainly made a kind of analogy between the two of them, where you have the 7 kind of dots, or I mean the 7 stones for the circle that Father Kotri would sit in. And then clearly there's the 7 biers or whatever that the children are laying on underground. Whether they're the same in the same location, I don't know, but there seems like maybe some kind of parallel there.
Let me see. Yeah. Wait a minute. Let me go back down here. Yeah, this compass thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's the merry-go-round.
Yeah, that's the merry-go-round, except it doesn't have enough seats because the merry-go-round has 8.
And the merry-go-round's only a couple of colors if you actually look at it, if I remember correctly. But that symbol is on Victor's drawing in the middle of a grove of trees. So I'm pretty sure that's the location of that particular Victor's drawing, which I don't think we've seen that location yet. So I don't know what's there specifically.
Do you see the little? It's like a little circle. Like go back down. It's like a little circle, and then look like a half moon and a little or half moon. Is that supposed to be like? Is that supposed to be like the things walking towards?
Moon phases, I believe.
Yeah, it's ritual time. Time to do the ritual. It's a full moon. Let's go.
Yeah, so I think somebody had said that maybe Miranda was trying to like chart like the moon phases to figure out when specific.
So it looks like they're counting days, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe rituals need to be done either, crescent moon or full moon, or possibly during an eclipse.
Are these crosses all dead people?
Looks like it.
Maybe.
Little graveyard.
Oh my God!
Maybe not.
That's a lot. Maybe it represents.
It has 1978 right above it, so.
Were there that many?
Time.
Maybe that's all the people that died that year in 1978. Oh my God!
Oh boy.
That would be quite a massacre. That's a lot.
Then you've got all the little kind of hash marks over there with the different weather and kind of counting how many days were sunny versus cloudy or whatever. It doesn't really have any calendar system. It doesn't look like
very Victor.
Numbers.
Yeah, this is interesting. I like this. You can't really make out all those details at all on the map. So whoever did this, what a brilliant idea.
What do all these series of numbers mean? Like, are those distances, number of steps, or some other thing? Like you have 1700, 1600, 1500. There's like another 1500, I think.
Right.
Yeah, 1700, 1600, 1500, 1900.
Over there, you've got like 2000 or
1700.
2800, 2700. Because I know that Victor was counting steps to trees when Ethan asked him about it in like the first season. So I don't know whether they were counting steps between things and seeing that maybe the number of steps is getting smaller over time.
Yeah.
Like the bubble that they're in is shrinking, or the planet that they're on is shrinking. It's like an asteroid-sized thing with a road around the middle of it. And maybe it's the shrinking Earth as opposed to the expanding Earth. Don't know.
Yeah, so much. It kind of makes sense because of those arrows too, because it's like 1700, 1600. Maybe things are moving. These trees are
If you
moving.
move up on the map just like a little bit, is there a circle with an L in it? What is it, like a red circle with the L?
Hold on, let me wait. That's the one you mean right here?
Go up a little bit more. Right there.
Oh, there's a
What is
2.
Oh, a 2. It's a 2.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
one, there's a 2, and then there's a 3 down to the right. Not
Yep.
sure what the particular numbers denote. I'm assuming some specific things maybe at those places, but who knows what.
But there's another 2. Do you see that? Oh, that's a 1. That's still a 1. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, there's one in the middle, 2 in the upper left, and then there's a 3 kind of down towards the right somewhere, I think.
The question is I don't know what those numbers mean. They also corresponded to numbers on little cards laying on the ground on the floor next to Megan's body after she got ripped up. And I don't know what that means. That's a mystery. I don't know.
That black dot that looked like a bear looks more menacing in this map. Like it could be a black cloaked figure or something.
Oh, I see it.
Lurking around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looks like
it does
looks like a cow by the barn.
Yep.
A dancing cow.
It kind of looks like one of those effigies at the settlement, but
yeah, maybe.
or some type of totem. Because it looks like it has like a little bar kind of coming out of the bottom of it, and it's got
kind
of up the top.
I have a question about the motel sign. Is that it right there beside the one?
Yeah, the one with the X on top, basically saying there's no sign up on top.
Is that the pool?
Presumably.
I think so.
It looks like a circle.
That looks like the Brundles, I think.
By the hotel?
That's
yeah,
confusing.
it's got like a
It looks
lake
like
and,
a little pier.
Yeah.
It looks like people are going to dive into it, or there's some kind of. Is that
Maybe
a
they put
diving
water in the
board?
pool at one time.
Maybe so. Looks like people are going to get in there or dive in, or there's a lot of people up there
maybe
though.
things move around. Don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. It doesn't look like it should be right next to the motel sign. And right here we've got a body of water. I don't know what that's.
What's on the other map? Is it the same thing, or did they change something?
Let me see.
They redrew it.
The other map. Got the other one.
They were drawing this one based on the other one, I think.
Right.
Some kind of sacrifice? Oh.
I figured out the numbers. Season 1, Season 2, and Season 3.
Yep. Oh, it's the same. It's the same on this one too. It's
yeah. That looks like the Brundles with the whatever dock to dive
It
off.
could be a car though. In this one, it looks like it has little wheels in the front.
A car. Oh yeah, it could be. It's weird they made the thing round instead of rectangular. The pool, but could be.
Should we write them and tell them their map? This is horrible. It looks like somebody put a lot of time into this map. I wouldn't say anything bad about it.
Yeah.
I would make a little sketch.
Yeah, right.
This is like dedication.
Right. Where's the cabin village on this thing? I don't know. I don't know.
Village?
Yeah, where's Cannibal Village?
Well, there's a bunch of more dead people over here. Looks like a graveyard or something.
Where's the graveyard?
Up at the top. I just assumed they're all graveyards.
Probably. And notice something. Notice something. I don't think there's any water out there where the lighthouse is. And look right up on the map. It's surrounded by trees. And when Victor drew the lighthouse, it's also just surrounded by trees. We never saw water when the lighthouse was shown on the show either. I think it's a lighthouse in the woods with no water at all. I think like it's kind of like the motel sign and pool with no motel. Now we also have a lighthouse with no water.
So it's like Akasa saying, "What psycho created this place?"
Exactly.
What is the red thing in the back? And they got like the tornado coming out of it.
Is that Cannibal Village?
I mean,
Looks
so I
like
think
it's
that
little totems
the
around
blue
it.
thing up the top
3
I think,
totems.
is the floating eye in the Lake of Tears.
You okay?
Choking on water, sorry.
At least you're drinking water now. Good for you. You're choking on it though. It's unfortunate.
I'm choking on my water.
It's not going to be positive reinforcement.
I was trying. It's because I was trying to talk while I still had water going down my throat.
Gotta hydrate in survival situations, right?
And then there's more numbers. There's 11, a 10, a 9, a 8, a 7, a 5.
Those things look like little totems. Are those the little totems?
Where?
Okay, go up to where the tornado is. Go down to where the thing looks like marshmallow fluff, and then go to the right where there's 3 little objects that look like little totems. Badly drawn ones, but totems all the same.
Up,
go up,
Just
move
up,
your
yeah,
little arrow up.
on that ambulance looking thing, just straight up above the purple arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
just a little side, yeah, right there.
I've only had 2 hours of sleep, so that's helpful. These little guys.
They could be
These little
totems.
guys.
They could be totems, yeah. And I
I
wonder
mean,
what.
either for the Cannibal Village or someplace else, but they could be little totems.
And I wonder what all this red stuff is. What is this? Blood? Maybe blood. I don't know.
The red stones.
It's a lot of red.
Yeah.
Maybe the lake is dangerous.
I think there's definitely something dangerous going on out there. I'm really hoping they show us something by the end of the season because they can't just leave us with a bunch of knocking and footsteps, teasing us all season, and then not show us anything.
Yeah, it'd be fun to see the Eye of Isatok just kind of floating in the sky and like, what the is that?
Right.
And then there's Eloise over here.
And then
Eloise is kind of over by the totems.
In 2027.
See, Eloise is by the totems. She's kind of floating in space.
Oh,
she's hanging out. She's hanging out.
Oh,
That's
Lord.
Eloise.
But by the numbers, there's little scribbles. Like there's little scribbles on the other side. Like could be like houses or something. Like I don't know, like another little village or I don't know what it is. It's little scribbles, just like there's little scribbles over by the red water looking thing.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean by like the
Almost
number
like
2.
the map was done by a child.
Yeah.
Except it was probably Miranda, but who knows.
Yeah.
During the whatever 40 years it was alone or something.
I wish I could figure out where Cannibal Village is on this thing because I just don't see where it could be. Maybe those are totems, but then where are the cabins?
And they're over. They're over there.
Oh, maybe here, but there aren't that many cabins.
There used to be.
Okay. I feel like there should be more totems, though. I don't know.
Well, there's another one over there. There's a couple of them on the other side.
There are a lot of them. I thought there were only 7, but then they showed us more from Tabitha's dream, so I don't know how many there are. But, like, we counted 7, and then like, this other one showed up in Tabitha's dream, and apparently they were there.
That a friend of Chloe's, the woman that plays Christy, made those totems. I really think that she should market those totems because I think a lot of people would buy them.
I think so too.
For my yard.
Julie, are you saying that there were 7 totems by the small cabins?
Yeah, we initially counted 7 totems. There were 3 that looked like see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil, the position that they were in and their faces. And then there were 4 that were kind of connected in a diamond shape that look a lot like a big talisman when they're put together.
Like that one over here, like the one that's over by the L over here, that little guy.
Yeah.
That guy
Where?
with the arms and the cross on top.
Yeah, doesn't it look like one of them? Like it
Where?
would be
Right over
something.
here. I'm pointing with my
Oh
finger,
yeah, I
but that's
see
not
it.
gonna work. I'm pointing with my finger, but it's
His
not working.
legs are like the talisman. Only there's not another one on the bottom.
There's
like
one
the
over
mirror
here though.
image is
You're
missing.
going in the wrong place. You gotta go up to the top.
It's in the
over to
very
the left.
corner.
Yeah,
Over to the
where the
left.
L is.
Where the L
Oh,
is. That one right
oh.
there. No. This one
Yeah,
over
Right
here.
okay,
there.
yeah,
I'm pointing
right
with my
there.
finger. Can't you see? I'm pointing with my
Yeah,
finger.
you have the mouse on it. Yeah, that.
That
Okay.
thing. It looks like
Okay.
it.
That looks
right
like
there.
a totem.
And one
Yeah,
below it. There's one below it that kind of looks similar.
that looks okay. Okay. Yeah.
I'm
But
taking it
yeah,
as a drawing of a child.
so I think there are definitely more than 7 of them. I don't know how many there are, but there were 4 of them arranged in a diamond shape that look a lot like a talisman, a giant talisman. And Jade took it apart. He took it apart and one of them fell. So something needs to come of that, or I'm gonna be annoyed because
I actually thought that was one of the 3, that he touched. I thought that was one of the 3. So I need to go back and look at that. I see.
Yeah, no, I'll pull up I have a picture of it, but this was the.
This is a really bad idea. There's nothing else strong enough to pry that trap open. You really want to start pulling apart the ancient tower of holy scary shit? I'm sure whoever built it won't mind. Oh, Jesus. Fuck.
Yeah,
Except for the skull guy minds.
Yeah.
See, when we were talking, when you and me and Susie were talking about this being kind of like a crucible and a shaped room, like a protection room, and I feel like they trapped a spirit in there, and then we tore it apart. The spirit went away. Skull guy.
The skull guy. Yeah. It seemed
Skull
like
guy was trapped in there.
Yeah. It seemed like it freed him. Yeah, I know, right?
So he's probably being menacing somewhere. Maybe he'll like come around. He hasn't come
Yeah,
around so far, but
yeah, I don't know, Fletcher. Maybe there's something out there that just hasn't been revealed yet. There's got to be something out there that's a threat, because if it's, I'm gonna be disappointed at this point. Like, I know we could have a loner walking around out there, but I don't know. It would be interesting if Eloise is out there, but then we start to have this dream where there was, her as a little girl in old-fashioned clothes, and there's something coming down at her. She screams.
But Eloise is on the map. She's right over there on the right. I tell you.
Yeah. But like, I need
Cannibal
to know.
Village is here. Totem's over here. Eloise is hanging out.
I need to see.
She has a little cane. She's older, so she knows she's got a little walking stick.
Yeah, I just need to see a new threat revealed, or I'm going to be really frustrated. And I mean, Fletcher, we still might see something. We don't know, but Dice Man says the totems are just like Randall, Julie, and Marielle. He sees the bugs. Julie hears the screams, and Marielle has not spoken of the evil yet. Oh,
that's so good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's really interesting, Dice Man. That fits with the 3 totems that see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. Yes. Oh my God. That's really interesting. And Marielle has not said anything other than, yes, once in a while she still feels the bugs, but she tells herself that it's not real and it's just fear, and fear can only break her if she lets it. But there's something going on here. That's not normal for her to. I mean, unless she can really do this mind over matter thing with fear, but I doubt it. I don't know.
Julie hears no evil because she's smoking on the pot.
Yeah, maybe she's. Yeah, Julie doesn't hear it because that's right. Because she hears screaming, and oh yeah, Dice Man, that's an excellent point. I'm gonna find I'm looking for the picture of the totems, but yeah, there are 4 of them that are arranged in what looks like a diamond shape, and it definitely looks like a giant talisman, which I can't take credit for figuring that part out because that was who was that? Miss Comp, also known as Purple Alizé, and Fromley Theory. They put that together, and I will take credit for the other one though, because I did notice the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil totems. I'm just looking for it. Where is it? Let's see. Yeah, I still think that that's got to come up. That something has to come of that. If that's just a nothing burger, we've had some nothing burgers this season that are going to start to really annoy people if they don't give us something more. Like
Jasper was the saddest nothing burger of all.
yeah. I mean,
couldn't Victor just imagine his mouth moving? Just imagined it, and that'd been cool.
Yeah, just give us something. I would have liked to hear his voice, even if it was just his imagination, the dummy's voice. Yeah, like the how to trap a monster thing was a nothing burger. I still don't think that, like, the oncoming winter was a nothing burger, but that's just because the climate change, the weather changed. There's nothing that much you can do about that.
There was one.
Yeah, there's one. Here it is. Yeah. So I clocked this after I watched the trailer because you've got the one on the left. It has stick arms covering its ears, and the one in the middle has pursed lips, which you can clearly see there. And on the right, you've got eyelids that are closed there. So there it is. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. That's in Confucianism. That's it means. It's teaching the importance of avoiding evil, and it's teaching prudence. So there's got to be something evil out here, and if there isn't, then it's just going to be a giant letdown. There has to be something.
It seems like Dale got in trouble. He was the one inside of that place after they crossed through or by these three. He was in there cursing people out, and he ended up in the cement. Maybe once you go past that or into that area, you're supposed to watch your manners. I don't know, but he was the only one cursing people out in there.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I definitely think that this is kind of like sacred ground, like Scarlett and I have talked about. I think they showed us. It's kind of funny to talk about, but they literally showed us Jade urinating on a tree, and you could literally see the urine. Like the camera showed it to us. It's like, why did they make the choice to show us that? I think it was
weird.
Right? That was weird. I think it was because this is supposed to be sacred ground, and he's kind of desecrating it without realizing it and making it angry. At least something's going to come of it. I'm sure of it. There has to be.
He's feeding the
when he saw the guy
other than hope.
What?
Did he see the guy after that with the knife in his eye?
He did. Yes, right after. That's why I think that was related. Did you say something, Michael? I couldn't hear you.
I said he was feeding the roots of the tree with something other than hope.
Yeah, right. I think so. That was a deliberate choice. They didn't need to show us that.
I like to point out that it was yellow, though. The color
it was
yellow.
It was yellow, like this giant building. They're using these colors so deliberately in this show: yellow, blue, red. Robert has a big theory on color symbolism. Look how giant this building is in Camden.
Oh, hello.
What happened? Oh, okay, I don't know what happened.
All the colors in my icon. I actually put my camera on again for some reason.
I didn't see. I didn't see.
So it's white, and it's better than the other night because the other night I was getting ready for bed, and I was like, "Oh, that looks great." But it's like the Inuit flag is like yellow on the one side, white on the other, red and black in the middle, and then there's a blue star.
Yeah, I'm trying to find
My microphone off, not camera off. Not camera on, microphone off.
I would have a heart attack if I turned my camera on by accident. Oh my god. Like that's like my worst nightmare. Yeah, I would not like that. Wait a minute. Okay. I have a picture of it somewhere with the 4 totems. But yeah, I need to see something coming from that. And Fletcher the Chromonacle said, I think the little girl in the dream is scared / running away from the one-eyed dude and probably got that thing in the eye because he was chasing the children. Okay. Maybe. If you pay attention in the street of Victor's house, Camden, the houses look a lot similar to Frumville houses. I don't know if that's normal or no. Okay. Yeah, I thought of that too. Actually, I pointed that out too. They are really similar. They're not exactly the same, but it's a similar, simple colonial style house. So, like in my mirror world theory video, I was talking about how I think like this dimension is sort of at least this section of it is mirroring the Camden area, and that's why it has similar style houses. It has mountains and a lighthouse, which is unusual. You know, Camden has mountains right on the coast and lighthouses. There are very few areas that have mountains directly on the coast. Now, the thing that it's missing, though, it's missing things because I think it kind of like copies certain things. It pulls from, the real world, so to speak. So it's like missing the motel, but it has the sign and the pool, and it's missing the water, but it has the lighthouse. Wait a minute. Yeah, like right here. Yeah, so they're not exactly like the houses in Frumville, but similar colonial style houses, and you've got similar colors. Yellow. Henry's living in a yellow house. There's a red house. So definite similarity there. But I was gonna play the trailer so we can look at that. My mom just reminded me though I forgot to get her prescription, and so I'm gonna have to go do that. But maybe I can at least play the trailer first. I don't. For once, I actually feel up to staying on longer too. So that sucks. But I have to go get her medication. Let me see if I can get the trailer up though, so we can watch that because I really wanted to do that before the next episode. Go over that, like look at it together. Let me see if I can get that. I have too many tabs open. Okay, slowing down.
Whatever young Tabitha.
Yep.
Whatever young Tabitha was looking up at, it seemed to be very tall, or like way up there. I don't know. It seems like a monster or something. I don't know.
Yeah, right. It seemed like it was something flying, possibly.
Oh yeah, it could have been flying. I was thinking tall, but maybe it was something that flew. Maybe it came out of the water.
Sorry, my mom was calling me. Oh man, I wish I didn't have to sign off though. I could go and come back and come back on. I don't know. It's like 10 minutes away though. Damn. I wish it was like the pharmacy right down the street is like 2 minutes away, but the 24-hour one is 10 minutes. Okay.
You're gonna hit under 5? You're gonna hit under 5 hours.
Yeah, I might. Or I might just come back.
That's crazy talk.
Or I might just come back and turn the live back on.
Maybe. The sequel.
I might. I've never done that one before. I don't know. I might do that. Let me see. There's still over 100 people watching.
Sweet.
Thank you guys so much. I'm sorry I haven't been as attentive to the chat as usual. Let me see. Fletcher. It seems like a monster because the kid was small. The rock isn't that big. When Jade was next to it, she can be looking at a human figure. That's true. She was just looking up so high, it seems, you know. It seemed like she was looking up so high. Yeah, maybe if anybody wants to stay on, and I could come back in like 20 minutes and be back on here. I'll do it if you want. CT5V New Era. I don't know. I don't know if anybody wants to talk for 20 minutes, or if you want, I could put on a video. If nobody wants to do that, I could just play a video and leave the stream on. Yeah.
We could stay on. Do you want to play the trailer, and we could talk about the trailer while you go to the pharmacy, and then when you come back, we pick up on that?
Good idea.
Yeah, all right. Let's do that. Now, I don't see. I the only trailer I have access to is from. I can't find it anywhere except in Jeremy's video. So I don't know if I should play. I shouldn't play his whole video though. I'll play the trailer for you really quick before I go, and then I don't know. You guys could talk or in the meantime.
Okay.
All right. Let's do that. My mom needs her medication. I can't believe I forgot to get it. All right. Hold on. I have to tell her I'm going to go.
It's so quiet in here. So very quiet.
I'm sorry. My mom was talking to me. My memory is horrible lately, and I feel really bad. And she's upset because I forgot.
Perhaps you should just sleep. Perhaps you should just end the stream and sleep.
Nah, I don't want to sleep
yet.
Nah.
Sleep.
Don't worry, Julie. Play the trailer, and
Sleep, Julie.
I'll lead us in discussion. And when you get back, we'll be here.
Thank you, PM. I appreciate
But
it.
I gotta do some chores, and I'm gonna be loud, so I gotta turn my mic off.
That's all right. Hey, Scarlett, you do what you got to do, and you need sleep yourself. So don't feel any pressure, please.
Yeah,
all right,
I'm getting a little sleepy.
I'm gonna play the trailer. I'm gonna play the trailer, and then I'll stop it because the rest of it is Jeremy's video. I don't want to pillage from his page, but I'll do that, and then I'll head out, and I'll be back in like 20, 25 minutes. That doesn't take long.
Drive safely.
Okay.
Don't rush.
All right. People have suggested I do this before, like just take a break and then come back, because I hate to end the stream. So, all right. Sharing my screen. And
You should have a little sign that says "Be right back."
I should, right? And there are awesome people here who are more than capable, of talking while I'm gone. So, all right. Wait, why isn't it playing? Come on.
We know that she's afraid. I'm trying to protect you. They think that we don't have what it takes to find her. What is it she wants us to follow her? We proved that this place couldn't break her. You can either lay down and die, or we can say, we're taking our life back.
Okay, so There we go. When I get back, we can go over it. Like I'll like do it in slow motion. We can go over it, like that, because I always like to slow motion it and really take a closer look. But okay, so there
You
we
should play a
go.
video. Like play a video with the sound off so you can see something.
Okay. Yeah, just like have something on the screen. I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'll just play a video with the sound off and you guys can just talk over it or talk about whatever.
Perfect.
Okay. If I can get it to load. And thank you guys for doing that. And thank you everybody for listening and sticking around. I'm sorry I haven't been as attentive to the chat as I normally am. It's hard with like a bigger panel and figuring that out, how to navigate everything. I'm bouncing around between different tabs, showing images, and got a little overwhelmed. So I'm sorry. The last thing I'm going to do is ignore you guys. I appreciate every single person in the chat. You guys are killing it. I have been looking at the chat and highlighting comments and reading it. So just not reading it out loud as much. I'm not going to play the latest.
When Julie's gone, we should read the chat comments. Somebody should read the chat comments.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good
Yeah,
idea.
we should definitely go over them. Yes.
Yeah.
If you guys want to comment in relation to what we just saw on the trailer, we can talk about that.
Now, I'm not going to play my latest video in the background because I want people to actually watch it. But if they haven't already, but I'll just play a random video just to have something on the screen. You guys talk about whatever, and then I'll be right back.
You could play the tabby one. You could play the tabby one.
Yeah. Which one? The reincarnation one, or the
Or what's the other one? What are my choices?
Or I could play. I'll play the one where I mentioned reincarnation at the end of the video and talked about the mirror world thing that I was just talking about. Yeah, this one was over a month ago, so I'm not copying people when I say I think it's reincarnation, because people have talked about it off and on since season 1, but it's gotten really popular in the last 2 weeks, and so I've been accused of copying people. But
you know that Cyber Queen Media has been saying this for months.
Right, exactly. And I said this, let's see, when did I post this? 1 month ago. So at the end of the video, but I'm going to have the sound off.
You put the closed captioning on?
Oh yeah, I'll see if it has it has auto generated closed captioning. So there you go.
Sweet.
Proof
Thank
that
you.
Proof that I'm not just copying everyone who started talking about it in the last 2 weeks. All right.
Thank you, Julie.
No problem. And thank you guys. And I will be right back. I'm going to hit play and hurry up and get out of here. All right. I'll be back. And thank you, everybody in the chat. Thank you so much.
We'll see you in a minute. Okay, so this trailer was really interesting. Do you guys have any comments about the trailer that she just played? I do see Fletcher said they better start answering some stuff in this episode. There's only 2 left. And I think that's a really good point, because we have so many storylines going on that it makes me worried that they will not be able to wrap up or give us a conclusion that's satisfying for us to wait on the next season. I mean, these episodes are really short. They're really short. They're less than an hour long. So they really need to have strategy behind that. Let's see. Okay, so you guys in the panel, do you guys want to make any comments about the trailer?
I didn't see the trailer because I was doing things. So I'm kind of muting myself.
I thought it was kind of funny that Boyd's talking about taking the fight to them. And it's like, yeah, but we don't really have any weapons that work on them that we know of as yet. So unless they're introducing something, it's going to be kind of a one-sided fight, isn't it? I mean,
That's a good point. They do have that yellow vial they used on Smiley. So it would be interesting to see if they bring that back and give us some resolution.
I mean, it seemed like it didn't work last time they tried it. So
Yeah.
don't know if it'll work any better this time, unless they're just going to try and like full on inject it into one of them or something,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to just putting it on a bullet or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. Um, in the trailer, you see the nurse. She's making a hand gesture to Boyd, saying like, "Kill yourself," which I thought was really interesting. And taken out of context, I don't see how um, that could work because they don't usually taunt him in that way. It's usually hurting the people that he loves, but they haven't up until this point told him to kill himself. I thought that that's a new development that now they're going for something psychological.
You know, PM, I don't remember seeing the nurse. Is she new?
Yes. So we had a different nurse. Last season, we had somebody, she had a very unique face. And she was actually in the fandom. I think that she was the second most liked monster. She was used for a lot of the trailers and the posters. And suddenly we just stopped having that nurse. And now we have a different nurse.
I
You
see.
can definitely tell the difference. Yeah.
So is it a different entity or just a different actor that they swapped in?
It's a different actor because it's a monster. And so we have seen them kind of introduce a monster. They never really tell us that the monster is dead or no longer there. They just kind of don't show them in the next episode. I think we are to assume that they're still around, but kind of like with the cowboy. So we saw him, he really had control of one of the episodes, and then next thing you know, he wasn't there for the episode where the monsters were actually working to create strategy for the ambulance to stop. So it's kind of something they do.
Well, at least in From, it's easy to replace monster actors and actresses because you can just say, well, it's a shapeshifter. It can take on whatever form it really feels like.
Yeah, that's true. um so Laura says the new nurse looks younger. Yes, she does. She's also super cute. I really like her, but I definitely miss the original monsters. I think we paid a lot of close attention to each and every one of them. So when they switch them out, it kind of takes you out of that fantasy of the world being set in stone and set in place, because you notice these things. You notice that the actors change. Um, let's see. So we have a question from Fletcher. He says, what do you think happened in the cellar when Victor spent the night there, supposedly? In the morning, when he walks out, he's covered in blood or mud, and his clothes are all ripped up. Hmm. That's a really good question. In the panel, would you guys like to answer that?
Well, I found that I think he's talking about when he was a little boy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I found that a kid acting like that. I mean, he was just so nonchalant. I mean, it just seemed weird to me when I first started watching this, and I binged watched all of it, you know, but I found that so strange, and I thought Victor was suspect because I'm like, what kid would act like that? But um yeah, there he was in the middle of all these gory dead bodies, and just, you know, he even buried some of them. So I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Well, like I mentioned earlier in the chat, I think Victor may have like I don't want to say mild case, but I guess maybe a good a term as any, mild case of autism, I think, and some sensory issues. So maybe that he just doesn't quite interact the same way as like normal people would. Just
That's
with
true.
some kind of societal or social deficiencies or that sort of thing that sometimes come along
I was
with that.
thinking that it was the shock of everything, you know.
Mhm.
And but you have a good point. Maybe he was like that before he even got there.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. I definitely, now that we have been paying more attention to Victor and we kind of have seen him break down and show us emotion. So we know that he's capable of showing us some sort of emotion. It is really interesting that when we first see him in the cellar, he's put together. He's clean, completely put together in both of his recollections. Because if we remember, he first told us a story where it was just him and his mother. Then he included his sister. But what did not change was the way he looked. We see him coming out of the cellar and he is either muddy or bloody. Um, I'm afraid with some of the way that the show is going and the way that they're depicting Victor in these recent episodes, I'm really afraid that we might be in for a revelation, right, if you will, of Victor actually taking some sort of action that was so bad that he had to mentally distort reality, which is something that the fandom has talked about. A lot of people think that this could just be a distortion of Victor's reality because he couldn't handle the trauma. Um,
You're right. You know, when they told Sarah to kill the boy, I thought maybe they were talking about Victor. He was the one, not Ethan.
as in kill the boy. Yes.
Remember, they told Sarah, I think it was Sarah, right, to kill the boy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the diner
She went
scene.
after Ethan. But
That's
Victor
an
was the boy.
interesting point, because now that we have seen Julie live in a different time period, sort of travel back in time. As of now, we just call it travel back in time because she literally went back to a scene that we had seen previously. We don't quite know what it is. They have not told us. But now that we know that time is distorted, it is interesting to notice what they said to Sarah. If the entities have distorted time, they could potentially not realize that Victor is a grown up, that he's not a little boy anymore. So I could definitely see where they said kill the boy, meaning Victor.
He still kind of acts like a child.
Another theory that I had heard was that instead of Ethan, they might have been saying to try to kill the boy in white, if they're like in opposition. So then the entities essentially win or something. Or
Yeah, that's what Fletcher is
help.
pointing that out as well in the comments. What's interesting would be if we follow that thread, kill the boy in white. The way that they depict the boy in white is as an entity that has some sort of knowledge and power over from. So how do you go about killing someone like that? Sarah doesn't see him all the time. We don't know if he's physically stable enough to actually hurt or if he is an apparition like Kimono Lady. So it's interesting that they say kill the boy, but they don't actually tell her how if he is not a real boy.
I mean, we do know that he can push Tabitha through the lighthouse window. So at least there, it seems like he is able to physically manifest, at least enough to do that. Unless it's just like a totally spiritual push, but...
Yeah, we need more information as to if they gave her any more prompts of how specifically to kill the boy. If she picked up the knife because she was going to kill Ethan with a knife, or if that was just her acting on what she thought would work, or if they told her this is specifically what you need to do. If we recall, when she killed Toby, they were specific about what they wanted her to do.
Sure, and we don't hear the inner monologue in her head. We just hear
Really?
whatever she happens to say. So yeah, it could be that, you know, the voices or whatever told her more than was just shown on her arm or whatnot. But we don't know.
Yeah, Julie and I were actually discussing Sarah killing Toby. She never told us what the instructions were and what the voices actually said. So we know that they said kill the boy, and we were wondering, did they say kill Toby? Sarah didn't know Toby, right? Or did they say kill the man? And if they did say kill the man, could that potentially have been Jade? Because we know that Jade is more important to the storyline than Toby was, as far as we know. Could they have potentially said Jade is going to be a problem, kill Jade, and she heard kill the man, and she maybe just thought, okay, Toby, it's probably the person who was driving or the person that was injured. Um, we need more information as to how they're communicating and specifics of what they're saying. I think that could
Yeah,
give us a clue.
that's so true. Because I was wondering, why did she just kill him out of the blue, Toby? I mean, it just seemed so bizarre. I didn't know how to take Sarah after that, you know? The way she killed him, it was so violent, you know? She could have just, I don't know, put something in the IV that would have killed him, but it was so violent. So I wondered about her.
Well, yeah, I mean, it seemed like she was hearing something from the voices and responding to it before she, you know, like stabbed him or whatever.
Mhm.
But it didn't say what specifically. Well, I think it's interesting that then later when she's out in the forest with Boyd and the boy in white talks to her telepathically, we actually hear what he says, as opposed to the voices, which we don't hear.
Yeah, plus she like made out with Toby before she stabbed him, which was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot
I
of people
forgot
were
about that.
thinking that's just Sarah. She kissed them, but
Oh,
we
that's
don't
her
really
calling
know.
card. My calling card.
We don't really know. They could have said Sarah, kiss him, and then kill him. I mean, for all we know.
Kind of twisted.
Right?
Well, the metaphorical kiss of death, so to speak.
Exactly.
Yeah, the kiss of Judas. We have a lot of religion and a lot of, they mention the Bible constantly. She betrayed the town, really. She betrayed Boyd, and it's all of these themes of having done something so bad. If we recall in not this episode that we just saw, but the one before that, she said, I would do anything to feel like a good person again. I think we're definitely foreshadowing that she will redeem herself in the eyes of the fandom, because what she did was brutal.
Good point. Good point.
That reminds me of when Father Katru was still alive, and neither here nor there, but apparently there's no Bibles in the town. But one of the things that he said was, what if essentially we have these, whatever it is, 72 books, or 73, or however many it was, of the Bible, but what if we're the ones writing whatever's the next chapter? Do we have any kind of thoughts on that specifically? If that was just kind of a weird red herring, or if there's some kind of weird
I think it perfectly ties in to From and the reoccurring themes that we see. So the show gets really complicated, but when we simplify what has been said to us directly, we notice that there's a theme here. Hope. We definitely hear hope being mentioned. We have heard about religion. Two of our main characters have had monologues where they point the finger at God being a spectator, which is kind of what Katri was saying. We are the book. So that would mean that God or whoever is the Lord and Savior, or whoever will pass judgment on them, is just watching, right? Watching. He's not really helping, but he's putting them through trials and tribulation. I think that that definitely has something to do with the theme of hope. It's almost like pushing humanity to see if they would still do the right thing. It would, if they still hope for salvation, or if they despair enough to do gruesome things like sacrifice children. In the Bible, we see that all the time, where even though we are meant to believe that God is the Savior, He oftentimes puts people in situations where He's asking them to do something like kill their own child just to see if they would do it, if they love Him enough, or if they're faithful enough.
Well, that happened once with Abraham and Isaac.
Once is enough. That's crazy.
But it was just to see his faith. You know, he wasn't actually going to do it. And besides, it goes on to say that Abraham thought that God was so powerful that even if he did kill him, he would be able to bring him back to life. So it was a test of his faith.
Exactly. It was a test. And I think that that could be seen in two parts. So you can see it as devotion. Oh, I am so devoted to this idea that I will be willing to sacrifice the children if I'm thinking that they're going to be fine, or I'm getting something in return that is worth the sacrifice, or I believe in the entity or the God that is asking me to do this. Or you could see it in another way, where somebody who asks for your devotion in that way is somebody who is playing with you, your emotions, and is playing with your faith.
Well, I think that evil tries to imitate God, and but the end result is totally different. They actually are sacrificing children. They actually do. Whereas with God, He didn't let that happen.
Yes. So, and therein lies the question, right? Are you bad? The writers of this particular show, they've done it in Lost and in shows like this, where good and bad is not as clear as we may think. The lines are blurry because those that you think are good may be good to you, but not necessarily good to everyone, or may not necessarily be doing good things, even though they're helpful to you. In saying, oh, I wasn't going to actually ask you to kill your child. I just wanted to see if you would do it. And there lies cruelty. And if we recall, Tabitha has a monologue. She's standing in the church. She's talking to the priest that everybody thinks is very suspicious. And she says, I do not want to talk about God, because if God exists, He allowed that place to exist.
Well, From is kind of like a microcosm of what the earth is today, because we live in a fallen world. And, you know, since Adam and Eve, Satan is in control. So we're really looking at evil that's hidden in our real world. We're seeing it played out in this television show. You know,
I think that's a great point. And I think it takes us back to, they have mentioned the trolley problem in this show, where you have to make the right choice in order to do good. However, when you raise the stakes of the trolley problem, the people that you may be sacrificing to save the greater good of humanity or the greater population may be people that you actually care about. And then we are less inclined to do the right thing. So I definitely think that the show is exploring humanity. I think that's why they continue to tell us about hope. Hope is what's going to make you be willing to suffer. That could be looked at as Abby saying the truth, or we can look at Abby as trying to deceive Boyd and tell him it's not worth it, just give up. Because what is life without hope? Even Katri, as he was dying, he was praying.
Well, what you're saying reminds me a lot of the book of Job, where Satan came to God and asked him, and you know, Satan is an angel, right? He's a bad one, but he's still an angel. He came to God and asked if he could torment Job. And God was bragging about, I guess you could say bragging about Job being a good and obedient person. But Satan was like, well, if you let me do this, he'll curse you, you know. And so he did. He let Satan have Job, but he could not kill him. So he did all these different things to Job, and Job came through with flying colors. On the other end of it, he was rewarded. So we have to remember that salvation is different than rewards. Only belief in Christ can like save you, your soul, but you do good deeds for reward, for crowns in heaven. That's the difference.
What I think is really interesting about what you just mentioned is it reminds me of the monologue that Henry gave us about From. In the monologue, Henry says the people held on to hope. And when they did not have hope, they held on to each other. So I think what's really interesting about the story that you just related and the monologue is that it points to even when you lose faith, even when you lose hope, people find a way to do the right thing for each other, regardless of a God, regardless of an entity. Whether
Well, what you just said is in the Bible. There's faith, hope, and love, and the greatest is love. And so when you're depending on each other, you're talking about love.
Yeah, and so I think it's
lose
not
hope.
by mistake that we see the Bible mentioned. And I also don't think it's a mistake that the next couple of episodes are Revelation 1 and Revelation 2. Which,
Right.
as you know, Revelation is the coming of the undoing of it all. Everything that has been the status quo, everything will be undone. And at the end of those two episodes, we're going to end up with a completely different format for the show. I don't think we're going to remain in the town if Revelation actually means revelations. What's your opinion on that?
I'm not sure what they're gonna, in which direction they're gonna go, because I'd have to know the mind of the writer, maybe what religion, or if any, they are referencing. So I'm looking forward to seeing which way they go with this. If they let evil win, then we may remain here in this town. If good wins, then maybe we will leave this town. I don't know. We'll see.
What I found really interesting is in looking into Revelations mentions God will come down and finally judge everyone, right? And then it
Only
mentions a
some will be.
lake of fire.
Right. Some will not be judged. Some will make it out of, they don't have to go to From, or they'll make it out of From, whereas some will remain in From and be judged.
And the
If that,
lake of fire sounds very familiar to the lake of tears. Neither one of those sound good. Tears or fire, it does not sound good, and we are yet to see that. So I'm wondering if maybe in these 2 episodes, them being called Revelation, we will get to see the Lake of Tears and get maybe the final judgment on the grand experiment that the show has been.
Perhaps. I think that the lake of fire is different than the lake of tears. The lake of tears is a group of people, I think, that were saddened and they cried so many tears that it formed a lake, if you will, or their loved ones were drowned in that lake. I think it was once a place where there was no water, but then water came and flooded the town. So it's a lake of tears. Whereas the lake of fire is a place of punishment.
That's really interesting because we have seen the kimono lady when she was
Mm-hmm.
first depicted in the show. She was wet. She looked like she was a victim of drowning.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Then we see
There's
her
a
and she's very dry, but her hair still looks, or it's depicted as wet.
mm-hmm. Yep. It's
Garrett
all history.
family. Garrett family has an interesting comment. Garrett family said it sounds like necromancy, which I think it's a really good insight into how we view different things. So for some, they might say resurrection in a positive light. For others, it may be necromancy in a negative light or potentially in a dark light, right? The whole idea of the dead coming back to life is seen as either positive or negative depending on your point of view and depending on your beliefs. So I think that's a really good comment. We kind of see this in the show, and a lot of people are saying Tilly might come back. I
Mm-hmm.
don't
I
know if you
thought so
agree.
too.
What do you think? So yeah.
I thought I wondered if she was, she wasn't gone yet. But I'm one that thinks Tilly is evil.
Oh, okay. You think so too. I'm back, guys.
Hey.
Welcome back.
Good job. I was listening the whole time. You were cooking in here. Wow. Such smart people. You guys are so smart.
Tilly can't stop being sus even in death.
So
Poor
close to
Tilly.
back, Julie.
I swear she is still sus. I think that she was, maybe it was unconscious. It was probably unconscious, but I think that she was connected to an evil entity kind of being used as a tool at the very least to do its bidding. Yeah, I think so, personally. Like the way that she kept telling Fatima everything's fine, this is normal. When I was pregnant, this is how I felt. Like, first of all, she's not pregnant with anything that the ultrasound could actually show. And so how did she know what was going on? She knew something was up with Fatima, and
Yeah.
he keeps telling her it's normal and telling Ellis it's normal. It's not normal. They should have been alarmed and they should have been talking to people. It's almost like she wanted them to keep quiet and not tell anybody until it reached a crisis point, like now. So
Well, we
I
have more information now that could potentially change our mind. I will never change my mind about Tilly, ever, Fletcher, if you're listening. I will never change my mind. However, I do want to give the chat the information that the show gave us without my biased opinion. In the show, Tilly said run before she died. We
Right.
now have more information that Fatima, in fact, did have to run because Elgin kidnapped her. And she wasn't smart enough, or she didn't remember that she should probably run away from him. She followed him and she tried running away when it was too late. He dragged her back in. So
Mhm.
potentially she could have been good, and potentially she could be giving Fatima wise advice, something for her own good, because she saw that something horrible was going to happen to her.
Do you believe Tilly is good?
No, I don't believe that Tilly is good or evil. I
Oh.
believe that Tilly was a person who was very nosy. She was always in everyone's business. She was crossing boundaries left and right. She was putting herself in a situation with somebody that was not doing well mentally, where something bad was going to happen to her. And it did, in fact, happen. That person snapped, but that person also gave her a lot of warnings. Don't touch me. Get away. Go
You're right.
away.
You're right. I think
So
Tilly did that on purpose. I think she was egging her on, knowing that she was getting on her nerves, and she kept on anyway, as if her words did not matter.
Mm-hmm.
that's right. So not necessarily a good or a bad person, just someone that was not doing the right thing. And this is the sort of thing that you see happen in the real world and in From. She was, you play games like this, and this is the outcome. But I'm not sympathetic towards her. I don't think that she was good. A lot of people said she was very kind and such a sweet old lady. I don't agree. And I don't think that she was bad or plotting anything. I think she was just a weird, nosy lady.
Mm-hmm.
I think she would hide behind her age and her grandma is, but I think she was up to no good with a lot of the comments she said to different people. It would leave you with a negative kind of feeling sometimes when she would speak to you, or, just different people within the show. And I never will forget her doing that rain dance right off the bus. I thought that was just so bizarre.
Not
I
only
thought
that, but do
she-
you recall when I forget the name of the person that was stabbed? That woman, we saw her. Do you remember, Julie, her name?
The one
which
on the couch.
Yes,
I
Nikki?
forgot her name.
Nikki. How about when Nikki is like screaming out in pain? She was just
That's
shot.
Kelly. Isn't that Kelly?
No, the one who
Nikki.
was shot.
Oh, the one that was shot. I thought she said the one that was stabbed. Never mind me.
Yeah, Nikki. So she's laying there. She's in pain. She may potentially die because Tilly doesn't know if they have the medical tools that they might need or not. And there's chaos going on. And she says, "Oh my God, like, I feel so bad for XYZ." Elgin says, "Oh, she's gonna be fine," thinking the most obvious thing. You're concerned about the person that's bleeding out. And she says, "Oh no, Fatima." That in itself is like, you're not that caring. You are not a caring old lady, because you would care for everyone. You literally, that was her being so dismissive and saying, "Oh, I could care less about her. Who cares about Nikki?" Like, no, I'm not. I'm still on Fatima. I'm obsessed with her.
She wasn't on the radar at all, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just think that it was something.
I was going to say, in Nikki's defense, though, nobody really liked Nikki.
Yeah, but like, I just find it not normal to be this obsessed with not just any pregnancy or not just any, buddy's business, but this particular very sinister thing going on with her. That's what makes me think she's being unconsciously used as a tool, just like the way I think I don't think it's a coincidence that she just happened to show up at the clinic with the very drug that Marielle was addicted to. And no, I don't think she did it on purpose. I think that she was being manipulated and used unconsciously by an entity here that orchestrated that. And so I think that it's the same thing with Fatima. There's something not right with her pregnancy. It's not a baby. And so the fact that Tilly said, "Oh, I just can sense these things. I've had 4 kids and 7 grandkids." No, you're not sensing a normal pregnancy. You're sensing something else. You're following her around nonstop, telling her it's normal, giving her a false sense of security. And maybe if she hadn't kept reassuring her so much, Fatima might have actually told somebody about it before things got to this level.
That's true.
So yeah, I I don't trust that at all.
I
I
think
don't.
that's a great point. We
Yeah.
have more information now, Julie, that would support that. So now that we have more information as to what is happening to Fatima and what her fate will be, because whatever will happen to her is gonna be in that basement. Her
Mm-hmm.
fate is there. I don't think it's positive because nobody gets kidnapped and then lives a fairy tale in the basement. Usually
No.
bad things happen to you. So we see that Elgin and Tilly were buddies. They were always together, and the thing that they had in common was that they had this obsession with Fatima. Now,
Mm-hmm.
Tilly, it is potentially true that she was being influenced to cross the boundaries in order to get Fatima to kill her so that Fatima would be on the run. Fatima would
Hmm.
then be desperate
Yes.
enough to accept Elgin, who she doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't really trust him. She is not friends with him. We don't see them interact, but she would be in such desperation that it would make sense to follow him because that's how desperate she
Yes.
would be. And Ellis wouldn't be around her.
That
Ellis
makes
would be
sense.
That's
trying to cover
exactly.
things up.
That
That's it.
makes sense.
I definitely, that's exactly what I think. I definitely think she wanted this to escalate to the point where Fatima was going to kill her. Not, maybe not consciously, but whatever entity is manipulating her or controlling her behavior or whatever,
Hmm.
either she did it consciously or unconsciously, but the intention was definitely for this to happen, for her to be
Oh
in
yeah.
that desperate
Well,
position.
also she like Tilly, though it wasn't a dream. She also saw the kimono lady, so she's kind of
Mhm.
connected to the kimono lady as well.
That's
That's
right.
true.
It's like,
This
ooh,
was a
she's scary,
plan.
and she didn't even think she was that scary.
That's because
Uh,
she's one of them. That's what I think. She's
Yes.
connected. She's
This was a
definitely
Yes.
two-step
connected, and
plan.
I
This was
think that
executed as a two-step plan. Both of them were in cahoots, even though they didn't know it. They were both being used for the same plan. If we know anything about Fatima before Elgin and before Tilly, is that Fatima was the princess of Colony House. She was very popular, always surrounded by people. She had her own room. There is no need for Fatima to ever be alone. But they
she,
orchestrated a way to keep her from Colony House, from the security of Donna and everybody there, and
Mm-hmm.
Alice, and to put her in such a vulnerable position that Elgin would seem like a good choice.
I agree. I
well,
agree.
I'm hoping that Elgin is, as I'm suspecting. Like when I first saw Elgin, I didn't know how to take him. But when he came on that bus, he was afraid of being there, which is natural if you're having bad dreams about a place and it does turn out to be horrid. Unlike what Tilly was, her reaction was the total opposite. And so I'm thinking that Elgin may be good, but he chooses to keep his enemies close, or the enemies of the people close, which is Tilly, or was Tilly. So I'm hoping that Elgin is good and that he's actually trying to help Fatima. But I could be wrong.
Interesting. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Elgin is being tricked. Um, I
Could
just feel
be.
like he's being he's being manipulated and tricked into thinking he's helping. But I mean, what exactly did Kimono Lady tell him that we didn't hear is what I want to know.
Yeah.
What did she tell him that makes him think that this is going to save everyone? That what
Well,
I'm
we
really
talked about this earlier, Julie. Like angels, good angels, divine angels are not always pretty. And this lady, this kimono lady, she could be a good entity, but we just don't know. Just like those children, maybe they're good as well, right? Even though they look hideous. So we can't judge a book by its cover always.
Mm-hmm. That's
That
true.
could be true. I do not give Elgin that much grace. In my point of view, I'm of the other band. I feel like Elgin he is not a good person and he never has been a good person. I think that at the core of his decision making, it shows you that he is more than likely to participate in evil if it's something that you can convince him
But why
is
do
the
you
right
say
thing to
that?
do.
But why do you say that? I mean, he references his grandmother with,
Yeah,
love.
but I mean, serial killers always had like a love for their grandma or mother, or they always. This is not anything. Him making owls with his grandmother, it could either be very sweet or it could be the serial killer that made owls with his grandmother.
Oh, you
Well,
know
we
what?
all love our grandmothers and mothers, so I hope we're not all serial killers because I don't know. I'm not following you on that one, but
Well,
perhaps.
let me explain, okay? Let me explain.
Okay.
So just because someone says I made owls with my grandmother or has a background or a childhood story that may appear that they had a good childhood or that they're a good person, we know in the real world that I'm from that those people could be bad.
Yeah. Yeah,
Simply
that's
because your
true.
grandmother was good and she took you to church does not mean that you followed in her footsteps. And a lot of the times, what did Donna say? Donna said, I like being here because here you know who the monsters are. They have the decency to tell you who they are.
Right.
That is a direct quotation. We cannot trust what Elgin is saying and say, okay, you went to church, so I guess you're good because evil exists everywhere.
Oh, that's
Now,
absolutely true, especially in the church.
with Elgin, let's say that Kimono said, there's a baby, it's not her baby. I need you to grab Fatima, drag her here. If she doesn't want to come in, make sure that she's in that basement because this is not her baby. And then he's making a baby mobile and setting up a room where she's going to kidnap this woman because he believes is the right thing to do. So that in itself tells you that he is not a good person because he thinks that he can make choices about this woman that he does not know and about this baby that has nothing to do with him.
I get what you're saying, and that makes perfect sense, especially in under normal circumstances. But this isn't normal, so I'm giving him leeway here. I'm hoping that he is trying to do good, but we'll see. I mean, it's up to the writers which way they want to take it. So I don't know. He may end up being horrible, but I'm just hoping that he's not.
I just thought of something when you guys were talking about the owls. I think that like animals are a source of symbolism in this show. So you have, Jade compared them all to rats in a maze at the beginning of the series. And, the crows, I think, represent the watcher entity that is, the big bad, if you will, like that's watching and listening to them. And I think that because right from the beginning, it showed us a point of view shot of a crow looking down at the Matthews kind of ominously. And, so it's that perspective of something watching them. And then, in the cave, we saw rats eating a crow, which I think is symbolic of hopefully the rats, meaning the humans, triumphing over this watcher entity in the end, breaking the cycle, because that was literally a maze too. The caves are a maze. That you had rats in a maze, and then they're nibbling on not the cheese, they're nibbling on the crow, the watcher entity. So now where do owls fit into this? What do owls eat? Well, owls eat mice, rats, so maybe the whole owl thing is a clue that Elgin is not on the side of good, actually. It sounds like a nice touchy-feely thing. He crocheted owls with his grandma, and he said it was always owls. He said those are his words. It was always owls.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. It just depends on your definition or, your symbolism. If it's because owls used to be a good thing,
like a symbol of Athena, like a token of wisdom.
Exactly. They used to be a good thing, but evil has taken the owl and has made it into something negative as of late, you know, much
How
like
so?
a lot of things, you know, rainbows and all kinds of things can be where it used to mean one thing, now it means something totally different.
Right.
I'm always connected owls with good things because I like owls. So
I like owls too, but
well,
yeah,
you've
it's a
heard
dog.
of the Bohemian Grove. You know, they worship an owl
oh yeah, oh
called
no
Moloch.
conspiracy theories.
I'm just saying, you know, they have an owl that they
It's way
worship.
too early in the morning.
Yeah, I really was asleep. So
I mean, I love the Bohemian Grove. I could talk about that for an hour, but I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to go to sleep.
well, you know, they have an owl in the midst of that area.
Yes, I know. I
Yeah,
understand.
and they worship
Yeah, I
it.
get it.
Yep. So
I
they
have a
they're
family
taking something.
member who went to the Bohemian Grove, and he won't say what it was actually like.
Yeah, you can wake up
Oh,
dead, you know,
now I want to know.
talking about that thing.
Yeah, okay, so Fletcher
You
has a good
planted a
comment
seed.
here. He says, I think Elgin's shirt is important. He has a raven in his t-shirt.
It's
And
also
we have
violet
all said
colored.
he never changed his outfit. Could that potentially be important?
Smoking.
I don't know, but I just want to add that crows are good as what they're supposed to be good symbolically as well, whereas rats are not. So I just want
Depends
to
on
add
your point of view. I love rats.
Yeah, but in the
You
context
do?
of the show, I think that this is what they're going for. But you know, traditionally, yeah. But I mean, you know, Jade literally compared them to
Well, it
rats.
depends though, because in the Chinese zodiac, the rat is a symbol, and it's a very productive animal.
Yeah.
It all depends
It
what
just
mythological system you're grabbing onto, and I think From's grabbing onto multiple mythological systems.
Yeah, it depends on which one you're gravitating toward, you know, because in one sense it can be good, and then if you put it over here on this side of it, it's bad. So it just depends on what side of the line you fall on.
I'm also a rat on the Chinese zodiac, so you know, it's personal. I'm a water rat, of all things.
Yeah, I have a son that falls under that sign as well,
Oh, yeah.
and I love him to death. But
I just want to get something better, like a dragon, or you know, something more glorious. But you know, tiger. Oh well, what can
The
you
tiger
do?
is good. I'm a snake, and I'm terrified of snakes.
Well,
Like
maybe
I
you should.
really like they are my fear. Whenever I have nightmares, it's snakes.
So you should go someplace where you can handle snakes and get
Oh
over your
hell
fear.
no! Oh, you just like scared me. It's almost 2 a.m. here.
Yeah, I was
No.
walking around with my kids one time, and there was a garter snake in the middle of the path, so I grabbed it up and I showed it to them, and they thought it was great. Very courageous.
Oh gosh, yeah, you are brave. You are
It's a little
brave
garter
and
snake. It's
strong.
not going to do any harm to anybody.
I could never be.
Mm-mm,
That's
'cause I
why I
don't know which
said
ones are
in
poisonous.
From, I think we all like to
Not a
think
garter snake.
ourselves like super strong. I would just give up. I would just be like, monsters, take me. I'm not brave and I'm not strong.
Just
I'm
like
not Iron
the
Abby.
first night, you're just standing outside. You're like, come on, let's get this
Yeah,
over
I'm
with.
just like, let's get it over with. I'm Dale. I'll complain the whole day, and then at night I'll just walk out.
It's funny. Venus says here, I always felt something was shifty about Elgin, but I couldn't pinpoint it. And hello, Venus. I didn't clock that. I was really surprised that Victor had said I don't trust him, and then he seemed to be a good character to me. But then I thought about it when the kimono lady started appearing to him, and I remembered what Victor said. So I thought, okay, he must trick Elgin into doing something that he thinks is going to help, like Sarah, but it's actually going to cause harm. And to me, it looks like that's what's happening. So, and I trust Victor. If Victor doesn't trust Elgin, then I don't think it's that Elgin is bad. Personally, I think that he's I think he's under the influence of the evil entity. I don't think that he's like a, this isn't like obviously if this was the real world, he's kidnapping a woman and doing all this. I'm not justifying it at all. But it's like, I think that he's being controlled. I don't think he's a bad person. I think that he's being manipulated, and I don't think he's in full control. Like, I think he's being tricked. Like Sarah. Like, a lot of people sympathize with Sarah, and she literally sliced and diced a guy. And we're forgetting that more easily because we didn't know Toby very well, but because we care about Fatima more, it's like, we're not, we're all saying Elgin's a bad person. I don't think he's necessarily a bad person. I think that he's being influenced by the entity like Sarah was and being tricked personally. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's gonna make it out of this season. I think he's gonna be done after this.
I can't wait for Boyd to find out. I want Boyd to find out what Elgin did and to let just like the best of his laps that Boyd knows how to give.
It won't be pretty, will it? It won't be pretty.
It's not going to, no.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so we were talking about the trailer and the nurse monster. She's doing a hand gesture, Julie, to Boyd saying like, kill yourself. Did you see that?
No. Oh yes, in the trailer. Yeah, let me go back to the trailer. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that she she made like a gun gesture with her hand. That was crazy. Let me go back to that. So, and by the way, this photo I have up here, that was like not this moment, but right before that, that was such a jump scare. When she suddenly appeared in front of Fatima's face, they got me. Like, I totally jumped. There weren't that many jump scares in this show. That did it. That was good.
Yeah,
I think she appeared.
I was gonna say she must be trying to induce labor, because that would scare me to death if I was
right. Oh
The
my
baby
god!
just drops out.
I don't have a still because it happened so quick that I wasn't able to grab a still. I have to try again of the shot of her right in the camera's face. Like her face right in the camera. But that was startling.
Yeah, I think it had purpose.
So is she
because
just gonna
we
hang out?
see-
Is she just gonna hang out in the room with Fatima and the skeleton?
Oh
Like
God,
a weird trio?
I hope not. That's the skeleton. Did he even clean it up? Did he have the decency to get that skeleton out
Right?
before he dragged Fatima there? But I think Kimono had purpose in this shot particular. So Fatima arrives, Kimono shows up just for a second, and then Elgin comes in and tells her all of these lies. So I think Kimono was checking like if Fatima was indeed there and if she was alone.
So wait, say that again. She was checking to see
Yeah,
what?
so Fatima arrives with Boyd, and
Yeah.
Ellis keeps talking about how he wants to stay with her.
Mhm.
Kimono shows up and sees that Fatima is alone. Boyd is not there and Ellis is not there. And then shortly after that, you see Elgin come in and he lies to Fatima and tells her, you need to come with me. Like, Elgin said, you're going to be safe here. So I think the purpose of her actually showing up was to check up on Fatima and make sure that she was alone and that they had the opportunity to then take her, to kidnap her.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, because otherwise, like, why was she even there? Elgin is the one who got Fatima out of there, so, yeah, and it makes me think too, like, yeah, she needed Elgin. See, this is why I think, so, like, we say that this show, that the From doesn't need moles, right? And it doesn't need moles to watch and to listen and report back, but I think sometimes it needs a human to do things that the entities can't do. An entity like this is not going to be able to convince anyone to do anything. Like she wouldn't have been able to get Fatima to come with her and go down the root cellar, but she could convince a bystander, Elgin, trick him and get him to do it. So sometimes I think they use humans there as kind of their own tools to manipulate them. I think that's really what the puppet symbolizes. I think Jasper is really just symbolic. Like it's the entity tries to use people as puppets. I think it used Tilly. I think it definitely used Tilly, and now it's using Elgin, both related to this Fatima situation. So that's the thing. So I don't think there's any mole in traditional sense, but sometimes it can be useful to have a human being to control, and it's probably unconscious. I'm sure they don't even know that it's happening. But that's just me. Let me find the trailer.
That's a good point. I was thinking that earlier about the puppet. Is that why he's there? Because we are like puppets sometimes,
I think so. That's what I always thought until this season. I just thought it was symbolism. I never expected Jasper to just, become a part of the plot like this. So now I think he'll go back to being symbolic. But and I was fine with that. I like symbolism, but they got me a little excited for a talking dummy. I love a good haunted dummy trope. And they faked me out. That bait and switch was annoying.
Yeah, that is. I thought he was going to talk as well. Maybe he still will. I don't know. It's not over yet, is it? So we don't know.
No, yeah.
I needed more like interrogation. I needed more Victor finding different ways to make the puppet suffer. That was my favorite scene. There's been so many like amazing scenes, but the puppet scene is my favorite. Like I just love it. It was so creative. It's like it was hilarious to me. So I could have done with more of that, less of the pregnancy. I'm really looking forward to the pregnancy being done and dealt with, because it has taken our attention away from Tabitha, from Jay, the children, the numbers.
Yes. I agree. It's frustrating. When I saw the episode descriptions for this season and I saw just how often Fatima's pregnancy was going to be brought up, I was immediately concerned like that this is going to take complete center stage this season. And I am relieved that it's not what I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be too much soapy character drama, like, oh, she's just getting sicker and sicker. But it's like some kind of a supernatural thing. So at least there's that. I'm glad. If this were just a human drama where the life is being drained out of her, that's not that interesting to me. I want to see horror. I want to see the mystery element. So I'm glad they, it's not what I thought, but I do wish that it wasn't completely, dominating the season to this extent. I feel like Boyd has taken a back seat this season. Like Boyd was very much the center of season 2, very active in what he was doing, and also season 1. And now I feel like the entity is just trying to get to him through others, except for episode 1. Aside from that, it's just trying to get to him through his family. And I feel like Boyd is not central enough to the story.
Definitely Boyd is the target. You're right. He is the target. I've thought that for a while now.
Yeah.
That's
so
you know what too? I think the Kimono lady, since we're talking about Revelation, or they are, they're leading up to it. The Kimono lady could represent the fiery red dragon in Revelation chapter 12. We've been talking about the woman clothed with the sun. Well, there's a dragon in there too. Another great wonder appeared, and it's the fiery red dragon. In the Bible, the fiery red dragon is waiting for the baby to be delivered to take the baby up to heaven. So I don't know if the Kimono lady is actually symbolizing that, but it certainly seems that way because she is definitely waiting. And in the Bible, a lot of people think that it's the fiery red dragon is a bad entity, but if you read carefully, he's not. So the Kimono lady could actually be good, but I don't know how the writers are going to twist it or whatever. We'll
Yeah,
see.
we're about to find out. It's very exciting because we have 2 episodes, and whatever they choose to do is really gonna tell us, is she good? I don't think she's good because I mean we're in the basement already. We're in the thick of it. There's a really great comment here from Venus. She says, I wouldn't help an entity that tried to drown me in the
Right?
bathtub, Elgin, but that's just
Some
me.
people thought that she wasn't trying to drown him, that she was it was something else. It depends on how you look at it. So I don't know. I saw the same scene and I thought she was trying to drown him, but when I looked at it again under the light of what they were saying, I said, "Oh, I can see that maybe, but I don't know."
Yeah, she's definitely a gaslighter if she drowned him and then somehow convinced them it was for his own good. Um,
Crazy.
Definitely gaslighting. I think it's by design. We have heard the show tell us over and over chess and games. I like this game. This is fun. Talking about chess, carving chess pieces. So I think that the entities need the humans to somehow do their bidding because it's by design. That's part of the game. Can
But
you
you
get
notice
them to do something bad?
But did you notice that the kimono lady is not with the other monsters at night? She appears all times of the day or night, just like the children. So I'm not sure,
Yeah, but remember that they said the monsters are just the tip of the spear. So the monsters, they only come out at night. Now that we see Kimono, I'm thinking level 2 monster. She can appear during the day. And maybe
And the
there's going to be a
children, what
level
about
3.
them?
The
Do you think the
children,
children are bad?
no. I generally think that the children, just like they told us the story, the children are the reason why From exists.
Yeah.
They're the objective of the game. The objective of the game is save them. But you have to deal with everything that's going on around you at the same time.
I think they're angels, good angels. The children are. That's what I think they are. I'm not sure that they were like from a past I don't know, cycle. I'm not sure. They could be just angels trying to guide them. So I'll see. We'll see, I guess, right?
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna I'm gonna play, and good morning, Vanessa. So we have here let's see, we have PM, of course, with Alice and Michael. I don't know how to pronounce his last name, so I won't try to butcher it. And there we go. So yeah, we've had a full panel tonight. We had even more earlier. It's nice to see you, Vanessa. Also, I was thinking, since I didn't get to even really pay attention when I was playing the trailer, I'll play it again and see, and maybe slow it down so we can look at it a little closer. Okay, let me see. And thank you for everybody who's still here and coming back in, and like I'm it's crazy. I've got 117 people, and it's been 6 hours. That's amazing. Thank you so much, everybody that's listening, and I really appreciate it. Okay, here we go. Right here. It's gonna load.
What's up, everybody? Jeremy Eisenfire here, and welcome to the channel.
That's not it. Where the hell is it? That's not the one. Okay, hold on a minute. Anyway, so what do we think is going to be like? So it looks like we're finally going to see an interaction between the boy in white and Victor again. He's chopping down, or trying to chop down, the bottle farway tree, which is crazy. I mean, clearly that's not a good idea. But I think that memory of his mother finding out that he, remembering that he told his mother that the boy in white said Christopher needs to go save the children through the tree. He's going to feel that guilt now. He's going to feel guilty. So he's I think the more he remembers, the more he's going to continue to be triggered like this. And yeah, it's it's like severe PTSD, you know, it's like severe trauma. These memories are coming up, and now he's just gonna keep spinning out. People were pointing out how he's you know, he's freaking out more than usual. He's even more childlike than usual. He's like, you know, like see more like people are noticing, you know, more autistic gestures, and he might be on the spectrum. I don't know, but because I've seen people, you know, up close and personal who are autistic, and they do behave in a similar way in some cases. You know, they yeah, hit themselves in the head, and you know, they aren't aware of social cues. I've seen that firsthand. He's very
And
much
the
unaware of
walking
social cues.
self-soothing in the cave and some other things, yeah.
Absolutely.
And
yeah.
the fact that he says that he has to go out to the box truck when it gets too loud.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Covering his ears. Yeah. Sensitivity to noises. Yeah, let's just say I was very close with someone on the spectrum, so I've seen that, and I've seen the rocking, I've seen all of that, so it's possible, you know, maybe it's not just the trauma that he's been through, maybe he's also on the spectrum, which poor Victor. I mean, that makes it even worse if he's on the spectrum and he's gone through all of that. I can't even imagine. Okay,
That's a lot.
I finally
Fletcher's about to make us a big pot of coffee for us and everyone in the chat.
Thank you, Fletcher.
He just commented, I'm about to make some coffee. Does anyone want some? Yes, I'll take a white chocolate mocha, please.
Yes. Yes, Angela. Very realistic acting by Victor. Yeah. Fletcher, yeah, this bothered me too. I didn't like that. I've heard this more than once in interviews where showrunners are saying this is like more about the character drama and not horror, or, you know, they said it's not about the mystery. That's a direct quote. And they said there's not going to be a big reveal in the end. I didn't like that either, but I'm hoping I'm hoping that they realize how much we care about the mystery, and like some of those interviews are older, and maybe they've listened to the fans, and they're gonna make sure that the mystery is still significant to the show too, and not just too much character drama. So yeah, Lisa, yeah, autism was extremely rare in 1978. Like, interesting. Now it's extremely common, so it's like it makes you wonder why. But let's not even get into that.
Better diagnosis for one thing.
Okay, let me see.
Fatima is missing. We know that she's afraid, trying to protect you.
Having an accelerated pregnancy. It's finally happening. She's holding her stomach, and it looks like it's starting to protrude there. Definitely. I figured it was going to happen. I was starting to wonder, though, like we're getting toward the end of the season and it didn't happen. But I said from the beginning, this could happen practically overnight. I've seen it in sci-fi before. This is supposed to be horror / sci-fi. And like, you can literally just wake up and suddenly be enormously pregnant. It is a trope. So
she's afraid,
finally happened.
trying to protect you. They think that we don't have what it takes to find her. What is it? She was a survivor. We proved that this place couldn't break us. Stop!
Okay, the boy in white said stop, apparently. It sounded like
you can either lay down and die.
Oh shit, yeah.
We can say we're taking
sounded like a grown-ass man. When the boy in white said stop, that sounded like a man. Holy shit.
Was a survivor. We proved that this place.
So
they think that we don't have what it takes to find her. What is it?
So
she was a survivor.
It keeps lagging, but so I'm really glad finally the Ankui kids are going to do something other than just mob Tabitha. I want to see something different. This is encouraging. So she's beckoning to her to follow her somewhere. I like that. Something different. We need something different.
Well, and Tabby is going to say, no. She's going to be like, follow me.
Yep. No. Her favorite word. And of course, oh my god. So, and apparently what's interesting about this too is Julie's with her. So up until this point, only Tabitha has seen them other than Jade in that one vision. I don't know if Julie can see her or not, but Tabitha said she wants us to follow her. So I don't know if Julie can actually see her, but
What it takes to find her.
What is it? She wants
yeah.
us to follow her.
Okay. Yeah, I'm guessing Julie can't see her.
We prove that this place.
Maybe. Because she's only appeared to Tabitha before. And Julie's seen some crazy stuff, so I think she'll believe it now. It won't be one of those things where it's like, no, I don't believe you, even though monsters come out at night here, and they're like, this can't possibly be true. And then we have this, like, the people who are tapped into this place seem to be getting triggered. Sarah, Randall, like, what is happening? Like, something is like screaming in their heads or so. And Sarah hasn't been a target for a while. Like, this season she's been very chill, so that's interesting.
This place couldn't break.
It looks like maybe the boy in white is going to leave.
Die, or we can say we're taking our lives back.
No, you're not, Boyd. Who are you kidding?
Okay, ding dong.
That is so cool. Anyway,
That's interesting.
Anyway.
Boyd says they think that we don't have what it takes to find her.
Right.
So the truth about Fatima is about to come out, and it looks like Boyd might be leading the chart, actually saying what's going on.
I think so. Yeah, and it looks like they're actually trying to work together as a group.
And
which
look
is
at
something they
him.
don't.
Look at Elgin. He's literally behind Ellis. He's just standing there. He makes me so angry.
I know, right? Oh my God. Yeah, he's just standing there. He knows what he did. And he had the weirdest faces on when he was dragging Fatima in there. And when he brought her in the root cellar, he had a creepy smile on his face too. It's like he's possessed. I swear. It's like he's possessed. I'm playing it in the slowest motion now. Like, yeah, look at that. She could already see her stomach is protruding. So, and I don't know what the hell she's wearing. It looks like this whole room looks really old. It looks like she's wearing some old-fashioned dress, like
Look at that
nightgown.
baby mobile. In that shop with Elgin, the baby mobile is right next to him.
Oh, it sure is.
Right there.
That's not
Yep,
okay.
it is.
That's
No.
not okay. That's horrifying. Putting her in a room with a baby mobile that you were going to present to her when she was kidnapped. He did not present that baby mobile as a gift in Colony House.
Mm-mm.
So it was predetermined.
Yeah. And at the time when he made that, the Polaroid camera hadn't even printed out the first haunted picture yet. So I swear it's like he was being influenced. Like, this was before he went to the root cellar and saw that. So like I think he's being controlled in some way, maybe unconsciously, because he made that mobile, and then the picture popped out of the root cellar, and it's a bunch of sharp objects, like a mobile with sharp objects. That's great for a baby. It's super creepy.
Well, he can't touch it yet, or the baby can't touch it yet.
No. And she's doing that creepy shush motion. I don't know what that's about. Boy in White did that before, but I don't think he's evil anymore, personally. And then, yeah, Boyd is like, who do you think you're kidding, man? We're taking our lives back. No, you're not. This is only nearing the end of season 3. You guys are going to be in hell for at least 2 more seasons. Like, what do you think you're going to do? Come on. I like that they're coming together as a group. That's cool. Tabitha and Julie.
Finally, huh?
I guess, right. Yeah, finally. and it looks like they're listening to Boyd, so that's a good thing. I'm surprised that so it looks like Sarah and Randall are having similar issues, even though Sarah is not one of the Cicada 3, but Sarah's tapped in her own way. She's also heard screaming in her head. So, like when she hears the voices, sometimes she covers her ears and, screaming. So he must be hearing screaming like Julie was hearing screaming. Sarah's now hearing screaming, I'm assuming. And Victor is trying to chop down the tree. That can't be a good thing. I knew he was going to snap as he started to uncover memories this season. That's what happens with severe trauma. You start dredging up those memories and you're triggered. So he's been acting out in ways he doesn't normally. Like he was really mean to Ethan, like, yelling at him like this is not make believe. People die here. When Ethan was crying about Mrs. Liu. So, he's triggered. He was flipping out worse than ever with Tabitha too. And now he's trying to chop down the tree.
This is funny. This little screen capture, because he is being so dramatic. He's chopping down the tree. That's not good. And here where you capture Boy in White is looking at him like, oh my God, Victor.
Yeah.
He has been dealing with Victor for years.
Yep.
He's tired. He's tired of his drama, tired of the decision making here, and he's just upset. And I know that childlike mind is thinking, okay, well, I told my mommy to go into the tree. Something bad happened to her. I'm going to chop down the tree so nobody ever gets hurt again.
Yep. Makes perfect sense. I get why he would do it. But yeah, that can't be a good thing. So I don't know. I don't know what would happen exactly, but I think that tree is somehow still going to be important in terms of saving the children or whatever that means in the end.
Exactly. I'm surprised that he's doing this.
I know, but he's lashing out. He realizes that, that tree, that whole go to the tree to save the children thing, that's what resulted in his mom dying. So, he's just not thinking rationally. It's reacting like a little kid. And I'm really interested to see this. I want more of this Boy in White action. I don't think we get enough of him. Season 2 only had a few seconds and then he was gone right at the end. So I'm glad we've gotten a bit more this season. And
so there's something I'm noticing in this particular picture before we walk away from it. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but the Boy in White never looked this white. We call them the Boy in White because of his outfit, but if we look at his hands and his legs, he's now resembling the color that the Ankui children look. They look gray and white.
Yes.
Look at his hands. He's looking like them. He had color. He looked like a normal boy, and now he's gray.
You're right. Yeah, he's paler than I've ever seen him before. I like the theory that I've heard. I don't know who came up with it first, but I like the idea that he might be supposed to be. He might have been supposed to be one of the Ankui kids, the 8th one, but somehow he got away, or he's an avatar for that. He's obviously not a boy, but that merry-go-round painting that Miranda did with eight seats, a kid on every seat, and then there's one empty, might be a clue. And they seem like similar entities. They're the Boy in White and the Ankui kids. They can touch you, but they're clearly not alive. They only appear to people they want to appear to. And there's a similar vibe, even though they look very different. But you're right, he is paler than I have ever seen him. He is almost translucent. Wow. Yeah.
He looks like an angel in their one of their truest forms. They can be that color, have that type of coloring. They can, but it's interesting. But I was wondering about what you were talking about with Victor, but hasn't he always known that his mother died near that tree. I mean, why now? Why? I mean, he's had years to chop that tree down.
That's a good point. It's like I guess the difference is that now he feels responsible for it because he told his mother what Christopher said. So the
Throw
guilt.
the baby out with the bathwater. It's so.
I think it's the guilt that's doing it. Mr. Moon Knight said that the boy in white might be profiting off the Ankui kid's suffering. Maybe. I don't know. I've gone back and forth. Now I'm in the camp of morally ambiguous good, not purely good, but yeah, that's what I think. That he's trying to help, but he's limited in his ability to do so. This is so creepy as hell. Oh my god, that motion telling him to kill himself, or I shouldn't say that on stream. I don't know why, but there's weird stuff like where people have to say unalive now instead of kill. Yeah. Let me.
Well, if we remember, this is a throwback. She's taunting him. This is very specific to Boyd. It doesn't make sense that she would tell him that because he's not the type to do so. However, this is direct taunting of something from his past. His wife, Abby, told him, we just need to do, the unaliving. Let's, for the stream, let's use that word. The unaliving of ourselves, and then we can just go back. Like, we'll wake up. So it doesn't seem like much, but this is to the core of something that was very traumatic for him.
That's a great point. Yeah. And the way that she's smiling at him, she knows this might be a no pun intended triggering moment for him. And a lot of people have said that the new nurse isn't as creepy as the old one, but she looks pretty damn creepy there. I'll say that much. She looks creepy. And somebody said in the comments, why isn't there a version with good quality? Because apparently, from what I've heard, I didn't know this, but I guess there's some people with cable TV have an MGM TV channel, and this actually airs on TV right after the episode on Sunday nights, but they never put it online. So people literally just record this off of their TV, put it on the internet, and then like shortly before the new episode comes out, they'll put out the trailer in like a real form on social media. But I wish they would just give us I don't know why they put this on TV, but they don't put, they put a million other things that are spoilery on the internet. So MGM, I mean, so why not give us a better quality trailer every week? I don't get it, but yeah, that's the reason. I didn't even know there was an MGM channel. That was news to me, but I thought it was just the app. Anyway,
you can pay for it. You can pay for it also, on Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Because okay, yeah. Do people maybe get it off of Amazon? If they did that though, they could screen capture the video, and rather than get this terrible quality thing. It's weird. Yeah, I know, Matt. It's so annoying. I don't know. When I first saw people saying unalive, I was like, why is everybody suddenly saying unalive? I didn't know what was going on. And then someone told me sometimes videos get taken down because of the algorithm that, using certain terms. And so I've been trying to remember to say it unalive more, especially if it's related to suicide. So anyway. But yeah, this is super creepy, and I'm glad we're getting more monster action. I know people have been complaining a little bit that we haven't gotten the monsters in, I think, not since episode 4, but I'm not complaining. I mean, I thought episode 8 was fantastic, even without monsters, because we got incredible answers. We got the dungeon scenes with the, some kind of pseudo time travel, whatever that was, the astral projection or whatever. I thought it was fantastic. And the Victor revelations, I don't know. I know some horror fans wish that this had more blood and guts, and they, and I get it, like this show is, horror is supposed to be kind of like the number one thing that it is, but it's really not just about horror. I think it's equal parts horror, mystery. So the mystery part of it is what draws me in the most.
Me too.
So I love episodes like season 1, episode 4, which is the one with what is it? A Rock and a Farway, it's called. That's the one where Victor takes Ethan out to the woods and they drop the rock in, they follow the boy in white. Building out that lore of the show, I love episodes like that. Even though there wasn't a bunch of action going on. I love that. But I love monster action too, and they gave us more of it this season. They made the monsters scarier. Episodes 1 and 4, we had 2 nighttime ambushes by the monsters. So I think they're really in listening to the fans' complaints and made the monsters scarier. Yeah, I mean, they showed monsters ripping someone up on camera before. We never saw that with Tian Shen. The flashback in episode 2, that was crazy. And now look, we're getting something else happening at night. I don't know what's going on, but it could just be him looking out the window and nothing comes of it. But it's still monsters.
Something for everybody. Really.
Yeah,
it's something for everybody. I like plot building more so than I do the gore. Although that makes it exciting, the gory, the scare. But I like it to also have a plot. There's so many horror movies and they don't have plots a lot of time. You know what I mean? It can be very boring. So I agree with you.
Yeah, right. It can be boring. I'm not in this for the gore. I tolerate the gore. I don't really like extreme gore, like the ripped up bodies. I tolerate. I like the horror aspect. It's fun. I almost missed out on this show because of the showing of Megan's body, and I thought it was over the top. It was a lot for me personally, but
exactly.
I
almost turned it too.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
I was gonna watch that. I was like, but that's something said just keep going, and I did. I'm glad. So.
Me too. Okay, so you're the first person I have ever heard that actually had the same reaction, because every other time I brought it up, everyone says, no, that's what made me hooked on the show, because it shows how fearless they are and they were hooked. So,
and I don't need that.
Me neither.
I don't need that. I like a plot. I like mystery. I like problem solving. You know what I mean? I think when a show relies on that, it's just lazy, and I don't like it. And plus, it's horrible.
I agree. It's rough. It's difficult enough to watch a kid being murdered, but to actually see the ripped up body, the close up of it, I was shocked. I've never seen anything like that before. They really they showed in graphic detail a close up on that body, and
they went there for sure.
Yeah, I dropped it. I stopped watching it. That was last year, so I could have been in the fandom even longer if I had, a little bit longer if I had just kept up with it. But that was like last year. I dropped it, and then I picked it back up in March, and I'm glad I did, because it's worth it. When there's gore, I just kind of, my eyes don't linger on it. I just, I tolerate it, and it's fine. I like the monster stuff. It's just the ripped up bodies that I'm not really a big fan of, but that's, it's worth it, because I think it's the best show on TV for the mystery and the story of it. I don't really care that much about soapy character drama, but the mystery and the lore building, I absolutely love. That's my favorite part of it. The theory crafting, and NGCO music, absolutely. That's the mystery aspect is what makes it scary to me. Not knowing what's going on, the unknown. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, see you, Matt. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, I hope you can join us. I'll be doing my watch party in the Discord shortly after midnight Saturday night, and then we'll do a voice chat there too. Okay, let me go back to the trailer. I wonder why she's doing that. Are we going to get something else happening at night? And why is he holding a gun? I'm wondering too. He's like, what is the deal with the gun?
Yeah, something's definitely going on there. Something's happening.
Yeah.
It's not normal for him to hold it, and the way he's holding it.
Right.
He's not sure if he wants to use it. I don't know what's going on there.
Right. I don't know what he's holding it weird. I was thinking that too. It was.
Well, we know that he's gonna be told that Fatima is missing. So now he's at a different level of stress. He might be trying to communicate with them for the first time, and he might be losing his temper. Like, I'm going to shoot you. Like, tell me where she is. Especially because he says they don't think that we have what it takes to find her. And he might be thinking the monsters took Fatima.
Right.
Not knowing that it's Elgin and Kimono Lady. He might blame them because who else would you blame? He doesn't know anything about Kimono. So he might be trying to like pull up the blinds and have a conversation. Like, where is she? Tell me. And in his disgruntled self thinking he might like pull a gun on them. It's not gonna do anything. But he might be at that spot, like.
You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely going to be extremely strung out. Yeah, Javon, Boyd is breaking. I hope not. I've been hearing people say like maybe Donna will take her own life. That would be rough because I thought of that too, Fletcher. That in season 1 she found one of her people hanging himself, and I thought what if that's foreshadowing her doing the same? But I hope not. David said that 4 horsemen are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. That's why in Catholic temples, the 4 are seen carrying the sword, the scales, the bow and arrow, and death. Interesting. Every story in the Bible is just a story of the sun and the star signs in different seasons. Oh, nice, Matt. Nice, Matt. Looking forward to it.
This is so interesting to me what David just said, because that sounds terrifying. And to some people who are religious, they might say, no, this is good. This is rejoice because we are now one step closer to heaven. But to see 4 horsemen carrying horrifying things like that, just like coming into town, that's horrifying to me. They're not the good guy to me, which I think is like From. And From, I think when all is said and done, we're not going to know who the good guy is. Just like in Lost.
Right. I've heard that it's ambiguous in Lost. Right now it doesn't seem ambiguous, but I'm sure it will be. I'm looking forward to getting back into that. I miss watching Lost. I just haven't had time. But Lisa, so okay, I'm not the only one. Other people too. Lisa also had the same reaction, watched until Megan, then turned it off and gave it another shot. It's worth it for the mystery. I was worried that the whole show was going to be like that, and I was relieved that it's not constantly people being ripped up every single day. It's not like I know a lot of people really love The Walking Dead. I saw little bits of it here and there when I was at my ex's parents' house. They were watching it, and I couldn't sit through it. The Walking Dead was just too much gore for me, and I don't like zombie stuff. It's just not my thing.
Not me either.
I just couldn't do it. I know it's a really popular show. It was not for me.
Sure.
Way too much of that for me. Way too much of the gore and stuff. Okay. So Julie is in the dungeon again. What's she doing there again? That's interesting. I didn't catch that. That didn't really register in my head. Like, oh wait, she's in the dungeon again. Okay. Unless it's got to be from the
maybe like recap.
Maybe because that looked a lot like episode 8, but I don't know. Maybe Julie kind of makes the same faces a lot, so it could be something new. She seems,
And
you can tell
Jim?
she's inexperienced as an actress. She's young. Jim, I don't know what's going on at Colony House. The guy had his gun. What is Jim doing?
He's looking at Tabitha run.
Maybe she's following the kids at this point. I have a feeling something's gonna happen to Jim in the next 2 episodes, maybe.
Right when his character was becoming interesting and more well-rounded and giving us the drama that we needed, that would be really sad, because then that makes me think that the creators are listening to the fans.
Right. And if you think about it, they've rendered Jim pretty much obsolete at this point. We really don't need him for anything. Like he's just kind of pointless. He's not really contributing anything to trying to get out of there or solve this thing. He's just being a jerk to Tabitha. Okay, he did do one thing. He went out with Kenny to look for Tabitha, and they stumbled on the crops, but that was just dumb luck. So I think if you look at this trailer too, it kind of maybe implies something, because Jim, you've got a shot of Jim, and we don't know what he's looking at, and then Tabitha looks very upset. Is something happening to Jim in this episode? I don't know if they would do something to him in this one though. I think for dramatic effect, if they take out Jim, it would have to be the finale, part 2 of Revelations. So maybe, I don't know, unless she's upset because she can't find him, but something's upsetting.
I don't want Jim to go. I don't want Jim to go, because we would be missing out on episodes featuring Jim finding Tabitha, becoming closer to Jade, because they're actually together. They're soulmates. He would die without knowing? We don't want that. We want him to be alive and to know.
I know. That would be a waste of some character trauma. That would be kind of juicy, right? So that would be an issue. I don't know why they would get rid of him before that kind of reveal, but other than that, like, he's not really doing anything to serve the plot at this point, because he was with Kenny when they found the crops, but anybody could have done that. That wasn't anything special. That was just people defending Jim. In another live I was on were saying, well, he found the food. He stumbled on the food when he was out there with Kenny, and they went out there looking for Tabitha. That night, he realized he shouldn't have done that because he was risking orphaning his kids. Tabitha was missing. He was risking his life. He realized he shouldn't have gone out there. The next morning, they stumbled on crops. Anybody could have, literally any human breathing body could have been with Kenny and found those right next to where they were staying. So I don't see how we need him for the plot. It would be good for dramatic effect if they find out, if they realize the reincarnation happened and, Jade and Tabitha have that connection. But other than that, I could see him getting killed off just for dramatic effect, because we don't need him for the plot anymore. And they want to kill off somebody major. That would be a shocking thing to do.
I can't wait. I have so many questions. Like, I'm fully on your bandwagon. I do believe that you're right on with the reincarnation. And I really want it to be true, because I have questions. Does she suddenly fall in love with Jade because they're soulmates now that she realizes that she's reincarnated? Are the feelings that the original person have the feelings that she has, or is she still in love with Jim?
Yeah, I don't know. It's until you mentioned that, the relationship stuff, I hadn't even thought of that. The connection that she and Jade might have from maybe their original, storyline, their original timeline, before they were reincarnated. That would be so interesting. If they explore that, I would really like that, taking that angle. And
Why are you guys saying that? Have they revealed such a relationship on this show? I haven't
oh
noticed.
no. But we were thinking maybe they originally were together. If they were reincarnated many times over, maybe they were originally together in the first
I see.
settlement. But no, we don't know anything. We're just
I was
speculating, theorizing.
They would make a cute couple, though. I'm just saying. You're right.
They would make a cute couple, right?
Mhm.
I would ship them over Tabitha and Jim. I'm not really shipping anybody, because I'd rather the show focus on the story. We don't have time for that stuff with only 10 episodes. But yeah, I like them together though. I like their scenes. I liked in season 2 when he would be like, "Stop, you're yelling at me again." She was like, they would always kind of go back and forth, and I liked that, that kind of joking vibe between them. And I like their like in this season. I feel like they've gotten closer too. They're not butting heads anymore. It's not she's not yelling at him anymore. So, and he's grown as a character too. So there's not as much to yell at him about. But Dieter said, I think 4 to 5 months ago, I saw something about From that got the attention on social media, and I looked at the trailer and I started watching. Oh wow, it was already out for a few years. I didn't know Dieter. I didn't know that Dieter. Wow, so you started watching the show after me even. I started watching it. I finished it by the end of March, I think, somewhere around then. Maybe April. Yeah, I think that was it. And then I joined the fandom. I could not wait to start talking to fans about it, but I had to wait to avoid spoilers until I finished both seasons. And it was driving me crazy having no one to talk to about it because I watched it alone. I didn't have anybody to watch with. And this is a show that needs to be discussed. So I could not wait. I was so excited to see people doing weekly live streams, even in the off season. I had no idea that would happen. Like, I couldn't believe what an active fandom to be talking about this show all year, even when it's not on. That was amazing. So I got right into it, started talking to people in the Discord, and every single day became obsessed, watching live streams every week. And 6 months later, I've got a channel and I'm doing my own live streams, which I never would have expected in a million years. But it's a lot of fun. I'm just glad I did. And none of this would have happened if I had never, just imagine like this one show, it completely changed my life in more ways than one. I've made amazing friends. I've got this channel that I'm working on. And if I had just never.
Thanks for letting me join also, and have this conversation with you.
You're welcome. You've been terrific. I'm glad to have you. You've been such a great addition to the conversation. I was listening to you guys, you and PM talking while the whole time I was going to the pharmacy, and you guys were cooking in here. Like, really?
Yeah, how did we do? Did we make you proud?
Yes, you made me proud. Nice deep diving there. Yes. Very nice deep diving. I approve.
Okay.
Very, very nice. Yeah, you guys are terrific. You held it down. This is great. If I could keep going with marathon streams and just take a break sometimes, have people take over and then come back. This is cool. And I can get up and go for a walk, come back and rejoin the stream. That's really cool. I'm impressed. You guys really held it down. And I just imagine if I had never picked up the show again after that one episode. Like I would be in a completely different place right now. I wouldn't have this creative outlet that I love. I wouldn't be live streaming. I wouldn't have made all these friends, like all because of one show. It's crazy.
Oh, I love this show. This show is amazing. I have cried. I am a fan of true crime. So I'm exposing myself to like some of the most horrible stories on the daily just for entertainment and to learn. And I don't cry. I could watch, like real stories, I don't cry. But I have cried. Like when they were killing T Chang and they held Boy down and made him watch. I literally was screaming at my like screen, like, leave him alone, and crying.
Yeah.
Like, leave him alone. Why are you doing that?
I know.
Yeah.
You get emotionally invested in this. It's it takes you on a roller coaster ride for sure. Like
I think what got me was Victor and the reunion with Victor and his dad. That really got me. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm really crying right now.
Oh, I know. That was just beautiful. That was great. I don't know. I think Henry is important in terms of like character development. To answer this question, why is Henry important? And I think it'll help. Right now, it's not helping Victor. So far, they're not connecting, but I think they will. It's just going to be a little difficult at first because they've been estranged for so many years. But I think he'll help Victor, maybe having that familial support that he's been missing. It'll help him continue to recover memories, maybe, and so. And of course, he was important because he revealed all of that information about Miranda to Tabitha. That was essential, I think, to the plot going forward. So,
Yeah,
and
they
I
could have
love.
only made it to that faraway tree in town. Boy, that was disappointing.
Oh, I
before the accident or whatever.
So close.
I
Oh,
know.
that was frustrating, but
Oh.
he said it was right down the street. They were like 30 to 40 minutes away from his house, and they were right down the street. I was like,
Wow.
Tabitha, knock it off, get back in the car. If she hadn't done that,
I know.
they would
I
have
wanted
made
to
it.
see that tree so badly. I could just taste it. I was like, oh boy, it didn't happen. Like,
I
you gotta be
know.
kidding me.
I know. It was so close. Like they love to tease us. They love to tease
Yeah,
us.
they got me on that one.
I know, and they tease us a lot like that, like with the Jasper bait and switch. Now it's the boy in white, not Jasper, and Julie was pulled out of the ruins just as she was about to run into those kids. She was hearing it was so close, but it would have revealed too much. I think she would have seen the original sacrifice happening. Because they were screaming and cooey, and they were really screaming. So, which is sad. I mean, it was horrifying to listen to actually, because they sounded like they were in pain. I like to wake and bake to the stream, Javon Keys. That's cool. Oh, thanks, Dieter. Dieter will stream the new episode a second time for me in one of my voice channels in the Discord. I'll do mine a little after midnight. And yeah, Fletcher, I don't need any romance in my horror and mystery. I'm good. I don't need a romance between Jade and Tabitha, but I like how they work together. I like their scenes together. That's the only time I don't find Tabitha annoying, actually. I like when they put their heads together.
They tried to put romance in the show. I think it didn't work out for a lot of us. But
yeah,
Ellis and Fatima are supposed to be, like our prom king and queen. They're supposed to be Romeo and Juliet, the romantic couple. And whatever's going to happen to Fatima is supposed to be heartbreaking. But I think that a lot of us, even though it's a relationship where we saw them go from boyfriend and girlfriend to open relationship to getting married, having a potential baby, a lot of us are not fans of the relationship.
Right.
I don't know why. I just think maybe it's because Ellis is so annoying.
He is. And immature, like a little
Neither
kid.
here or there for me. I don't care about them that much. But yeah, I see your point.
I don't care about them either, honestly. Like that whole proposal scene and the wedding, I just didn't care at all. I mean, maybe it's also because when I watched those things, I was feeling very jaded, and I don't have any. I don't want any romance.
Do I hear live speaking there, Julie?
Yes, yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, I was burned pretty badly in the last year. Pretty bad. So I'm like, get this off my screen, get this out of my face. I don't care about this weird proposal anyway. Why is he proposing to her at the spot where he first saw her driving around in circles on the worst day of her life? Getting, like, this is real romantic.
Thank you.
Julie, that's a great point.
That's real romantic. Wow. She gets trapped in Monster Town. This is where I first saw her get trapped in this nightmare place. Yeah, like that's romantic, all right. I thought it was tone deaf, really. I'm not a fan. I'm just not into either of those characters at all. So I personally just don't really care what happens. The only reason I care at all is because I don't want to see Boyd suffer. And that's his family. That's the only reason I care.
If it wasn't for Boyd.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm with you, Fletcher. This is a horror show. I'm not shipping anything. I want answers. I really don't care. I don't want any romance in this. I don't. I do want to see Kenny catch a break because I feel bad. Kenny's suffered a lot. It would have been nice to see him at least with Christy. Just because I feel bad for everything Kenny suffered. His parents, both of them murdered. But other than that, I don't need romance. I need answers too, Michelle. I want to see the big bad. Yeah. And I think Jim would be a big deal. Where's that comment that said, I know it may seem like it wouldn't matter to kill Jim, but he's an important part of the show in terms of just like he's one of the Matthews. That's like the central family from the first season that we saw in the very beginning. And yeah, the actor is a major actor as well. Like he may not be a popular character, but I'm sure the writers would consider this a big death if they do get rid of him. So I could see it happening for shock value. I could totally see that happening. Yes, Dieter, I will be on Nadia's stream. I think it'll be at 8 p.m. I don't know if it's 8:15. I'd have to check, but I think it's usually at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll be on Nadia's panel as usual, her From panel. It's horror with Nods is her channel. And it's really good From panel. I really enjoyed being there. And yeah, PM. I told PM she should have her own channel. She really should. Absolutely. Lets other people talk, brings comments to the conversation, like a pro.
Aww.
Yeah,
that's so nice, Fletcher. And to think that we started as enemies, fighting about Tilly, and now look at us, we're best friends. Right. He also said I should have a permanent position on your panel, Julie, so you need to remember me.
Oh, hey, if you want to be on my panel, like I open it up to people. Like I don't want to open it up to like just anybody all the time, because you can get some crazy things happening. But like I can, yeah, if you want to be on sometimes, absolutely, you're a great addition to the panel. And
I demand a raise and my salary and a permanent position. I'm tired of the night shift.
The night shift. Yeah, you got the worst hours. Yeah.
The extra $2 for that. $2 per hour, extra $2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Night
yeah.
shift is rough.
Sometimes, since you're in the Discord, I'll just send you the link privately, PM, if I don't want to roll the dice and let just anybody click the link. I've gotten lucky so far. No one's done anything crazy, but there have been horror stories I've heard when I do it publicly. You're taking
all right, it's a deal. You just made a deal with the devil. Get ready.
Well, I'm game. And yeah, I've heard Teacup isn't that good. I still want to check it out. I've heard like mixed things. Some people really liked it. Yeah, thanks for posting the link to Nadia's channel, Dieter. Yeah, everybody should check it out. It's a good time. Yeah, it's 8 to 10. It's only a 2-hour live. It's not a marathon. It's 8 to 10. They have self-control over there. So, where did I see? Yeah, Kenny is one of my faves too. He's grown a lot. I really like Kenny. I don't know why some people don't. I love Kenny. What's not to like? He's a sweetheart. I like sweet men, sweet, caring, sensitive men. I like that.
I like Kenny. I was rooting for him. I was hoping that they would get together, more so than with Fatima and Ellis. Yeah, I really like Kenny.
Acosta really was supposed to be, for a lot of us, we were really excited about Acosta coming in because we could see her becoming part of the trio, Boyd, Kenny, and Acosta, and potentially them having a relationship or a friendship that went deeper. But we were so shocked by her behavior.
Yeah, she's a hot mess.
Which one is a hot mess?
Acosta.
Oh,
she was
God.
supposed to be our love interest for Kenny.
Right.
Oh my gosh. She would run over him.
I know, right? Oh, no.
I feel sorry for him if he does get with her.
Fletcher has a good comment here. He says, like, he actually cried when Jade untied Boyd, and he went over to T Chang saying, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry."
Yeah, no, that was brutal. Like I don't think I can maybe count on one hand how many times I've actually cried at a TV show or a movie, and I've never cried with this show. I don't know why. I just don't. It's not that I'm not a crier. I just tend to cry over real life stuff more. I'm weird. I didn't cry at that scene, but I came on here and started talking about reaching 1K subscribers and what this channel and this fandom have done for me in my life, and something good happened, and I'm sitting here crying on a live stream, but I don't cry watching some brutal scene like that on a show that I love. And I don't cry when bad things happen. I cry when something good happens. I don't know why.
You know what? It's interesting that you say that, because we could correlate that to Victor. Victor has been through so much that he starts digging graves and not crying. He's just prepared for death and sadness, and he will start preparing to bury bodies without even thinking about it twice. But the minute that he saw his father, he cried. He was like, he finally was able to have an emotion, and it was a good thing. It was a positive thing in a way.
Yeah, because you know what happens when you are dealing with immense hardships all the time and you're living in a nightmare all the time, like me, frankly. That's how I feel every single day, and it's been like that for a few years now. So it's like you can't cry all the time. Nobody can just, nobody can survive like that. So you just go into survival mode. You keep your feelings in, you hold them in, you bottle them up. In my case, I do, and just to survive. And then when something good happens, which is rare, it's like all of that emotion comes flooding out. It's bottled up because you're in survival mode, and then something good happens, and it's like you feel that contrast between the pain and the hardship, and then what it feels like for something nice to happen that you're not used to, and you feel all that you've been missing, and and then you get emotional, and so I totally understand Victor, and this is maybe this is maybe why I was so drawn to this show and its themes, because I can relate. I feel trapped, just like these
Mhm.
people. Trapped in my body. I'm trapped in this
Mhm.
life. I'm trapped in a body that's really messed up, and I'm trapped in a life that I did not want to be like this. And so I completely relate to these people. It's so watching it is kind of like a catharsis. It's something like relatable. I don't like to watch shows where people are living charmed lives that I can't relate to. I don't like that at all.
No, Julie. Just like the people in the show, you will overcome. You will overcome. Your channel is going to go through the roof. You're going to become famous. And you will have nothing but happiness in the future. It's already happening. You are so busy constantly. You are succeeding at something that you love to do, which not a lot of people get to do. And I think you were talking about potentially being able to monetize now, right?
Mhm. Yeah, I can. I can monetize now. I just haven't haven't looked into it, but I can. I hit the right amount of subscribers and view hours, so I can do that. And I never expected that to happen. I know how lucky I am. I know that's
Congratulations, Julie.
That's
thank you.
great.
Thank
It's really
you.
great.
Thank
Mhm.
you. I never expected that to happen. I know how lucky I am. I know it's very unusual to to be that fortunate in such a short time. It hasn't even been 2 months since I started the channel, and I'm still a beginner. I'm just winging it. I don't come into these lives with a bunch of notes or fancy tricks or I just come in and just talk and talk, bring people in to talk and talk to the chat, and that's I enjoy it, so I'm surprised. I don't know why. So I don't really know why people gravitate to it, but I'm grateful. And my
Oh,
videos, I feel like they're lame PowerPoint presentations, so I'm grateful people watch.
It's a
Eventually, I'll
place to share. It's a place to share and make friends and, just have a conversation and not be so lonely. So it's a good thing. You're doing a good service.
And I agree with what the chat is saying. This is no luck. And this is not anybody saying, like, oh my God, you just have a PowerPoint. Your ideas are incredible. You have great insight. And also, you are able to express a thought and a theory in a precise and easy to understand and to follow way. So your videos, I put them on and I'm never confused about what you're saying. I'm never wondering where you got this or that idea from because you are so clear in everything that you say. So if this was meant for you, you're great at this.
Oh,
Sometimes you don't have to go looking for what is meant for you, it finds you. And I think from found you. I remember you saying that you felt connected. And I think it's maybe because the profession, right? It even connects with Tom. Remember what Tom said as he's like dead cleaning a glass? Saying a
Yeah.
man does what a man does. Why? Because our purpose just finds us.
yeah. uh, That's I really feel like it found me. That's exactly how I feel. Like the show and the fandom, it just found me. Um I just was pulled in, and it felt like I don't know. I don't know. It sounds cliche, but it did feel kind of like fate. It just kind of felt like fate. All the signs were there. I even saw a tree in my path on the day I officially joined the fandom and was able to stop avoiding spoilers. And I watched the season 3 teaser when it came out that day, and there was a tree in my path. It was like a sign, and it was just like in From, except it was on a bike path and not a road. And I saw the same view as Tabitha years ago, recognized the view. It was
That's
like,
God.
huh? What did you say?
Mm. That tree across the path, the bike path, that
Yep.
sounds like God to me. So You're definitely on the right track, it sounds like.
Well, it felt like it really did feel like it to me. It felt like a sign. Like, and as somebody that's felt very isolated, alone, trapped, to have a show like this, just, out of nowhere, like this fandom came into my life, and the show is about people who feel trapped and they feel like they're in a nightmare. That's literally how I felt the last few years, and I still feel that way because of my health, my physical disability. It is. It's a disability. It's, I feel trapped. So it's just weird, like it's kind of like when you wake up, you feel like you're waking up into a nightmare instead of waking up from a nightmare. That's what it's been like for the last few years. But I wake up now and I have something to look forward to. And it's because of this show about nightmares, about people being trapped in a nightmare, which is ironic. But I have something to look forward to. I have a channel I can use as a creative outlet and a way to connect with really kind, awesome people. And I'm really so grateful for that. I'd be lost without this community now, completely lost. I don't know what I would do. Like, but yeah, this is the tree. It's right in my path, and it came out of nowhere. It was like this was not even after a storm. It had leaves on it. It wasn't dead. And it was, the timing of it was crazy. I finished seasons 1 and 2, and then 2 days later, season 3 teaser dropped, and I was about to listen to Tony's live stream, and then I found this thing. So
what made you take the picture?
Did you hop over it and keep going, or turn around?
I stepped over it and kept going. So I didn't get stuck in Fromville. I felt like I was about to be, though. So maybe that's the way out. You step over the tree.
There you go.
Yeah. It felt like a sign. Really did.
Well, there weren't crows in the trees calling at you.
Yeah. All that was missing was
like
the
one in my tree this morning.
Oh, yeah. Right. That was crazy, Javon, right? It's yeah, I feel like I found purpose because of this show, and now I'll cover other shows on my channel too, but From will always be, that's closest to my heart, no matter what, even when the show is over. And hopefully I'll still be able to cover other shows and people will want to watch. Hopefully we get another 2 seasons at least, but this show will always be, at the heart of all of it for me, because this fandom is amazing. We can never split up. Like, when the show is over, like we gotta find another show like we can get into together as a community, because it would be sad to just disband when the show ends. That would be a shame.
Fromville won't let us.
Yes, Fromville won't let us go. We have to stay forever. Right? Yeah, Lisa, if ever there was a sign, it felt like a sign. It really did. And this was 6 months ago. And that night I was listening to Tony's show while I was walking. It was going live, and I called in that night. I don't know where I got the nerve. I never called into anything before, but I worked up the courage. It took me like a while to get up the nerve, and I called. I sounded like, I went back the other day and I listened to the call, and I sounded so awkward when I was introducing myself. I was like nervous giggling. Yeah, but Tony was very, very kind, and Phil was very kind, and I never expected 6 months later I'd be live streaming myself, and Tony's like shouting me out, promoting my channel. Like, they actually know who I am, and people actually want to watch me. That blows my mind. Yeah. Isn't that crazy, Dieter? Weird coincidence. Totally.
I
I
Wait a
love the
minute.
picture. I love that. It's beautiful. Did you take that?
Yeah, I
It's
had to.
great.
Thanks.
It's
I
like
had.
infinity, you know, how it goes all the way back there. It's like, stay on the path, Julie, straight ahead. You're doing the right thing. It's great.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
I just want to. Oh, sorry. I just want to highlight what Dieter in the wall said. This is beautiful. He said, if I have to, I will carry you up the hill in Camden. That's
That was
beautiful. That's friendship.
right. That was really sweet, Dieter. That
That's
was so sweet.
poetic, Dieter. Very good job. That's poetry.
That was a really sweet thing to say, Dieter. He knows that he knows how sad I am that I can't hike that mountain that overlooks Camden anymore. I loved hiking so much. I can't do it anymore. I can barely walk on a hill, let alone hike a mountain. So I can drive. If I ever go back though, you can actually drive up and park at the top, but it's not the same. I loved hiking and that feeling of accomplishment because I had pain already, but it was manageable. Just knowing I could do it, it felt really good. And I loved that view. That view of Camden was absolutely stunning. Mountains on the coast, absolute heaven. But
we have a lot of similarities, you and I. I mean, mountains and the ocean. I love water. I love mountains. You sound like me. And I mean, I used to love running, but I can't do it anymore. I'm much like you. I'm disabled now and I wake up with pain. I go to sleep with pain.
wow.
You can't, I mean, I couldn't be on this all night with you if I had, you know, like a regular type of life. You know what I mean? But here I am and here you are. And, there may be others in this chat that have the same types of problems.
Wow.
So you're bringing us all together, maybe.
That I'm sorry to hear that you're dealing with that, and I understand what that's like, and that's crazy. You know, I feel like this show seems to attract a lot of people who are struggling. It's something that we can relate to. So, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that you have pain like that too. You know, it never ends for
It
me
never
either.
ends. It never ends. Sit down a while or lay down a while or just, you know, stand up. It's there. So I get it.
Wow. That's how it is for me. It's nonstop, morning, noon, night. Doesn't matter what I'm doing. It's, you know, you wake up with pain, you go to sleep with pain. Everything is with pain and
Yep.
fighting through pain. Every single move I make, or if I'm not moving,
Exactly. Like just simple tasks like washing the dishes or cleaning the tub, or you know, you find your body at a weird angle and there goes the pain. It's just like, what do you think you're doing? And that alone will make you cry, you know, because you can't do what you used to do. You're used to doing everything, and then all of a sudden you can't.
Yep. Oh my God. Wow, that's crazy that like you sound so much like me. I can barely, like, I have to suffer just to stand there and do the dishes. I'm like standing there suffering the whole time, just doing the dishes for 10 minutes or whatever.
Exactly. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Wow. Wow.
Yep.
And yeah, going from being ableist, you know, being
Yep.
able to do so much and then to just have that all taken away is
heartbreaking, isn't it?
It's like a grieving process that I'm still not doing well with at all. Like you literally go through grief for what you used to be able to do, the life that you used to have, and what you can't do anymore. It's grief.
I know. I was a runner, you know, I was, you know, I had my children, and then all of a sudden I was like, okay, I want to get back into shape. I used to run, you know, miles, and then all of a sudden I couldn't do it anymore. It's just so heartbreaking, you know.
Yeah.
Yep, I get it. You're hiking. I never have been a hiker, but I did enjoy running and bike riding. So
Yeah. Yeah. I've had chronic pain since I was 14 and I had back surgery. So it's been a long journey, but it was so manageable compared to this. I mean, 2002, I had back surgery. I was 14. So, it's
oh wow.
22 years ago. And I had back pain, but and I thought that was bad. I had no idea what pain was. That was nothing. I was able to hike, for years. I was able to hike. I was able to do all kinds of things. I worked in retail. It's a very labor intensive job. And now I could never do any of those things. And it happened pretty suddenly too.
Yeah.
Really suddenly. So, and people are like telling me, like people are so inconsiderate and insensitive about it. I had an aqua therapist who was like, that's not who you are anymore. You're a different person now. You have to accept that. Like, I'm like, do you realize how quickly this happened? I went from being able to do all these things and having like a normal life, and now I can't, and I'm just supposed to accept it immediately.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah. When you're not in the position yourself, I don't think you can really speak on it. I didn't mean to take you down a rabbit hole there.
No, it's okay.
I just wanted you to know. I understand,
That's okay. No, I appreciate that you opening up about your experience and empathizing, and it helps to talk to people who are also struggling with similar things as you are. And it's not, empathy. It really helps people talking to people who understand, because unless you've experienced something like this, it's impossible to understand. People can be very kind, and that's wonderful. And I've gotten so much kindness from this community, but it's also really helpful to talk to people who actually have direct experience too with this kind of suffering.
No,
like
it's no fun. It's no fun.
Oh, it's but yeah, thanks for sharing that and opening up. And yeah, and you're a terrific addition to the panel too. So I'd be happy to have you on again when you feel like it. And
well, thank you. I may not be able to make it, all the time, but I really appreciate you saying that. That's really sweet. And I'm not one that can carry the conversation like you and PM, and others, but I can comment from now and then. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And yeah, don't sell yourself short. You've been terrific. You've been a great addition to the conversation. I was listening to you and PM talking. Really fascinating stuff. You were both making great points. So yeah.
No, you're wonderful. You're wonderful. We always need all of the point of views, and I really love that you have a softer, more uplifting and hopeful point of view, because we need that. It cannot be all doom and gloom, which is me. I really enjoyed having that conversation with somebody that believes in Elgin.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's interesting, right? Listen, talking to people who have different opinions, I enjoy that. It would be boring if we were all just sitting here agreeing on literally everything. I like hearing different perspectives, different points of view,
Yeah.
It's like, that makes things interesting. And the, people, having different opinions, but being civil to each other and just having a really interesting conversation. Yeah, there's just way too many cases of like people nowadays at each other's throats when they disagree. Like you can't just be civil about it. You have to insult each other. Things can get so toxic online. It's like it becomes a cesspool on social media, disagreements and whatnot. So it's just nice to have a community where we can share ideas and respectfully have disagreements and different points of view. It's a great thing. I love it. So
Well, you're the catalyst on here. You're the catalyst. So I really enjoyed this. I'm gonna have to go here in a little bit, but thank you so much.
You are so welcome. You're so welcome. And yeah, like I'll definitely keep doing regular call-ins, and when you feel like it, just hop on, and we'd love to have you join the conversation again. So
all right, I'm gonna jump off of here now, and thanks again, and I'll just keep listening. So
all right. Yeah,
right, good night, good morning, whatever it is.
Yes, good night / good morning.
Yeah, probably go grab some sleep too.
Well, thank you so much, Michael. You've been terrific. I loved the points that you brought up, the theories and the research that you did. So thought provoking. Thank you for joining. Really interesting stuff.
Thank you. Hopefully some of it comes true, or we'll see.
Well, I love it. You've given me a lot to think about. So thank you for joining.
Lots of interesting mythology.
Yes. Oh, love it. Absolutely love it. So thank you.
All right. Have a good, I guess, morning now.
Yes. Have a good morning, you too. Bye.
Catch you later.
Anyway.
I will also, unfortunately, be taking my leave. I will collect my paycheck at the end of the week.
Yes.
And I will clock out now. But I want to say to the chat and to you and our other panelists, thank you so much for opening up. I see a lot of you in the chat as you were sharing your story. They were also sharing things that they're dealing with in their personal life.
Wow.
Thank you so much for sharing that and being open to having that conversation with us. We see the comments, and you all deserve so much happiness. You deserve all of the wonderful things that life has. You deserve to experience that.
Yes.
And if I could, I would fix all of your problems and
And it was quiet.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hey,
PM.
I've been sleeping. What's been happening?
Hey, I've been wondering what happened to you. We've still been talking. PM was about to sign off, but then her audio cut out.
That's StreamYard.
Yeah. But PM
Yeah,
was saying,
I was gonna thank her for letting me use the app, because now I can actually help you out more and highlight people and everything.
oh, nice. Nice.
As soon as I start talking, the cat woke up, so the cat might be loud again.
Oh, I hear her. I hear the cat. Oh, no worries, PM. Her phone, she says her phone died. Thank you. That was so kind of you, what you said to everyone in the chat who was sharing. That was really sweet. That was lovely, PM. So thank you for that. Thank you for coming on panel. You've been terrific as always. So you have a great.
So you just conned all the chat to walk down this road with a tree in the middle of it, and now they're all in from.
Right. Yep. I sucked you all into Fromville with me now. We're all stuck there. Oh, Peter. Okay. Wow, is that your cat? Sounds like a baby.
Yeah. Yep, that's a cat.
Sounds like a baby. Like my cat. My cat sounds like a baby sometimes.
Yeah, they've evolved to be like that, so you'll take care of them.
That's so cool. I didn't know that till you told me. That's so I love it.
Yeah.
Oh. That's so funny. I was wondering what happened. I thought you must have been getting ready to go to work or something.
Oh no, I kind of sleep. I just was like, you had some people in your chat, and I thought I'd just hang out until we're like the last people standing, I guess.
Well, PM, wow, I'm so glad she was able to help you, because your audio has been great ever since. I don't hear any more robot noises. So
I mean, I never thought about downloading the app.
So it's an app on your iPad?
I
Interesting.
was using a link before.
Wow.
I didn't even think about putting the app up.
Wow. See, I've never used this on a tablet or anything. I use my Chromebook, so I didn't know you could even do that. I know you can use StreamYard on a phone, but I don't know why anybody. Well, I guess I don't know why anybody would, because I don't think it would function that well on a phone. But
Well,
Dieter,
actually, it functions pretty well on phones. I know a lot of people have done like even hosted through a phone.
wow, I don't know how, like, because it would be too hard to navigate on that little screen. It's already a lot for me to juggle. It's a juggling act hosting, because I'm going back and forth between tabs and showing images, showing video, coming back to this tab, looking at the chat, highlighting stuff. It's a lot. So Anzo told me though how to. Anzo told me in the private chat how to set it so that when somebody wants to come on, if I'm doing a call in, then I can hear a noise so I don't miss them anymore and leave them waiting. So that's good. Yeah. Anyway,
I had some questions. So when does Severance start?
I believe the middle of January. I don't remember the exact date, but definitely the middle of January. But you just reminded me though, I need to get on watching good night, PM. Don't let the monsters get you. Thank you, PM. So glad to have you. And so, yeah, so you just reminded me though, speaking of new shows, at Silo, I need to get on watching Silo, because I need to make a video on that. And oh my God, I'm just so.
Yeah, there was another Discord having a rewatch party on that, but it just never did it when I had the time to do it. So I was like, oh wow. I mean, it's something like Severance I can get a Blu-ray copy of, which is cool, and I have enough time to watch it, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to watch Silo.
So you never watched Silo at all? It
No.
snuck up on me. I had every intention of doing Silo watch parties in the Discord, and then the next thing I knew, it's already November 15th. I don't know what the hell happened. I've been in the From zone. Like, it's not the Twilight zone, it's the From zone. I'm in the Fromville zone.
That sounds like a song. I'm in the zone. I'm in the Fromville zone. I'm in the zone.
Basically, it's like my whole life. It's consumed my entire life. So it's going to be hard to even get my head in the right gear to analyze another show. I've never done that before for my channel. I built my channel on From so far, so I don't know how much interest I'll get. We'll see what happens, but
And how many episodes did the first season of Severance have? Like 10?
I believe 10 maybe, or 9. And Angela, I'm glad it's therapy for you. It's therapy for me. Believe me, this channel is therapy for me. I'm grateful for it. Look at this. 100 people watching right now.
We don't make fun of accents here, Fletcher.
Oh, oh, nice.
Portuguese fly.
Yeah, I'm half Portuguese. Yeah, go for it. That would be awesome. I would like to, like, people. I know people get insecure sometimes about their accents and they don't want to talk. But like, there's no reason for it. Dieter has a great voice, and Dieter has an accent, and like, there's nothing to be insecure about. But people, I understand why people feel that way. It's just nothing to, it's like, it's one of those things where you're more aware of it than anybody else. If if there are any issues, like, it seems worse to you than it could possibly come off to other people. Like, everyone is their own worst critic, I feel. So like I met a friend in the family in Russia, and she didn't want to talk on the voice channel because of her English, and her English was fine. She just had to speak a little slower. That's all. Nothing wrong with that. So
I've taught English overseas, like when I lived overseas, to people, and they like knew better English than most of the people in America that I ran into.
Right. Oh, that's cool.
Oh yeah. Okay, by the way, okay, so Severance, okay. I'm getting back to that. We have enough time if you wanted to like actually accept me as a co-host again to actually do shows on each of those episodes if you wanted to rewatch, like a live.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely have enough time.
If there's 9, yeah.
Yeah, we definitely have enough time to fit in a like a Severance rewatch, and then I can cover it. Like I took notes on the first season, so I can do a rewatch and you know, it's one of those shows where I think I'll notice more things on the second watch. I've only watched it through once, so we can do a rewatch in the Discord, and then I can cover it on the channel. Definitely, I want to do that. I want to get more people watching it and talking about it in the Discord too. It's a great show.
And I could co-host with you.
Yeah, if you want,
Yay.
sure.
Yay.
Of course you can.
All right.
Thank you, Lisa. Have to get my second grader to school. You have a fabulous Friday too, Lisa. Thanks for joining. And yeah, it's and Dieter, see you at the watch party. Talk to you later. Thank you for being here. Henderson and CNC says if you're not in a wheelchair, people don't care. Yeah, I can relate.
I can get that. Because a lot of times, because I told you about the health conditions I've had to use the disabled like bathroom and stuff, and some people, but I need sometimes to lower myself down with the railing, even though I can walk around most of the time. But you know, I never know when I'm gonna like something's gonna happen, so I need that like stability.
Right.
But somebody would be like, "Oh my god," you know what I mean?
Yeah. Invisible illnesses and invisible conditions are very misunderstood, and people get I get like gaslighting because I look like I'm fine, but I am so far from fine, and I've had gaslighting from so many doctors and so many people not believing me. It's like just try living a day in my skin, like 5 minutes in my skin, and you will believe me, you will know. Like, this is no joke. Anyway, I'm not gonna rant on about that, but yeah, we have Silo today. It is coming out today, but yes, I gotta
Are you gonna do anything on Silo?
I'm gonna watch the thing and try my best to get a video out. But I don't have time to do a live for that, and I don't know if people would want to watch a live for that.
Crossover. You don't want to do lives like 4 times a week, like your own.
Oh my god, no! I'm already doing lives 5 nights a week. How many? Let's see. 2 for my channel, and then I'm on Biggerford's so Sunday I'm on Sci-Fi Visions, Tuesday I'm on Biggerford's, then Wednesday, Thursday I'm doing mine, and then tonight, Friday, it's Nadia's live. So when exactly am I going to pencil in a Silo live?
You could do a Silo after party.
Oh god, that's too much. Yeah, I can't.
I'll probably go on Sci-Fi Vision this Saturday. I mean this Sunday. Sunday.
Nice.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. That would be cool. Yeah. I gotta bounce though when sooner when we do that, because I can't. I'm burning myself out. I can't do marathon streams like all the time. If I'm gonna do it, I gotta save it for my channel, or I'm not gonna.
I can only do yours because I get this like weekend sleep schedule during the middle of the week where I'm sleeping a couple hours here and a couple hours there, but then Friday hits and I sleep, the sleep of the gods.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you have Fridays off?
What?
Do you have Fridays off or something?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh.
Unless it's something new.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying like you get to sleep on Fridays, like during the day.
when I get home from work, I get to sleep.
Okay.
And then the weekend, I get to sleep.
Okay. Well, yeah, yeah, right, Angela. This has been my battle trying to convince doctors I have a problem. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I think it's hard when you're women too, because doctors won't listen to you. You know, hysteria.
Oh yeah.
Stereotype.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the age-old hysteria thing goes back a long way.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm in the
sometimes
process
I wonder.
changing doctors because I never liked my doctor that I had, and I was like, "Good, I'm going to be changing my insurance, so I had to change my doctors." Oh no!
Right? Oh my
Bound to get
God.
something better.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, and I really feel for everybody in the chat that's shared their own struggles, and see, it just goes to show that this show definitely seems to attract people who are struggling because it's a catharsis. It's something we can relate to. So, you know, I talk to a lot of people, like I mention what I'm dealing with, and then they're like, oh, you know, I'm dealing with this and this, and it's, you know, that's why I mean, it's not just about the horror. I think a lot of us are drawn to it because we can relate to struggling in different ways, all different ways. But let's see. Fromville in real life, says Octane. And thank you. By the way, thank you for all the kind words. Everybody in the chat was saying kind things. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. When I was talking about what I'm dealing with, I really appreciate you, Fletcher the Chromonacle, and everybody, Dieter, everybody that's been so kind. Grow and Thrive. So yeah, I really appreciate you, and it's so kind of you to say this. Grow and Thrive too. I am excited about the show, so I'm glad if it's contagious. That's good. You know, I can't
As
help
long as as long as I
what
don't get a cough or whatever from it.
as long as you don't get what.
If it's contagious.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're good. And oh, Catalyst, I didn't even see this. I love it here. Your recaps and theories are awesome, and I love a good 6-hour live. Be blessed.
Oh,
Oh,
you like a good 8-hour live.
oh God, yeah. Yeah, it's going on 8 hours now. Gotta wrap up soon, but that's so kind of you to say. Thank you, Catalyst. I appreciate the kind words so much. It means the world. And Michelle Miller, I thank you. I try to be real and just, you know, be open about what I'm dealing with, and you know, maybe people can relate. So I'm not, yeah, I'm not perfectly polished and professional and like, you know, like, so maybe that's not a bad thing. It makes me authentic. Like all the flaws that I have to have in my videos.
Sure.
And Catherine Brown, that was so kind too, saying I'm not lame. Thank you. It's it is kind of scary, everything happening so fast. It is, like, I'm not gonna lie, but it's in a good way. And what Lisa said was so kind too. We were talking so much, I didn't get a chance to say thank you to everybody. And Javon Keys, you know, yeah, I appreciate everybody so much. Yeah, I don't think. Nah, Inky Party said Kenny will be confused at Acosta is replacing Boyd as sheriff instead of him. I think I really hope they're not going to set up some kind of Kenny Acosta love connection, because I have no interest at all.
You don't want Kenny to have happiness, obviously.
No. Well, I do. I wanted him to be with Christy. Like that was a sweet relationship, and let him be with
Yeah,
Christy.
I'm trying my best to have Murray have a makeout section with Randall when they talked about the cicadas, but that didn't happen. So
no.
Then they could be a couple, and then it'd free up Christy to be with Kenny. But yeah, it didn't happen.
Yeah, I remember you were rooting for that, but we didn't get that. Marielle is still doing suspiciously well, 8 episodes into the season.
Yeah. Well, maybe she'll like break eventually. There's always
Maybe.
that hope.
I know. We were all thinking she was going to be a wreck, but
Yeah.
Like
the one you least expect is the one
Yeah.
that's the strongest.
Mm-hmm. The one who's the strongest, absolutely. I can't believe there are only 2 episodes left. Wow. I mean, honestly though, it feels like it's gone by fast, but at the same time, I've been working so hard that it also feels like a long time. I don't know. It's kind of, like, I don't know. It kind of feels like both. It feels like it's been a while because I'm exhausted, but at the same time, only 2 episodes left. How is that possible? Wow. I don't want it to be over. Like,
Yeah, there's stuff we can do after. We can do the book club. I can keep on adding more and more books to that.
yeah, yeah. Obviously, I still want to talk From. I want to stream about From.
Well, Severance will be coming up. Devote yourself to Severance. We're gonna make a fan base for Severance.
Yeah, we gotta recruit more people to watch Severance.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people might come if you just do it, because if you said they don't really have a fan base, you can flush those people out. Or flush those people out. Flush or flush. It's early.
Yeah.
Flush those people out. I can see it the other way.
Well, see, the thing is,
yeah,
like,
I do, Dragon King.
I do too. I do
They're not
too.
good for each other. Every time they get in every time they're with each other, they're like, they get all like heated up. Like they're just like, oh, you think I'm doing drugs again? Oh, and it's all something. It's kind of like Jim and Tabby. It's just kind of like, okay, why are you just yelling at each other all of a sudden, like, or getting mad? There's no reason.
I know,
not
like,
good for each other.
Like Marielle was getting pissed at Christy for no reason when she first got to town, like blaming her.
Yeah, like over and over again, not just once. And it's like, okay, chill.
I know. Yeah, I'm not really interested in that. She's a third wheel. Christy and Kenny were cute together. I don't really ship people anymore on TV shows because I just
I'm shipping 2 couples, Donna and Henry, and the Kimono lady and Elgin.
Kimono and Elgin. Oh boy, there's a love connection.
Yeah.
Oh my
You
god.
could see it in her eyes. She could see it in her eyes when she tried to drown them the first time. I said the first time. She might do it again.
She might. And yet he's listening to her. Like, someone
Thank
made a
you
good
for your
point.
valuable service. Now go into the Brundles, please.
Right.
Keep walking. Keep walking.
Someone made a good point about that, like, why is he trusting her after she tried to drown him in a dream?
I don't know.
That's a good point.
Mystery.
Don't understand that.
Unless like Sarah, he's convinced that it'll get everybody home, and nobody talks to each other, so he'll never have that scene with Sarah where she's like, "That's a bad idea."
Right? Yeah. So I don't understand.
I mean, they just compared notes.
Yeah, if they would just compare notes, that would help. He did talk to Sarah before. It's almost like that was foreshadowing that he was going to be manipulated, also putting them together in a scene. That connection, because he's also being tricked into thinking he could save everyone. This thing is going to save everyone. You know what's crazy? I still keep seeing the numbers going up, and it'll go down. It'll go down a little bit, and then more people will join, and then the numbers go back. But it stays mostly stable all night long.
Oh yeah,
crazy.
All night party.
It's crazy to me because different people will go out, but then more people will come back in, and the numbers stay stable. I'm amazed. Right now it's in the 90s, and up until a short time ago, it was still over 100 for the whole night. blows my mind.
Very good. It speaks to the quality of the show.
Wow, yeah. I'm really blown away and grateful for that. I mean, and the thing is, part of like I'm enjoying this so much, but also now I know people like the marathon streams. I don't want to let anyone down if I don't do it. So I really don't want to stop. But it's mostly, it's both. I want to do it for myself too, but also I don't want to let people down. Like, hey, West Side Manolo, I gotta stop falling asleep with the live playing. I'd be having the weirdest dream with voices and no faces to put on it. Are we in your dreams? Our voices, our disembodied voices.
Can I highlight this one? Hold on, show on stage. I'm just trying to do cool things here. Show on stage? Does it show on stage? It doesn't show on stage. I have no power.
It doesn't work.
Show on the stage. No, it doesn't do it. It allows me to ban a user though, which is kind of nice. Hopefully, put user in timeout.
Oh, you have banning power now.
Oh, the sweet power. You better watch out, everybody.
Watch out, Scarlet.
Well, I mean, I was just going to talk about Fletcher's comment because, like, I was going to say Gen Z, like I've said countless times before, thinks the mullet's sexy, and Chloe said stop making fun of her mullet, and I mean, Christy herself, Chloe said herself, so
right.
I don't want to make fun of her. She seemed really hurt about the haircut hate, so I'm gonna slow my roll on that.
Yeah, since you said that, I stopped saying it. I didn't know that either. I just figured, I just figured like I wasn't, attacking or like insulting her. I was just saying like, why did they do this to her character on the show? But since you said that, I've backed off. I don't say it anymore, but I'm sure most people don't know that she said that. A lot of people don't watch the interviews. I don't watch a lot of the interviews myself. I really don't. And now I'm glad because apparently they're full of spoilers lately. The latest Ellis one, I'm not going to be watching that. That's for sure. Fletcher said, can we affirm that Mari is on drugs again? I think so. Maybe. She seems way too chilled for what she's been through. Either that or there is something to do with this mind over matter thing. If you're not afraid, maybe you have some control. It's gonna be kind of boring if it's that simple, but that's kind of what they're hinting at. Either that or she's on drugs again, which is my first thought that I had. But that's really funny. You have disembodied, we don't show our faces on here, so you just got our disembodied voices in your dream.
Well, I showed myself for like about 5 seconds because I keep turning my camera on by accident.
And I didn't even see it because I was in another tab. That's funny.
Well, it's better than the other night because the other night I had surely taken a shower and I was just ready to go to bed, and I was like, this looked disheveled, and this one at least looked okay enough.
Right. Oh my God, I can't even tell you. It is my worst nightmare to accidentally turn my camera on stream when I'm not prepared. I would be mortified. Like, I want to do my streams just comfortable, relaxed. I don't have any makeup on. My hair is a mess. I'm wearing comfortable clothes. I'm in my recliner. Like, I'm not in any kind of professional setup. Like, like a lot of YouTubers are like
they have a little background behind them and stuff, like a little some books, maybe a poster, some shelving.
Yeah, like I don't have like a setup where I'm sitting in front of like a bunch of whatever the hell those things are that everyone collects that I don't understand.
Funko Pops?
Yeah, I really don't understand the craze with that. I honestly don't. They don't look anything like what they're supposed to be. All the faces on them look the same, and I don't get.
They're bad for the environment because they're plastic.
Right. I don't understand the obsession with those things. I really don't. None of them look like what they're supposed to be, and they're overpriced. And everybody, practically every YouTuber I see with their camera on has like a million of them behind them on a shelf. I'm like, what is going on?
A wall of them, or there's just a wall of them. There's just boxes upon boxes upon boxes up the wall.
Yeah, what the hell? I don't understand it personally. It seems like a fad that will eventually go away, but I don't know. I've seen
I
it.
don't think it's gonna go away.
It's been years, so maybe not. It just seems like one of those things that should have been a fad that ended, but
You're gonna lose that from Funko Pop collecting tangent, and like, you know, the people that collect Funko Pops are like from. Though there isn't no from Funko Pops, I don't think.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder they should
They're
make.
like missing a lot of valuable marketing opportunities.
They are missing a lot of
I mean,
marketing.
first of all, you got to get Chloe's friend that makes the totems, and she would make totems for people, and I know there would be a market for that. And then the Jade Chia pet, and then the what else we got here? The talking tabby doll. When you pull the string, she says no, 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 or oh my god.
Yes, we need that. We need that.
But that's seriously all she says.
Yes. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I highlighted a comment. Yeah, Javon Keys said, "You have a monopoly at these hours with your live. You give us a place to come to and vibe while most people are asleep." I like that. Yeah, that's true. I mean, how many people are streaming at these strange hours? So I've got the market. I've got the corner on the market here. So
unhighlight that, and I highlighted something. So if you unhighlight your does that work?
I just took that one off.
Okay, let me see. Why won't it let me do this?
I don't know.
Why won't you let me do this? I just want to do this one thing. I keep hitting it and it doesn't do anything. Okay, well, hey. Let's see. Let's try it again. I'm so happy if this actually happened. I'd be like tickled. See?
Yeah.
Hopefully I can ban people because that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Oh well. I was just wondering what Mari was humming when she was walking up to Calamy House.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What was she? Yeah, she was humming something.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I think I heard about that, but I think she was humming something specific, and I don't remember what it was. But someone mentioned the name of the song.
Huh.
You know who else was humming? There was somebody humming. One of the monsters was humming outside the boss.
Yeah.
Maybe Mari is now part of the evil entity.
Maybe it's the cicadas. They're making her hum.
Oh, sure, David. I'm so sorry. With everything going on tonight, yeah, maybe the cicadas are making her hum. I'm starting to wonder. Yeah, I'm so sorry with everything going on tonight. Like so many people on the panel juggling a million things. I forgot to go back and look again, David. I'll take a look. 'Cause I didn't see anything in my DMs. I did check that, but let me see. The makeup job they do on these kids, these Ankui kids, is really incredible. Like really cool. That would be a great like Halloween costume for a kid. Like make them look ghoulish and their hair falling out and stuff.
Well, then they can just run around to sing Ankumi, and that's their whole gig.
Yeah.
So how old do you think these kids are?
How old, like in real life, or?
I would assume the character would be about the same age as the actor or actress.
What, like I think on the show, I mean, who knows what they are? They're probably,
600 years old.
Like the weird thing about it is,
look a year over 607.
Yeah. The weird thing about it is, what was I gonna say? like if the kids were sacrificed that at the beginning that started this whole thing, then they're dressed wrong because that's not like I think that it's got to be at least as old as the Puritan times, and the little girl her dress isn't long enough. That's not a Puritan dress. It's her legs are showing.
I think it's a slip though. I think it's what they wear underneath.
Okay.
Like a camise and a little skirt, or well, it wouldn't be bloomers at that stage, but like a skirt, underskirt, I guess.
Huh. Okay. Well, then that would make sense.
That's all they give them when they're born in darkness. I'm just saying that they must have lived in darkness for like 7-8 years, maybe 5 or 6. That's a long time to live in the darkness.
Yeah, it looks like it's a lot of time. It might explain why they look like that. Maybe they're severely vitamin D deficient.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, David. I found what you were. I was looking in the wrong channel. It's in the image section. Of course, you posted it in the correct section. Thanks for joining my Discord, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up. The hero's journey.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
see, when I was going to college, Joseph Campbell was all the rage. I don't know if he's still the rage.
Yeah, I've never actually heard of Joseph Campbell, but I've heard of the hero's journey. Hey, the man in black.
Well, he's the one who wrote the hero's journey.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know who wrote it. Hey, welcome, the night shift crew, right? Good morning, the man in black.
Maybe the morning crew pretty soon when the sun comes up.
Yeah, West Side Manolo, the last Ankui kid we saw was a glowing creep. Yeah, it was. I'm looking forward to the next episode. Like, finally, a different Ankui vision, not another, let's maul Tabitha Ankui vision. Let's see something new. That kid showed up. That kid that I was showing Fletcher, yeah, that was a season 2 Ankui kid. That was a behind the scenes shot. Damn, that kid is creepy. Yeah, right. Oh my god, keeps my eyes in the comments in case I fall asleep again. Oh, you were falling asleep. Sometimes I wonder, all these people that it says are viewing, how many of them are actually asleep? Like, how many of them?
If it's for the numbers, who cares? You guys,
I guess it doesn't.
You guys have a good dream.
Yeah. We're giving them good nightmare fuel. Like, I wonder, because I'll see my numbers are still, for most of the night, I had over 100 people in here, and there was a pretty active chat for a lot of the night, but then you get to a point where there's just a handful of people chatting a lot, and so I'm wondering, like, probably the majority of everyone else fell asleep with the stream playing and they're not actually watching. But hey, it still helps. It helps me with the algorithm, I think. I don't know how all this works. I'm just winging it. I don't know what I'm doing. But maybe it helps having more people watching. I don't know if it helps people find me or not, but
he's the party going.
Angela says I'm in and out. The man in black says drooling on the keyboard. I love it.
Let me tell you, what zaps your energy right away is when StreamYard won't let you on for like hours. The frustration grows. So I'm glad I have this app now.
Oh, what a difference. Your voice is clear. There's no more roboting. And so somebody posted in the Discord earlier that, like, could we find a way to fix that? Because she really likes how we work together, and we
because it is on the edge of tears.
Yeah. She said, that we're a really good fit together, but like, is there anything we can do about your audio? And then boom, PM figured it out. That's great. Magic. Wait a minute. Magic Sticks. I'll get to the hero's journey too, David. Sorry, I got sidetracked. But how many people lost an eye in this show? 3, right? The soldier, the guy, and the girl pinned to the tree.
The girl didn't lose her eye. It was just through her head.
It was through her forehead. Yeah.
And Clara almost lost her eye, but did not.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Okay, anyway, back to this. Let me hide the comment. I have a bad habit of forgetting to, I highlight comments and then I leave them up way too long while I'm showing stuff. I have some really bad habits. Yeah, I'm just winging it. I popped into Smitty Snippets live earlier and I was there listening while I did errands and I would chat, when I had a moment, but, he's like, you know, thinking I have I know some kind of secrets or something. I'm like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Like he can do the same thing as me. Like I'll gladly tell him how I do things, but I'm no pro. I'm just winging it. Like anyway, back to what we were looking at. But yeah, I'd like to get him and his sister on and actually try to get them to be able to talk because they're absolutely hilarious. I love their reactions in their lives. But so this, yeah, this is interesting. Tony Teflon's talked about this on his show, the hero's journey. It's got the call to adventure. That's the start of it, and then
You know what? I don't think I ever made the statement that it's because Jim and Tabby aren't good parents that Ethan's probably learned words like threshold. He's had to educate himself.
yeah,
Everybody's like, that's a sophisticated word. I'm like, Ethan's got a lot of time to read. And then he knows if he's reading, he's going to pick up Chinese because nobody cares he's around.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's cool. Threshold is part of this. And there's a supernatural aid, and then threshold, guardians, threshold, beginning of transformation, and then there's mentor, helper, challenges and transformation, or temptations rather, helper, and then revelation, abyss, death, and rebirth. Well, we've got two different titles in this season: thresholds and revelations. Transformation, atonement, return. Interesting. Gift of the goddess, known, unknown. I've never seen a graphic version of this. I've just heard it described. That's interesting.
So they return back home at the end.
I'll see you, Fletcher. You've been amazing. You've I think you've been here the whole time, or maybe you left for a bit and then came back, but you've been here a lot. So yeah, see you tomorrow. Thanks for coming, Fletcher. Always a great addition to the chat. Thank you so much. Hey Mara, I think Acosta might be a problem at first, and then they'll eventually work together. That tends to be what happens in shows like this. He'll be an antagonist. Anyway, David said Joseph Campbell wrote it after discovering a monomyth because many ancient cultures had the same myth. Okay.
Yeah, collective unconscious. It's kind of Jungian.
Okay. Oh,
it stems off that.
Oh, I like Jungian stuff. It's really interesting. There's that whole.
I'm gonna be right back. I gotta mute my mic.
Okay. David said, notice the winter solstice coincides with the winter solstice, and the first threshold is the autumn equinox. The autumn equinox is the crossover to the special world. Winter solstice coincides with abyss/revelations. Okay. And it's winter in Frumville now, and we're having two episodes called Revelations. So interesting. Tabitha and Jade arrived at the start. The fallen tree is the first threshold, and the death rebirth is Fatima. Oh, super interesting stuff. It's a circle because it's a cycle, the cycle of the sun. This is the narrative for almost every Hollywood movie, even the B grades. That's so interesting, David. I like that. That's really cool. Nice. Let me see what else you've got in here. I was wondering why it was a circle. Yeah, so thresholds. Okay, let me get back in here. Oh wow, lots of interesting pictures here. Winter, spring, autumn, summer. And then we've got all the astrological signs. That's really cool. Oh, wow. Interesting. More astrological signs. The star is summer solstice. Well, that fits with the show. Start it with perpetual summer. Interesting. The sine wave is the journey. Interesting, David. Y'all notice Boyd didn't hear Julie and Martin's conversation. Yes. Yes. That was interesting. Boyd didn't hear that. And we all thought that Boyd was talking to, Martin was talking to Boyd when he said, "What are you doing?" Oh. Martin, we thought Martin was talking to Boyd when he said, "You have to hurry, they'll be back soon," but he might have been talking, I think he was talking to Julie, actually. Yeah, it was due to how shallow the dungeon is, and maybe that's why Martin didn't hear Julie. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Julie didn't hear the conversation. David said this shows there is more light during the day in summer, then after Judgment Day, the daylight is less. Okay, interesting. Martin's voice seemed different when he was talking to Julie. Did it? I didn't notice if it did. Okay. Oh, wow, look at that. Stonehenge. That's cool. Just like saying the days are shorter after Judgment Day, September 21st. Yeah, I hate that part of this time of year. I really hate it. I do not like getting dark at 4:30 in the afternoon. Sunset at spring/fall equinox. Oh, wow, what a gorgeous photo. That is beautiful. Temple. Wow, that's stunning. That's so cool. Winter. Very cool, David. So, okay, there's more here. We've got different astrological signs, or constellations, I think. Yeah, constellations. Amun-Ra. Yep. Oh, I think I've heard of this. Yep. In relation to the show. Oh, Welcome to the Make It Hard. Hey, your homeland, huh? Where is that? That is the cycle, and the ancients knew about it. The 3 windows are winter solstice. The equinox is in the middle, and the right window is summer solstice. Cool. Nice, nice hat. Yeah. When the sun sets over the Khufu pyramid, it is summer solstice. The small pyramid is water. Oh, it's winter water. I can't even read anymore. Damn, just got off. Still on Julie. Nice. That's a wide receiver for the Detroit Lions. As a raver, I prefer longer nights. Not me. I like it. I mean, I'm a night person. I like night, but I like there to be a lot of daylight during the day. Remember Tabby's tower dream, and we've seen the ambulance, cards, etc., which is clearly foreshadowing. Oh yes, and things that occurred. The remaining items are Ethan's puppet and the cards. Right. I'm still wondering what role they're going to play. The puppets, like, what are they going to represent? Norman and whatever the other one is. I don't know if it had a name, but yeah, like the ambulance was. I mean, when I saw, like, when I noticed that the ambulance was there, I thought that's definitely foreshadowing that Tabitha's coming back in the ambulance, and so she did. But not everything has shown up yet. The dump truck. There was a dump truck on the stairs too. And Ethan's puppet was in her dream. The puppets were there, but they weren't in the real tower, which is weird. The real tower had the dump truck and the ambulance, but no puppets of Ethan's. So yeah, it's interesting. Let's see. Who or what do you think Ethan's toys will foreshadow? Well, Norman, what if Norman represents someone or something like Julie's going to kill? Because he had that line in episode 1, Mom, Julie killed Norman. So it makes me wonder, like, what does that mean? There has to be a reason for it. He said, Mom, Julie killed Norman, and everything seems to represent something else in this show. So I wonder, like, what does Norman have to do with this? I don't think Norman is part of the Chromonacle story. I think that's something else. And I think they pretended that the fairies were coming from I think Tabitha told him, like, Norman's okay. The fairies came from the Lake of Tears or something and saved him. So I don't know. And Julie, so maybe Julie's going to kill someone or cause someone's death, or maybe some kind of fairies are going to. I don't know. There's something to do with the fairies. I don't know if it's a red herring, but I find that interesting. Oh, you're Egyptian. Very cool. Very, very cool. Technically Texas. Virgo is the woman clothed in the sun and the moon and snake with 7 crowns or by her feet. Okay. Oh, okay. The one that I just showed. Let's see. Wait. Yeah. Virgo. Yep. Yeah. Isn't this related to, like, shepherding souls of the dead or something like that? If I remember correctly. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Amun-Ra St. Brown. The actress that played Donna had an interview and said she paid attention to people's personal. She said pay attention to people's personal items. Interesting. I think that definitely matters. After Victor just dug up a suitcase full of personal items belonging to every person, I think that's going to definitely matter. That's a clue. So, like, Ethan has his finger puppets. That's like his personal relic that's important to him. Boyd has his boat key. Let's see. Fatima had her yellow sweater, but then Trudy took it and got killed with it on, I think. What else? Christy has her little rock that Marielle gave her or something. So interesting. Yeah. So was there any point to that creepy dummy? I don't think so. I mean, I think it was kind of a red herring, but I think that the point is really symbolism. I always thought in season 2 that it was just symbolism. The dummy is it's like the evil entity trying to make Jade its puppet. And so it's just taunting him. That's what I think. I think it'll go back to being symbolic. Yeah, the man in black, right? Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I think all of those scenes are important. The dialogue is something we should pay attention to. Dialogue is always important in the show, but all that stuff in the RV in the first season, first episode, first season, I think it all matters. The whole Lake of Tears thing and all the Kimono stuff. So yeah, maybe Julie's gonna kill someone, not intentionally, but she might unintentionally do it. Remember, Julie said to Sarah that she was afraid she might hurt someone. She said, "I think this place has gotten in my head. I'm scared of what that might mean, and I don't want to." And Sarah said, "It's okay, you can say it." And Julie was like, "I don't want to be like you." So she's afraid she's going to hurt someone. That's foreshadowing. So yeah, I think I've got a new prediction now. That's foreshadowing. She said she's afraid she's going to be like Sarah and hurt someone. Ethan said, "Mom, Julie killed Norman in episode 1." I'm going to go with that. I think she's going to unintentionally hurt or kill someone. Tabitha also, hey, Papa Socks, by the way. Hey, Papa Socks also walked forward and then backward in the dream, as well as Jim hanging upside down, too. Yeah. Yeah, so we need to see a payoff on that before much more time passes, or people are just going to forget all about it if they haven't already. So maybe, I'm predicting by the end of the season, we're going to see what that dream was referring to with Jim. Why was he hanging upside down? Is he just going to be in some kind of peril? Maybe. I don't know if it's going to be literal hanging upside down. Yeah, maybe Norman will come back. Maybe Norman will come next season. Yeah, Norman has to represent somebody, I think. Man in Yellow. You're going somewhere with that, Julie. You just said. Yeah, thanks. I think there's something to it. Norman has to mean something. I'm sure of it. Anything related to Ethan, it matters. I listen to everything he says. When I was taking notes on this series before I even ever had a channel, I was taking notes anyway. I wrote down every single thing Ethan said about the Kimono or any of those other things, the puppets. Papa Sucks said, okay, yeah, and the forward and backwards. I didn't notice that she walked forward and backwards. I have to look back at it. But I wonder what the deal is with that too. Ethan's play stories could be foreshadowing. Norman could be no man. Okay. Interesting. It could be foreshadowing. Yeah, my brain is fried. I'm gonna have to get off soon. And I'm tired. I definitely think Ethan's stories are foreshadowing for sure. I'm curious to any significance of Ellis giving his lucky handkerchief to Fatima. Maybe people have said that, maybe she might slip that under the door in the root cellar so he'll know it's her, something like that. I think because Victor's mind is broken, He only remembers things after the faraway tree is involved. Yeah, I think so. That's a good point. And Tabitha really helps, I think, bring that out of him. If she's Miranda reincarnated, then it just makes sense. Yeah, when Julie threw the rope, Martin disappeared. But in the original, Boyd climbed up and got worms trying to unchain Martin, and he died. That's very true. Very true. I was confused by the fact that Martin disappeared. To me, that just strikes me as, like, even more sus now. I have even more ammo against him. Because that's super sus. Like, just disappearing. Yeah, I figured he was an entity and not really trapped there. Anyway. Think he bites the dust. Who's biting the dust? Ellis? I don't think Ellis. I'm getting too tired to think straight, you guys. Like, I'm gonna end up falling asleep. But I'll have to get off. Yeah, it's been 8 hours and almost 23 minutes, and I am exhausted. I don't know what Scarlett's doing, but God, I'm so tired. And I still have to do my episode breakdown. I gotta do that, but my theory video is more important. I made a theory video for like the big reveal with the origin story of From, and why I think it ties into reincarnation theory, and it was a lot of fun. Oh, is this that entity that whatever this figure that's balancing the scales of justice before you can like pass into, I don't know, the afterlife or something? That's what it looks like. Huh. Interesting stuff that David sent me. I'm so tired. Oh my God, I'm so tired. Oh. Yeah, I need to get some rest. That's right, Fletcher. Yes, Jim was hanging upside down. So I think that it may not be literal. He may just be in peril and he might die this season. Who knows? But he could be. I would find it hilarious if he steps in some kind of a rope trap that yanks him up into the tree. Hey there, Frostadamus. Oh, Frostadamus. Interesting screen name there. If we are going with the whole foreshadowing Ethan's story thing, and the whole show is fake, because Tabitha said Norman didn't die because monsters aren't real. That's a good point. It's a good point. We don't want that. Definitely don't want the show to be fake. Yeah, she said there's no such thing as monsters. And Norman is fine, so maybe. Oh, I hope not, though. I really hope that's not going to be going that route. Hey, Debbie, Abby, Babby. Oh, believe me, I'm not a machine. I'm wearing myself out and hurting my body by doing this. If I don't get up and pace every couple of hours, then my pain spikes even worse than usual. I blame all the awesome people in the chat and on the panel for keeping me on so long. Keeping me going. I can't help it. It's too much fun. Wait. Ash, what are you talking about? You're just getting started? Yeah, not so much. When the new episodes drop, I'm always so eager to finally be able to talk about it on a live. I wish I could do it sooner, but it just doesn't work with other people's schedules. So, only 2 more weeks, but I'm not going to give up doing these streams. I'm still going to do a weekly stream on From. I need my Fromly fix. For sure. I can't even keep my eyes open, guys. Oh my god. So, okay, interesting. Amun-Ra is the god that is born during the winter solstice. In the Bible, it's a man-child, might be connected. Okay. Interesting. I can't stop yawning. Oh, God. Oh, man. This image is the woman clothed in sun as well. The disc and wings are Virgo. The scales are Libra. And when the sun is in Virgo, she is stepping on the snake. Oh, interesting stuff. I like that. Hey, football infinity. Hey, good night, Debbie. Always nice to see you pop in. You're terrific. The way you support so many from creators. It's a beautiful thing. Really appreciate you. And oh my god, this is the 5th time I've yawned. Oh, okay. Yeah. What's funny? We know the answers are right in our face and won't realize it until they are revealed. Uh-huh. Yeah. And I'm starting to see clues that are right in our faces, personally. I know it's not like the full answer in our face, but like seeing stuff that's blatantly in our face. Just the number of times everyone mentions nightmares in this show, clearly there's something to do with a nightmare realm. Not a literal dream, but a nightmare realm, I think. I've thought that for a while. There are all kinds of clues planted. Oh, man. Okay. I better sign off before I fall asleep. Because that's a highly likely scenario. Oh, man. Okay. So freaking tired. It's just I can't get enough of talking about this show. It's just too good. Episode 8 was freaking amazing. So there was just so much to talk about. But I'll be on Nadia's live talking about it tonight too. Oh, there's another one here. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. This is the space between worlds, the fallen tree, the autumn equinox, the first threshold, the crossover from one world to the other. Is the sun crossing the equator from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere? So cool, David. Fascinating. So, yeah, there's definitely a liminal space situation going on. 100%. Yeah, 9 and 10 will be even better, Laura, right? That's exciting. I don't want it to be over. Everyone's saying, "Oh no, I have to wait so long in between episodes. I don't want to wait." And I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" Like this is flying by. When I was a kid, it seemed like things took forever. You'd have to wait a week for a show. It was torture, but this is a thought-provoking show that evokes a lot of discussion, so I enjoy that as much as the show. So it's not a matter of, okay, watch it and then don't think about it again for a week till it's on. The last picture is the most important. The middle is the equinox. Okay, David. Interesting. Yeah, I was thinking, this seems like the most significant one. Definitely. Really interesting. Thanks for putting those photos in my Discord. And sorry I didn't get to this earlier, David. I didn't mean to ignore that. I did look in my DMs, but I didn't see it, and it didn't even occur to me you would have put it in the image channel in my Discord, so sorry about that. Things were yeah. It wasn't chaotic having a lot of people on the panel because everyone was really good about not talking over each other, interrupting or whatever. It was a nice conversation, but at the same time, I was juggling a lot of stuff, looking at the chat, showing images, going back to this screen, checking, making sure everything was good. So it's a lot. It's a lot of juggling, and I'm new to it. So, and I didn't get to interact enough with you guys in the chat when the panel guests were on, but like in the first few hours anyway, but I always make up for it after staying on and or highlighting comments. I love interacting with you guys. Okay, so that's the two worlds, said David. Ordinary is summer, special is winter. Cool. Very cool. Papa Sock said, that's why I rocks with Jim. Fight for your woman, Jim. Fight. This is your last chance, brother. I hope next episode he is still sitting at the bar, staring at the glass. I will lose it. Me too. Jeez. Yeah. I'm seeing so many like Jim defenders coming out of the woodwork all of a sudden, and I'm like, where have you guys been? Because I see nothing but Jim hate for, I mean, all this time in the fandom. It's funny. I don't know what's changed, but I don't hate the guy. I just dislike a lot of things about him. I understand why he is the way he is. It's, grief really screwed him up. So, but I don't have to enjoy his personality. I get the Jim defenders. I mean, I just am surprised that they're coming out of the woodwork now, because there's been hate against him for a while. I just don't understand why it just didn't happen sooner. That's the thing I don't get. Because I've been in live chats since the end of April. For the first time I started going into people's chats, and I saw nothing but Jim hate. I didn't see defenders at all. I'm just wondering why now. Like, why now and not before? Because every time someone's like, oh, who do you think's gonna get killed off this season? And you see Jim can die. Like, I wasn't one of those people who goes that far, but it's just I don't know what's going on with that. Anyway, I think the fandom hate toward Jim has increased this season. That's why I think the defenders are showing up now. Yeah, and it's also kind of deserved, to be honest. He's kind of been a jerk. He's kind of been a jerk, and I don't know. I don't think the hate is deserved, but dislike, sure. Totally. Let's see. Like the paintings tell a story. I rock with Jim too. Like, this is his last chance. It is his last chance. He seemed like he didn't really want to get divorced when they were driving in there, and she didn't really have much to say. It's like he's still holding out hope. Tabitha gets on my nerves way more than Jim. Yeah, it does. She does. She repeats the oh my god, no, way too much. That gets irritating. But they're both kind of useless as parents and as partners, so I find it funny. Like the anti-Jim rhetoric. It's funny. I don't mind it, but I get it. Most people don't. Wait a minute. Most people don't buy the way Jim thinks. I can't even read anymore. Most people don't buy the way Jim thinks, that it's all an experiment. Yeah. It sounded paranoid, but hey, you never know. Anything's possible with this show. Let's see. What if Ethan is Victor reincarnated? Boy is Katri reincarnated. Jim is Jade reincarnated. Huh. Well, wait a minute. Victor is alive. So how would that fit in? Wondering. Okay. I better get ready to shut it down. Let me see. I was gonna check something. Yeah, I'm just getting the trailer ready so I can play it on the way out. Let's see. It's like a little haunted baby nursery. Horrifying. Oh, okay. I better sign off before I really fall asleep because I very well could. Let's see. What are you guys saying in the chat before I go? Oh, Julie just let the chat run itself for a few hours. No, I didn't. Well, I did have to leave for a little while, though. Earlier, some of the panel guests held it down for me, along with my co-host. I was gone for maybe 25 minutes or so, going to the pharmacy for my mom, and I came back and rejoined. So, still going strong, and yeah, it's been a great live. Really has. Papa Sucks said I didn't say I excused Tim's behavior. I said I rocked with him because he was trying to figure out things in the first episodes. Yeah, absolutely. I liked when he wrote all the stuff on the wall. Go back to that. That's what we need. What he did in this season, not helpful, really. Yeah, what if Ethan is Victor reincarnated, but a Khatri reincarnated Jim, and Jim is Jade reincarnated? Huh. Interesting. Oh my god. Okay. I think I just dozed off for a few minutes. I need to go. Yeah, I dozed off for a few minutes.
I was gonna say I gotta get ready for work, so
Yes, yeah. You know that I'm comfortable with you guys if I'm able to actually doze off on stream because I'm like just talking to friends. Yeah. Yeah.
and snoring.
What? Oh God. No, that would be awful. I used to, I've been told I used to have an issue with that, but not anymore. I had really mild sleep apnea, but then I lost a bunch of weight and I haven't had that issue anymore. If I started snoring on stream, I would be very embarrassed, but it happens, you know, we're human beings. It's normal. And yeah, well, I hope were able to get a little bit of sleep here and there during the stream, and I hope you can get some sleep later.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I settle into a groove.
Oh, yeah, I hope
I mean, it's
you.
really just 2 days a week, so it isn't that big of a thing.
Yeah, but still, it's got to be exhausting. You don't have, you know, it's your job takes energy. It's not easy. You can't just like you know chill and like zone out. You know, like a desk job or something. Oh, Smitty, gotta get some sleep, Julie. Yeah,
That's
I
what I've been
know.
telling you. That's what I was telling you when you were gonna go run to the drugstore.
I know. I should have ended it
Go
then,
to
but
bed.
I know I should have ended it then. That would have forced me to. Like, okay, I got to now. My mom needs me to go to the pharmacy, but I was like, well, got all these people on panel who can talk to each other. I'm not like just leaving you by yourself.
Yeah.
So, uh, thanks for popping back in, Smitty. And like, it's not usually that crowded with that many people on stage. And I know you're new to this stuff, and I'm new to it too. But you don't have to be intimidated by it. It's like you know, all you have to do is just show up and talk. Like, and yeah, hopefully we can plan something. So. Like sometimes I like to just do the first few hours. Just if I have guests on who have channels, I like to just you know give them you know the space to have a discussion with us and the chat, and then open it up sometimes like after some time passes and do some call-ins after. Like usually on Thursdays, that's what I tend to do. But tonight it was just kind of a free for all. Just let everybody on.
It worked really good though for having 9 people.
It did work really well. I was impressed. Like it worked quite well. Usually it's not that many people, but yeah, I was happy with how that went. We had a great conversation and yeah. I think I'll probably do more of that on Wednesdays though, because Thursdays are the days like you know, like you know, content creators tend to be more available. So like we could have like a little discussion first and then open it up. Yeah, right? The theories are so good. So good. Yeah, absolutely. And I really enjoyed your live. I wanted to be able to chat more, but I was grocery shopping. So but I was listening the whole time. It was really good. Really enjoyed it. Your reactions are so funny and I enjoy your takes. So you and your sister.
Yeah, I was also glad that Michael came on because I wasn't quite sure if he would.
Yeah. Yeah, he was really good. You know who he reminded me of actually, the way that he talks?
I have no idea.
He reminded me of Robert Saunders, very academic
Oh,
in the way
okay.
that
I
he
don't think
talks.
I've ever heard him speak.
Well, he speaks exactly the way you would expect him to speak based on how intellectual he writes. Very academic, very smart. You know, like like you're kind of talking to a college professor. It's like it's interesting. So yeah, he was great. I was glad he came on. Absolutely. Can you understand?
Maybe I need to express myself more because I don't know if I come off that intellectual, but I am such.
Well, you are. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I
what
don't
I
go
mean
on
is,
these long talks about things because I kind of keep everything kind of succinct, but maybe I should talk a little bit more and put more detail in.
no, what I mean is like certain people like you could be very intelligent. We're all intelligent people in this fandom, but I mean like certain people have a way of speaking that sounds more like professor like in like the way that they articulate their points. It's like a certain academic way of talking is what I mean.
Oh, okay.
That's what I mean.
That could be good or bad depending.
Yeah, but I like it. I think it's a good thing. I enjoy that kind of style. It's cool. Makes me feel like I'm back in school. I like that. I enjoyed college, but
Yeah,
yeah, you know
I
what I
wish I
mean.
could finish my master's degree.
Oh yeah, I never got around to. I wanted to get a master's, but I never got around to it. Yeah, I know. I need to rest. I hope I wasn't asleep for long.
I wasn't here when you were sleeping, so that's pretty funny.
I don't think I
You
was.
should have little cards. You should be right back, and then one with the Z's on it.
I should, right? I felt myself starting to slip, and I should have ended it right then.
Hey, thanks, Fletcher, for acknowledging that I'm here. That's cool. Thanks. Thumbs up.
Oh, good.
I wonder sometimes if people know that I'm here.
Of course, people know that you're here. People were asking where you were when you were away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were.
Tearing out my hair due to StreamYard.
Yeah, you were.
Hitting my head against the desk. Praying to all the gods to help.
Yes. And Smitty Snippets, you are welcome. You're welcome. And you're welcome to come back on, especially when things are less chaotic. I'd love to hear your takes on stuff. I really enjoy that. And yes, Fletcher Smitty is very funny, and the chat will love your takes. When yeah, things are a little less crazy, and we can get you on to talk. Hey, Fromley Theory. Welcome. I'm getting ready to shut it down finally. Oh, thank you for saying that. My mom's starting to improve. She's on some steroids and got an inhaler, so she's not coughing as bad. The steroids really work fast. Well, Fletcher says you're amazing too, so people appreciate you.
I mean, I just scan the the chat for my name, so that's cool.
well, I mean, they don't. To be fair,
Let
you
me
have
highlight this one. I can highlight now. Let's highlight this one with my name in it. Let's see.
Oh my
It
god!
still won't let me. It still won't let me.
Oh my
I'm
god!
cursed.
Oh my god! Tony just popped in.
Oh yeah! Hey.
Hey Tony. Just edit that out and get to bed. He heard me say I fell asleep. I think I did it yesterday too for a few minutes. Also, 2 days
We
in
leave
a row.
it in. We leave it in because this is real. This is when shit gets real.
Oh yeah, this is really now. If I were actually like snoring or something, I think I would have to figure out how to edit it. But I don't know how. I don't know how to edit things out. So
Papa sucks. I have to work, okay? I mean, I have to sleep sometime. I'm not a immortal. I mean, I'm not Herculean.
yeah,
I'm but a mere mortal.
Yeah, I'm fortunate enough. At least I can go to sleep. I don't have to go to work right now or anything. So,
Oh, yeah.
but thanks for popping in, Tony. It's great to see you pop in the chat. I kept bringing you up a lot. Like I've been bringing you up a lot lately because your theories have been. I'm really interested in the stuff you've been talking about lately with the nightmare realm and all of that stuff. Like the djinn. We were talking about that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Like I forget how that came up into the conversation, but someone mentioned djinns, and we were talking about how wishes can go wrong. Elgin. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to find the name of the podcast where they went into djinn mythology because it was pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I could totally see that being part of the show. I could see that explaining a lot of stuff. When Tony broke it down, it made so much sense to me. I like that theory a lot. And I'm totally on board with the nightmare realm. I've been thinking it's something like that for a while, but then Tony like fleshed it out and gave it a lot more details that I hadn't thought of that make perfect sense to me. Like, you know, if you're dreaming, you know, like you don't dream about the stuff that's inside the wires. You only like dream about the you know, the lamps and the cords. So it's like a dream realm. The electricity works even though it shouldn't, because it was manifested there, the lamps and the cords and whatnot. Like he was explaining that, and I thought that makes a whole lot of sense. And someone manifested the motel sign in the pool, but no motel. Like, it makes sense why there's, you know, no there shouldn't be any
Why
regulator, but there is.
like Acosta said, why a psycho made the town the way it is. It was designed by a psycho.
It's designed by a psycho. It's like a patchwork of different people's dreams, like manifested there. Like the lighthouse with no ocean. Not that I could see, and yeah, and I can fill in more blanks. You know, like Tony got that going in my head. I'm like, okay, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. It totally makes sense. Yeah. It's funny. I didn't even know he was. He was probably. I wonder if he was listening when I was asleep. Like just popped in and it's dead silent and no one's talking. I hope it wasn't for long. Maybe just a few minutes. Papa Sock said, "Hey Teflon, saw your live the other day. You rocking the mug again? Kudos." What is that? That big mug that he drinks out of? It's like this gigantic thing. I've never seen one that big. Probably Theory said, "What happens when you fall in a dream? You wake up, just like Tabitha did, right?" Yeah, it's something. If you think about it, yeah. I hope that doesn't mean that she was literally asleep and she's in a simulation. That would suck. And they're lying to her, because you know that's still a possibility. She could have gotten in a car accident, knocked out, brought her back to the hospital, and plugged her back into the simulation. And she just thinks that she got back to town in the ambulance. But I don't want that to be true. I hope not. We've had enough simulations. You popped in. Oh my God. Oh Jesus. You popped in at the worst time. This was actually a good live. I don't know how much you heard before that, but it was good. We had a lot of great people.
Yeah, just rewind it back a couple hours. It'll be completely different.
Yeah, I
Different
swear
experience.
I swear it wasn't a train wreck. Tony said it's the edit tool on YouTube. It's easy to use. Oh, I didn't know you could edit on YouTube. Okay. But I think when you do that, it gets rid of your live chat replay, and I don't want the replay to be gone. I like that, having it stay, you know?
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty sure if you edit stuff out, that replay goes away. You can't see it anymore. But if I ever screw up anything really bad, at least I know I can do it. That's good to know. Thank you, Tony. I'll definitely do it if anything. If I ever like do something really stupid, I don't know. I've got to go back and listen to it now. I hope I was just breathing and snoring. I don't know. You are welcome, Tony. I really, really like your theories. Like, I'm so interested in the latest ones are so thought provoking, and I enjoyed listening to you break it down. And yeah, so definitely. And well, still have 61 people here. So cool.
Oh, okay.
And Tony, it's the least I can do. Plug your channel. Like, you've supported mine. You send people over. You send people over to my channel. I really appreciate it. It sounds like a commercial sometimes. Like, you want more from, you can't get enough from. You head over to Julie B's channel, and I'm like, I'm so flattered, and it means a lot. It really does. I appreciate it, because a lot of people found my channel because of Tony, and that was the first channel I ever followed for From. I've been hooked on his channel ever since. I even as busy as I am with my channel, I don't miss his lives. I'm not always able to be in the chat the whole time, but I'm at least listening. because it's too much fun. I don't want to miss it. But yeah, hopefully, I know Tony's probably super busy with the show ending soon, but I want to see if I can convince him to come on the show, because I'm going to keep doing this after the season ends. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to still do a weekly live, and it'll be cool to have him on when he's available to do it. But you know, it doesn't have to be before the season ends, because like I said, I'm not stopping. I'm a From addict, so I'm still going to keep on going. And
yeah, I still can't get it. I keep on. I want to get this. Why can I not highlight things? Why can I not put things on stage?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, like I'm still learning the ropes myself.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Wait a minute, what does this say? Oh my god, Tony. I've had people pass out on stream while sitting on the toilet. What? Oh my god. At least I haven't done that. Jesus. Like, he said that he's done really long streams when he first started. Maybe that was why. Well, at least I haven't done that yet. Holy shit. Let's talk about embarrassing. I don't, I wouldn't, first of all, I wouldn't be sitting on the toilet while I'm streaming. I would have somebody take over if I needed to do that. Like,
you just hear a flush in the background.
Oh god. Yeah. I would not be doing that. Yeah. Let me just do something here. I don't have any mods on here right now because I've been on for quite a long time, but wait a minute, did it work? Yeah. I just put your link in the chat, Tony. It's the least I can do because you support my channel a lot. So anytime I see him here, one of my mods puts his link in my chat, but no mods here right now. Just me and Scarlet.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm here.
Yes.
I'm alive. I actually can watch my mic levels on here too. They have a lot more options on here than the way I was doing it before.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. That's fun to just poke around.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun to play around with this. Now I have a little banner on the bottom of the thing. I didn't know how to do that until
the cat loves it.
Your cat loves
it. Keeps trying to bite it.
Yeah. It's so freaking funny though, passing out on the stream while sitting on the toilet. Wow, okay. I wonder how many minutes I was asleep for. Oh, I'll have to go back and look. I felt myself, I was reading. I knew it was going to happen. I felt myself.
You can always just go and clip it.
Maybe.
You can always just clip it out and then just have that as your 10-minute extra or whatever.
Yeah, I could. I was reading people's comments in the chat and I could feel myself slipping. I could barely even focus to read the words anymore, and then that was it.
See, if this had been another night, I would have had the bell, and I would just kept ringing the bell and telling you that you have to wake up and you have to go to sleep.
Right? Yeah, the bell would probably have helped. Wake me up with the bell if that happens.
I guess I just got frustrated because StreamYard wasn't working, and I ended up with a bell downstairs and me upstairs. So next week it'll be a different story because now I have this app.
Yeah, that's great. Ash said 3,000 Years of Longing is a really good Jinn movie. I like that concept of a Jinn. So
yeah, that sounds familiar. I don't know if I've seen it or not. It sounds really familiar.
I've never heard of it, so that's another one for me to check out. Cool, very cool.
Yeah, I would also ask you to watch those Bruce McDonald movies, Highway 61, Pontypool, and Hardcore Logo, but you already have a long list. But that's the guy who directed this episode and directed the episode before. He's a pretty popular Canadian director and part of the Toronto New Wave movement in film.
Oh, okay.
He's a pretty big deal in Canada.
Huh. Interesting. All right.
I bought a copy of Highway 61 on VHS tape at a Blockbuster when in the 90s when they were clearing out VHS tapes for DVDs, and I watched that thing until like the tape broke.
Right.
It was really fun. It's a really fun road movie about a jazz musician going to New Orleans. You know, those quirky road movies from the 90s.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh God, wait, was I asleep for 12 minutes? Really? How did you
Oh no.
calculated it? You actually like checked? I think it was about 12 minutes sleep time. Oh Jesus. Oh my God. It didn't feel like it. It felt like I just dozed off for like a second, but wow. Well, Tony will be glad to hear you're sounding clearer. When I called into Tony's show, he said that we've got to get we've got to get your co-host a microphone. And I said it's not that. He said he thought you need a new microphone because of the.
I need a microphone.
Yeah.
Not a new microphone.
Yeah.
I'm doing this on an iPad.
Yeah. I told him that it's
I'm
not.
a teacher. I have no funds to buy something bigger. Unless people want to, donate.
Right. I don't have a microphone. I just use my Chromebook. I talk into my Chromebook. I think it comes out sounding pretty good. It sounds normal. I've heard, I've listened back to it. It sounds fine. I don't know why people need microphones so bad if you can just use your laptop or your Chromebook mic. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I guess microphones would give it a better quality. So I am going to get one. I'm going to get one. Hopefully,
you're starting out. You start out with the basic stuff. You work your way up.
Yeah. I'll
no huge rush on that.
Yeah, I might. Maybe I'll get one for Christmas or something. But like I need one that I can use. I don't sit at a desk because of my pain.
Mm-hmm.
It hurts too much to sit for long. I have to like distribute my weight more evenly. So I use a recliner. I don't sit for long at all, any longer than I have to. My pain gets worse, but like reclining is how I do it. So I sit in a recliner and I have my Chromebook sitting on a pillow on my lap. So if I get a microphone, it's got to be one that clips onto something. I can't have one that just sits on a table. That won't work. But I think they make clip-on microphones. So, but yeah, I was telling Tony that it's not your microphone. You just had issues with your internet. But apparently switching to the app worked, though. I wonder why.
Yeah. Worked.
Huh. It's like a miracle. It's been perfect ever since you switched. So that's fantastic. Much, much better. Like no issues at all. Better quality for me, it's fine. But if your voice with a microphone is even better, more juicy, juicy voice. What does that mean? I'm kidding. This just sounds funny. And Dieter said, Julie, go to sleep.
I just like how many hours do you have? Are you at night because you're in the day? We have so many hours. We have more than 24 hours in a day. Did you know that? The two of us. We're having like 36-hour days. And you guys don't get the rest of the hours.
Rayanne. How many hours do you have? Are you on night? Because we are in the day. It is 8 a.m. It is 8
Where are you at? What country?
Yeah, where are you from? I'm curious. Yeah, it's 8 a.m. here, East Coast in the US. So I may have overstated the time. Don't quote me, says Papa Socks. I'm not. It doesn't even bother me because just the fact that I'm comfortable enough doing this to let myself fall asleep. That tells me I'm, like these are good people. I'm comfortable with everyone. It's just like hanging out with family or friends. So if I fell asleep, that's all right. I'm not even embarrassed really. If I was snoring really loud, I probably would be a little bit, but not. It's all right. Either way, it's fine.
Yeah, but you fell asleep almost on the like end of the 8th hour, so I mean, people are committed by then. They might need a little breather.
Yeah, same thing happened yesterday too. I think it was like a few minutes. Oh, Algeria.
Yeah. Well, we
Wow.
can make a wish list. I mean, I can also put Red Bull on it because I need a lot of Red Bulls. Algeria.
Yeah. See, I can't have energy drinks or anything like that. Like it's like I have really bad anxiety, so it would make it way worse. So I have to just tough it out. Algeria, so 1306, so that's 106. Okay. Is that I get so confused with military time. That's so cool. I love seeing people pop in from other countries. That's amazing. Like I love how the show has united people from countries all over, and to see people in my chat, that's really neat. 9 hours. Wow, I just looked. Go on. Oh no, I can't go on. This is the longest yeah, like since that you've been on, like the whole stream.
Well, technically.
Technically, yeah.
Technically, I slept for a couple hours in between.
Still, though, technically you were still on.
Yeah.
You think it was a few minutes? What? Wait, what? How long was it? Jesus, how long was I asleep for? Nothing to be embarrassed about. We know you like to do these streams.
It's too bad you don't talk in your sleep.
Oh, God. I used to talk in my sleep, so that would be entertaining. My mom said I used to say weird things. She talks in her sleep, too, and says weird things. Things that make no sense. Fromley Theory says London. Wow. 108 in London.
Same time as Algeria.
Yeah, same time zone. And I know Dieter is 7 hours ahead of us, so I believe 9, 10, 11, 12. So 3:09. I'm too tired to do math. So it should be 3:09 in the afternoon for him. And then, Australia is like really screwy. It's evening for them. Carla Way popped in yesterday, and she was like, "This is so great. I never get to watch streams and have a nice glass of wine and relax because everyone's lives are in the morning for her when she's on Tony's live. As a mod, it's morning." So then I felt like, okay, I can't sign off now. Carla Way's here enjoying her wine. I've got to stay on. Can't disappoint Carla Way. She's awesome. I love Carla Way. She's the sweetest. I had Carla Way and Jackie C pop in toward the end. I was like, okay, now I've got to stay on. They're both great mods for Tony. Such sweet people. Just really lovely people. Two of the people that made me feel welcome right off the bat, joining live chats, joining his chat. No, just good people. Papa Socks said, "Good thing you had a great co-host to cover for you while you slept." Oh, geez. But I forget
what.
What happened. Where were you anyway while I was asleep? I don't even know.
I was getting ready for work.
Yes.
I gotta leave for work in 5 minutes. No, see, nobody mentions me, and then I get a bunch of shit thrown at me at the end of this. What?
Oh, he's just
like,
kidding.
"Oh, you left Julie alone." I have a job.
He's just.
I am sorry. Maybe I'll quit my job.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
pay us
Like
enough, I can make this my job. So everybody pays. So I could have this as job.
Yeah. Everybody's gonna have to crowdfund your salary. Then you can just make this your full-time gig.
Then I will be at your side all the time.
I mean, come on. Like, I couldn't possibly expect you to.
I mean, I just told my boyfriend maybe those kids can just teach themselves in the classroom, but I don't know if the administration will like that. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? They could just develop into a Lord of the Flies mentality, you know? They got face paint on and feathers in their hair, and
Yes,
you know,
probably. I'm sure that's what would happen. I love that book, by the way. That's a classic. And similar themes to Lost, also like similar kind of situation, except it's kids. But yeah, no. Vanessa says they both took a break. You know, keep your job. Yeah, yeah. You need to
break.
eat. You need to eat. You need to live.
I had absolutely no time yesterday for myself, and the little bit of time that I had, I took screenshots of Michael's stuff and sent it to Julie. I did a whole bunch of other research and sent it to Julie, and that was my only free time of the day. I am devoted to this thing, okay?
Yes, she is dedicated, and then I screw up and don't upload stuff because I'm overwhelmed and I feel like a jerk.
But I did Scarlet Way now. My name is now Scarlet Way.
Yes.
Leave my morning this way.
Yeah, and I did better this time. I managed to actually like get your pictures and showed I showed the Wikipedia page while Michael was talking, so I was able to prepare at least a little bit this time. I took the screenshots. I showed some of them. I don't think I missed anything. So I don't mean to ignore your messages ever. I get overwhelmed and then I forget. I just wing it. I just show up because I'm so tired and overwhelmed. I'm not used to all this. It's new to me.
I just thought that Michael's stuff was really interesting, and I wanted to get him on as soon as possible because I thought it'd be a cool thing to talk about. And it was, because I couldn't even talk. He was like my substitute talker. Because I couldn't get on StreamYard. I'm like, well, here's this guy.
It was extremely interesting. I really liked all of his theories, everything he had to say. Like, it was fascinating stuff. Really fascinating stuff. Like, I enjoyed that. And yeah, if you ever hear Robert Saunders speak, it's just like I could have sworn I was listening to Robert. It was so similar, and like just the academic tone that they use to articulate points. Very, very similar. Like you're listening to a really, really interesting lecture in a lecture hall in college. And I mean that in a good way. Like I liked college. I enjoyed it. But yeah. Yeah, Vanessa, she's wild marjoram also.
That's just a rumor.
Just a rumor. And we have not met in real life. No. People have asked that before. Have we met in real life?
I watched you sleep in real life. I just go over to your house and I just let myself in and I watch you sleep. Then I go back to Michigan.
Well, people think that we must have met in real life because we seem to, like we mesh well together. So like it, I've heard people ask that before. And at Julie B's beck and call, Vanessa said. Yeah, you are dedicated. I appreciate you. I really do. I'm
just saying, a little bit more nice comments about me would be cool.
Yeah, well,
that snarky one, Papa Snox.
I think part of the issue, though, part of it is that people don't know who you are because you have a different name every time, so they don't know what to
start
call.
Promoting myself, because when you were like, you ask people to promote their channels, maybe I should promote my stuff.
Yeah, you should.
I got a lot of stuff going on.
You should promote your stuff. Vanessa
I'm
said,
multifaceted.
Vanessa said, I thought you were best friends. We are.
I thought we were best friends.
Sure. BFFs.
Absolutely. We're gonna be bracelets. Let's make bracelets. They can be matching bracelets like in the show. With that little flaw on it.
With the little flaw and a yellow bead. We'll have matching bootstrap bracelets. That sounds perfect. Another merchandising opportunity that From is missing.
Yeah. I mean, Yellow Jackets has a little symbol on a chain. They could make little symbols of that, the root symbol. They could have the bracelet. That's just burning your money. That's just throwing the money down the toilet.
Right. Yeah. yeah, I've seen some really good from merch. So, but like the show should be selling some. Okay, see you, Dieter. Take care. You take care too. You only came in to look if you were still alive. make a wish list or crowdfunding for a new laptop. Yeah, I should.
I
I
like
got
that everybody's calling me Scarlet Way now.
Scarlet Way. We all need a friend / co-host like you.
Oh, thank you.
Very true. Yeah, she's a really good friend. She's very supportive, and I appreciate her.
I've got a new last name.
Yeah, Scarlet Way.
Scarlet Way.
It sounds a lot like Carla Way, so you know.
Oh, are we related?
It's, I don't know, like it just fits because you know Carla Way is such an asset to Tony's channel, even though she's not like literally on there talking. She's a rock star mod over there. So yeah, I shouldn't need a new laptop, damn it. I got a new laptop at the beginning of this year, and it wasn't a big investment. You know, I don't have much money, and I stupidly didn't use it until after the return window had already closed. I started using it and it was fine at first. It was really nice. Nicest one I've ever had. It had a light up keyboard, which is awesome. And then I thought, oh, this will be perfect if I start a channel or something. And then the trackpad stopped working for no reason. So I shouldn't need a new freaking laptop. Damn it. I don't want to have to use this Chromebook all the time. Sucks. But wait, what? I just saw this separately. Technically, she couldn't die before that happened. Wait.
Yeah, in the chat.
The reason why people seem to heal quickly in the show could be
It's
because they're
dangerous in this chat.
Yeah. Technically, okay, so wait, they're part of the time loop and therefore they have a role to play and cannot die. Look at Julie. She had to throw that rope down. Interesting. I like that. So now technically Julie could die. she's yeah, because she did her.
Oh, yeah,
she
her purpose.
Yeah, she completed her arc. Her purpose is done. I don't think they'll kill her off though. Or Scarlet Fever. Yeah, people get confused sometimes. Like once I said you know Scarlet's here or something, and they were like, "Oh, Scarlet's here."
I have my name on Discord. It was my old eBay name I've had since 1999. So I'm not trying to copyright infringe on Scarlet Fever here.
Right.
It's something I've had for a long time, 25 years.
Is it like what is it? Is it a reference to something? Scarlet Minded?
Yeah, there's a song by a neo folk band called Ataraxia that's called Scarlet Minded Echoes. So I just use Scarlet Minded as the first name.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what that was because like I figured that was just your screen name, not Scarlet's not your actual name. So okay.
Or is it? Scarlet Minded is my real name.
I know the
mind weird.
I knew the minded part wasn't actually your name for sure.
It's my middle name.
I personally like using my real first name. It feels I don't know. I guess because I don't have many people in my life at all. So and this feels like family and friends here. So it's
I have too common of a first name. I have like 3 people at my work that have variants of the same name. That is me.
Really? Wow.
I had to just make a new name. I was gonna do that
No.
before this happened, but then I got like the Scarlet name, and now I have that now, and I was gonna change it, but now I can't. So, or maybe I will. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I have a name that's not. Sorry, Boo. I just like almost laid on my cat. She anyway. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, my name is not common. I don't know why. It's just not. I don't meet
I know a lot of Julies though. That's weird.
You do or you don't?
Oh yeah.
Really? Because it's not common where I am. I've hardly met any Julies. So you know, when people mention Julie on the show, it gets confusing sometimes, and especially when they hate her. It's like, you know, especially since I have a channel, sometimes I have to be like, oh wait, yeah, they're not talking about me, they're talking about her. They can't stand her. She's annoying. Julie's so annoying. I hate Julie. The worst one I saw was, I hope Julie gets offed this season. Like, oh, it's just weird to see that stuff in the chat all the time.
Yeah.
But just because it's not a common name, so yeah. Hey, JH Review. Good morning. I'm catching up in the chat. We're sleeping on stream now. I'm missing the good stuff. Yep. Sleeping on stream now. Why don't I just, you know, if I did maybe I could do a 24-hour live and just sleep for part of it, you know, like leave the thing open and everybody could just chat and people could come on panel. I could sleep and then get up and actually do a 24-hour live. I could do it. Everyone else just hold it down while I'm asleep. I'd have to mute myself though, just in case. I don't think I snore anymore. I got over my sleep apnea when I lost 50 pounds. So, but like,
Yeah. You go out.
so my phone, my Chromebook died. I wasn't gonna sign off without saying anything. Sorry about that. My Chromebook died. Papa Socks. That's what happened. I'm guessing Scarlett had to go to work. Okay, guests, bring in your theories. What do you think happened to Julie B. Deep Dives? The leading suspect is the other co-host. Elgin got her. Yeah, Elgin dragged me down to the root cellar. Damn, I hope she had a talisman. Oh man, that's funny. Hey again, baby Clay. I broke my record again. I broke my record. And at the beginning of the stream, I said I started to say I'm not going to break my record, but then I said, you know what, that's going to sound ridiculous because I never know if I'm going to end up doing it or not. And I did it again. Oops. 9 hours 29 minutes. So That's the new record. It's going to be 9.5 hours. Wait a minute. What happened to the... Why am I seeing messages from the beginning of the... This is so weird. I'm seeing like the latest chat messages, and I'm seeing ones from like the beginning of the stream. This is the weirdest thing. I've never seen that before. Okay. I love Scarlet Way. I hope she knows I was kidding. Oh yeah, Papa Socks. She knows. She was kidding around too. She knows. Of course. Of course. Yeah. Scarlet Minded snuck over Will on the live and snatched her up. You've looped the cycle. It's your notebook. Oh, man, I can't believe I did 9.5 hours. You know, we were joking about doing a 12-hour stream, like it's actually never going to happen, but I mean, maybe I could do a 12-hour stream sometime if I start earlier. But I think I would need to take a break, though. I would need people to hold it down for like an hour so I can go take a break and walk for my pain, and then, do therapy for like an hour and then come back. But everyone was so good on panel this time that I could totally do that. I went to the pharmacy and came back. And okay, see you, Scarlet. See you, Scarlet. StreamYard must have kicked you off because my Chromebook died. Sorry, it wasn't me. I didn't kick you off. That was probably my fault. Well, I hit a new record and you were there for it this time, so we did it. 9.5 hours. So have a good day at work. Yes. Yeah, thanks everyone for showing up. Thank you, Scarlett, for everything. You're awesome. And yeah, Michael was a great addition to the panel. His ideas were so interesting. So I'm glad you connected with him. The children need you. Yeah, absolutely. So must help the children. Yes, definitely. Well, hope you have enough energy to deal with the kids today now. Get some sleep later. Must save the children from the administration. It's funny because I had just said, oh, I hit a new record, and then my Chromebook died the second after the words came out of my mouth. Bye. Have a good day. Bye, Scarlett. Yeah, I can. Yeah, so that's what I did earlier, Vanessa. I needed to go to the pharmacy, the 24-hour pharmacy for my mom. So I just, I left people on panel talking. I went to the pharmacy and I was listening to everybody the whole time, which was kind of funny. I was listening to my own live while I was away from my live. It was cool. Yeah, I drove like 10 minutes away to CVS. Got my mom's prescription. I was listening to everybody cooking in here, like having really good conversation. So I could totally do these longer streams and not put my body through as much pain if I take a break and just leave people on panel talking. I could take like an hour break and then come back. I can just start doing that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Love my Ankui kids. Yeah, well, I hope they're not creepy like that. Just Gina says, when I have seen marathon streams live, they usually have co-hosts take turns for 1 or 2. Yeah, that's what I should do, because this is really not good for me. I have a lot more pain after doing this and during. I have to alternate between resting and getting up to walk for exercise and therapy. If I don't do that, then my nerve pain gets way worse. So I need to do that. It's a 5-minute walk down the street to my school, 3 if I jog. Oh, wow. Yeah, well, hope you're able to get there in time. I don't know how you do it, dealing with kids. Dealing with kids on little sleep like that. Yeah, see you soon, Scarlett, and we'll be on Sci-Fi Vision's live panel on Sunday night after the episode airs. Sunday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, or not 10 p.m. 10:30. I think, yeah. Putting my sneakers on. Let me go back. Wait a minute. Papa Sock said, okay, my twist for the season end is that a school bus will arrive after the mutiny of Boyd, massacre of Colony House, and Boyd discovers a monster-killing weapon. Oh, a school bus. Oh, that would be good. Oh my god. Wow. That would be a twist. Yeah. I've been expecting some kind of mutiny uprising this season just because of the desperate conditions and people turning on each other, so I thought that might happen. But that's we've had a bus show up, we've had an ambulance show up. We definitely need all different types of vehicles. A school bus would be, that would be a nightmare with a bunch of kids. If it had just enough kids to make a total of 7 in town, that would be perfect. Let's say they already dropped off some of the kids and they've got 7 or 6. Or I guess Julie counts as a minor, but enough kids to make a total of 7, and then we'd be on a path toward another sacrifice if Jade would snap and lose his mind. Not a school bus. Yeah, that would be wild. Damn. Tony. Tony's concerned. Everybody leaves so our girl can get some sleep. She doesn't want to disappoint you all, so let her go. Good night, Jay. Go to bed, please. Good day, night. Good day, night, Jay. Yeah, because it's weird. I feel like I should still be saying good night because I haven't slept yet, but it's morning. So I know I need to go to sleep. As the thing is hard to get off because there's still people talking and it's fun. I like talking to everyone. It's just like talking to my friends here. And I am, because you guys are my friends. It's a family too. Really, it's like a family. Happy Friday, take over for her and jump in. Yeah, I don't think Tony can do. I think Tony doesn't do early morning streams. I mean, I consider this early, but I know it's not that early anymore. We should all do a stream crawl, 24 hours. All the streamers do say 3 hours, and someone can host it all. We totally should, Fromly Theory. Wouldn't that be epic? Oh my god, we should totally do that. There are enough From streamers that we could absolutely do that. Absolutely. And by the way, Tony, I appreciate your concern, and that was nice of you. Yeah, I can't thank you enough for all the support you've offered for my channel, and it means a lot because I'm a fan of your channel. It's so much fun and so welcoming. Just highlight of my week. I never miss your lives. No matter how busy I am, I never miss Tony's lives. I'm obsessed with my channel, so I don't get to watch much From content, but I make sure I get Tony's lives in because it's like therapy for me. If she goes to bed, I'll do it. Oh my god. You want to jump on, Tony? If you did that, then I'd really want to stay. I want to be on a stream with you. It's fun. I had a lot of fun on the stream with Tony and Phil. It's just it was just a blast. I thoroughly enjoyed that when I was on Tony's panel with Phil. They're a lot of fun. They're great to talk to. It was just like I think I smiled the entire time. I just enjoyed myself so much. God. I keep seeing new people popping in here. That makes it hard for me to leave. Westside Manolo, see you later, Julie. We'll be back. Get some rest. What is this? Oh, I don't know how to say this, so I don't want to butcher it. 10-hour live based on the show From. Damn, that's a cult following. It is kind of a cult. It is kind of a cult, yeah. Yeah. See you later, Papa Socks. The principal of Fromville's dismissed class. Yeah. But seriously though, we should do that Fromly theory. Like there are so many From content creators. That would be so epic. Like if we all joined, like a bunch of us, get a bunch of us, join together and do like a mega stream that goes for 24 hours and just keep passing the baton when somebody needs to leave. And I could do a big chunk myself. That would be epic. We got to do that. We have got to make that happen. Seriously. We have got to make that happen. David says I'm on my 5th join already. David's been in the chat a lot since the start of the live. I don't know if you've slept or if you slept and came back. You could have gotten a whole night's sleep and still been here for a good bit of it. Vanessa says, can you do day streams? I'm more of a night person, but I could do an earlier stream sometimes. I could. It wouldn't be as long, but I could do a day stream. Yeah. Oh yeah, AM. Ugh. AM. I do not like the AM very much. Yeah, I don't like the AM stuff. Like, I mean, I know it's AM right now, like morning, but this is when I'm winding down. Yeah, it would be like a complete switch in hours if I did that. I just need for Elgin to change his clothes at this point, says Tiff, right? That's got to be nasty. What does he wear when he washes that? Does he ever wash his clothes? Gross. Start the mega stream as soon as the episode ends. Oh, that would be genius. David said I had work in between and still came back. Let me see. Wait a minute, I missed something. Where did it go? Yeah, that would be great, Fromly theory. Now we gotta just get some more From YouTubers on board and make it happen. That would be epic. And we have enough diehard fans, diehard YouTuber fans of this show that we could probably make it happen. That would be so cool. That would be so cool. Jason H says 10 hours is crazy. Yeah, it is. It is crazy. I'm insane. That's a great idea. Different blocks of times for streamers. Need a block of time for Julie's sleep too. Yeah, that would be good. So I could sleep. That would definitely be good. Alex, yeah, I want to know more about the man in yellow and the lighthouse too. Hopefully we'll get some information soon. The man in yellow, he's intriguing. You can do an 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. your 9-hour shift. I could, Vanessa. Yeah, end of season group live stream. That would be amazing. Papa Socks says, well, you put it in the universe. All that is left is to do it. I find it hard to believe you couldn't find enough podcasters to jump in. It would be great, right? We got to do this. We got to do this. End of season group live stream. That would be an epic way to end the season. I would love to do that. And I could do a big chunk of time myself. I would certainly need help. I could never do a 24-hour stream, just me the whole time and somebody else. I couldn't. I have too much pain. I couldn't do that. I shouldn't even be doing this, but I'm wrecking my body by not taking care of myself doing this. It's hard to tear myself away. His funk is keeping him in the light. Right. There are enough different time zones to do 24 hours comfortably. Very true. Very true. Like, you're in a totally different time zone. You said London. So, yeah. We could totally do this. I can help too. Do some live from art while people talk. Hey, that would be great. That would be great. We got to do this. We got to do this. That's why he always, by himself, he's stank. Right, Tiff? Seriously. Yes. Yeah, we got to do this. Got to make this happen. Do 2 mega streams for the last 2 episodes so we can have theories for the end as well. Yeah, I mean, the next episode is coming up so quick. I don't know if we could arrange it that fast to get enough people to do it, but it would be cool. Doing a 10-hour stream is off the table now because you're on your way to that now. Yeah. I don't know how I did it. I wasn't planning on doing it. I lose all track of time. I bet this chat is filled with all the gym lovers in the house. There have been a lot. There have been a bunch, actually. Gym lovers and gym defenders suddenly coming out of the woodwork. Now just watch these. He's getting people on his side, and then they're gonna kill him off, maybe. Julie could definitely wait until after the season ends or near the holidays when people have more time. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. When people have more time. I mean, people are still going to be really interested to talk about the show, even after the season ends. They're going to leave us with like 3 cliffhangers anyway. So, I mean, why not? So might as well keep talking, keep it going. We could do a 24-hour live with a group and rotate. We could do it 1 week after the final so we could keep interest going after the show is finished. Great idea. Great idea. It's so smart. And yes, acting Kaboom, still live. Julia's already been to bed and back in all the same stream. Not really. I was in my recliner falling asleep for a few minutes, but haven't actually been to bed technically. That will give us time to advertise it. Good point. Good point. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we could get Tony to be part of it. That would be great. I would love that. Thing is, though, I'd want to be on at the same time as him rather than hand it off to him because it's fun being on together. I like talking to Tony. And a lot of the stuff he's been saying lately, the new theories really, this season our theories are really aligning well. Like, he got me to change my mind on Tabitha coming back in the ambulance. We worked, we put our heads together on, the ambulance stuff, and he convinced me on the Tabitha thing, and then, we're just, our theories are really like connecting this season, so it'd be cool to have him on, be part of, if we can organize something for after the season ends. Well, in general, just do a stream with him on would be fun. It's just a regular stream. And then, like, maybe we could organize some kind of crazy marathon thing and do, like, a handoff to different from creators. That would be cool. We certainly have enough of them. There's so many. We could get Smitty Snippets. He's really good. And We could get Anzo from Bigger Fern Entertainment. He loves From. It's his favorite show. He was on earlier. And I wonder who else could we get. I don't know if Nikki would want to do it. She's well, maybe. She hasn't been loving the season lately, but maybe she'd want to do it though. From A Night of Horror. And I don't know, maybe we could get it would be cool if we could get some more people too, like Jeremy. Yeah, we gotta make this happen. Well, then you have to have a lineup of guests as well. Yeah. Yeah, Fromley Theory. Yeah, I think he said, "Oh, my cat is being so cuddly right now. Oh my God, if you guys could only see this." But I'm not turning my camera on because I look like a mess. I look like a mess. I'm laying in bed right now. I should have just gotten in bed sooner. This is actually way more comfortable now. I'm just like laying in bed with my Chromebook like on top of me. Other YouTubers are sitting at a desk talking into a microphone with a nice background behind them. I'm sitting here. I'm laying here in bed with my Chromebook on top of me. My cat is cuddled up right on my shoulder. I would, well, if you could only see this, it's the cutest friggin' thing. She's purring really loud too. She's been waiting for me to lay down all night, I think. She's very cuddly. She's like a Velcro cat. When it gets chillier outside, in the cold weather, she gets really cuddly. Like extra cuddly. She's cold. Yeah, it would be cool if we could get some guests on too. And if I can't get enough YouTubers who want to do it, there are a lot of just Fromily people from the chat who join my panel who I could help, who I could enlist. I'm sure PM would want to do it. PM could be on the stream, and maybe just Alice. She was on earlier. I don't know if she'd want to join, but she was terrific too. And I don't know, maybe Justin would want to do it, or FML. It doesn't have to just be YouTubers if we can't get enough to be able to fill in the time. Oh, you can hear it? She purrs really loud. My microphone on my laptop Chromebook is very, very sensitive. So she purrs like a Mack truck. Really loud. I'm petting her, so she's very content. DDT is always up for it. Oh, yeah, Delcinia, yeah. Papa Socks. Let's see. What did I miss? What did I miss? I missed some stuff. Wait a minute. Let me go back. I only love Jim enough to see him heal himself. I try to root for wounded men to find peace when it works. Well, that's a cool attitude to have. Yeah, I've sympathized with Jim. He's got a lot of issues and he needs therapy and anger management counseling, but he's not going to get that in Fromville. I'm shy, so I need to fix that, but I could host it. Oh, yeah, it's understandable. It's nerve-wracking when you're not used to being on a stream. I was scared at first. Now I'm so comfortable I can just fall asleep talking to you guys. That's how comfortable I am. That should tell you something. Just hanging out with family. Yeah. Yeah, you can totally get on the panel, Fromly Theory. And I was shouting you out earlier because, I was talking about the talisman, the totems that look like a talisman in the cannibal village. I mentioned that you and Miss Comp were talking about that and how that might work with the totems. If there were recorded episodes of me saying the wrong thing or making mistakes for people to watch, I wouldn't be that popular either. Oh, Boo, don't leave. God forbid I move a little bit. She wants to leave. I somehow think you are overthinking it. Your love of the show will definitely come through, and that's all that matters. Absolutely, Papa Socks is right, Just Genius. And Smitty Snippets was like, oh my god, my cat just like, pawed me in the face with her claws out. Smitty Snippets was like saying like, oh, he feels like he's, he doesn't know what he's doing. And I'm like, all you have to do is just show up and talk and be yourself. No big deal. This is a welcoming community here. City Big Egg, what the? I saw that I was getting close to 10 hours, so I decided to just stretch. So that's what I'm waiting for now. Snoopy, how many hours have you all been going for? I fell asleep listening. Hey, good morning, Snoopy. It's almost 10. Almost 10 hours. I've lost my mind. Maybe we could reward all the mods that have helped by giving them some time. Yeah, we could do that. Absolutely. I could try to convince Dieter, but he won't do it. Dieter won't. I would love it if Dieter would come on the panel, but I understand. No. Can I tell you a secret? I think Julie's going for 10 hours. Yeah, you figured it out. Too close to the 10. I can't resist. You're welcome. You're welcome, Probably Theory. Julie is a zombie. Pretty much. Julie operates at night like the From monsters. Yep. You figured out my secret. I'm one of the nightmare creatures. That's me. You can really hear the difference in my voice from where I start the live and when I finish because of how tired I am. You can probably hear a pretty big difference. I'm not as animated. I'm very, very tired. A panel of mods. It's a great idea, right? I think that's a great idea. Oh, you're welcome. We appreciate the hard work. I'm obsessed with this show. Me too. You and me both. I appreciate all of you guys so much. Julie's scared of the music box. She ain't sleeping. Yep. Just like Elgin, I'm afraid to sleep. That's a good point too. Elgin he was so scared to go to sleep because he dreamed of that kimono lady drowning him, and now he's trusting her implicitly. It makes no sense. Hey, Papa Sucks says if you could have one character return from the dead to the show somehow, not as a monster, but just return, who would that be? Easily Father Khatri. Easily Father Khatri. He was just such a loss for the show when they got rid of him. I would want Khatri back. Smiley would be nice. I miss Smiley. Easily the scariest monster by a mile. Easily. And they should not have gotten rid of him. They could have achieved the same effect with any monster. Oh, you choose Tom. Interesting, Papa Socks. I liked Tom. He didn't get enough screen time. I think he's actually getting more screen time since he got killed off than he did when he was on the show. Like, as a ghost. So, I find him super sus, just like Ghost Father Khatri and Ghost Abby. But, what was I going to say? I really enjoy that. He was just standing in the woods, polishing a glass. Just hanging out in the snow, no coat, polishing a glass. A man does what a man does, he says. David says, I forgot to mention on the journey, we have threshold guardians just before they cross over. That would be what the crows are, guardians of the threshold. Interesting. I think you're right, David. That makes sense. I've been thinking that maybe if someone went over the tree, they'd actually be able to get out. Oh, I did it, guys. I did it. 10 hours. Okay. that's got to be enough now. Well, thanks, David. I added more pictures for you, by the way, of the talisman that also symbols the cycle. Thanks, David. I will check that out. Very cool. You guys are so smart. I love your ideas. I love hearing your theories. I love, the rabbit holes and the research that you do. It's so cool. I love it. That's what keeps me talking all this time. Plus, everybody's just so kind and welcoming. So it's just what I needed in my life. I'm grateful for every single one of you guys. So grateful. And changed my life. This TV show actually changed my life, and I'm not exaggerating at all. So, what else can I say? It blows my mind that anybody would want to watch my channel at all, and the fact that this many people watched when I was doing a 10-hour live. And I know most people obviously do other things. They leave, they come back, new people come in. But I mean, for most of the live, I had over 100 people. That completely blew my mind for most of it, because people would leave and then other people would show up, and it's amazing. So thank you so much to everybody watching, chatting, not chatting, whatever it is you're doing, listening on the replay. I appreciate all of you guys. You're like my support system now. Yes. Yes, 10 hours. I did it. 10 hours. I made it. Double digits. New record. I'm proud of that. Hats off, talismans up. Thank you. Mission accomplished. Bye, Papa Socks. See you later. Thanks for coming. Thank you for coming. And I don't know if this has been said before. Hi, Wind Whispers, by the way. But I think the children all want to be reborn in order to stop the cycle. That's an interesting concept. Maybe. I like that. No, that I haven't heard anybody say that before. That's a creative idea and it's original. I like that. Yes, Laura. New record. Crushed to the last one, which was 9 hours, 21 minutes. Did it. I did it. I don't chime in much, but congrats on a 10-hour stream. It's pro stuff. Today is priest. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate everybody, whether you're chatting or not, or you're just listening. You don't really like chatting, or you're busy and you're just listening. It means everything to me that anybody's here at all, listening or chatting or whatever you're doing. So, Wind Whispers. Yeah, I can see that too. Maybe the children want to be reborn. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet. All City Big Heck. I'm gonna watch it today. Yeah, it's tough to try to fit that in right now. It's crunch time for From 2 more episodes, and I still have to do my breakdown, guys. I have to do my episode 8 breakdown. I did a theory video this week, but I have to break down the episode too. But that'll be much easier than the theory video I did. So I gotta work on that later and get it out. Ideally by late tonight, but I don't know if it'll be feasible. I might have to get it out by tomorrow morning. But Yeah, because I really need to do that. There's a lot more to talk about. I talked about a lot of stuff in the theory video, but there's a lot of other stuff I need to focus on. This is surreal. The way the series started, I thought it would be just another uninteresting TV series with too much gore to my taste. Fast forward 3 seasons, and here I am thinking about it 24/7. Yeah, isn't that insane? NGCO music. It's surreal, right? What is it about this show that captivates us to this extent? It's like it's really genius if you think about it, because it puts us in the same position as the people who are trapped. We're all locked in, like completely obsessed, trying to figure out the mystery, asking the same kind of questions as the people in the show. It's genius, really. They've captured all of us. We're all in Fromville. We're thinking about it. I'm thinking about it all the time, nonstop. Especially since the season started and I started a channel. It's like, oh my God, it's never far from my mind. Just I'll be going out on a walk and I'll just thinking about what I need to put in my next video, planning it out while I walk. And yeah, it's even before that, I was constantly on Discord talking about it. Every live stream I could find. 10 hours of brilliant madness, but well done. Well, thank you, Ash. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. The show feeds on our imagination. It does. It really does. Well, I'm glad I could help, Laura. Got you through your whole work shift. You're home now. Well, you are welcome, and thank you for your support. I really appreciate that. I have never deep dived a show like this ever, and I doubt I ever will again. I hope this show never ends. Ash, I was just talking about this earlier. It's going to be a travesty if we break up, like Fromley goes our separate ways when the show ends. We got to all stick together and find another show that we can all get into or something. We can't just fall out of touch. It's just too much fun. I've met too many friends in this community, so I'd love to just what was I gonna say? I completely lost my train of thought, but you know what I was talking about. That's how tired I am. Yeah, I was just saying, that I don't know what we're gonna do if the show's canceled. That would be the worst. We'd never get definitive answers. They need to announce that. It's taking too long. Wind Whispers, my only disappointment is not a lot of people know about the show, and it's amazing. I know. It's a shame. I don't know. I don't know why more people don't know about the show. It's on an obscure streaming service, though. Yeah, they need to, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I can't even concentrate anymore to finish a sentence. That means it's time to go to sleep. When you place a box in front of someone, they can't help but constantly wonder what's inside. This is the same technique the writers have to keep us hooked. Oh, that's interesting. I like that. It's genius. It really is. Diabolical. Oh, God, I'm so tired. Oh, now that I'm laying down, I really could fall asleep, so I better hurry up and get off. That, same technique we used to constantly watch. Interesting, huh? Interesting stuff. I like that. The mysteries, the music, but it's surprisingly relatable to some folks, like you said. Props to Ron Griffin. He's a genius, I think. Absolutely. Yeah, he's great.
Your phone's ringing!
What?
Your phone's ringing!
What?
Your phone's ringing!
Stop it. What are you doing? It happened again. uh, yeah, I fell asleep. Oh, I'm so tired. What state are you in? I am in Rhode Island, Vanessa. I am in Rhode Island, and grew up here my whole life. Been here. All right. I need to figure out who just called me. All right. Where's my phone? Silo is on tonight. Yes, and I need to make time to watch that and do a video on it because I definitely want to cover it. Where the hell's my phone? Oh, okay. Oh my god. Thank you. I will get some rest. I promise. God. Oh man. Tony was here for this too. Asleep twice in the same stream. Unbelievable. You didn't think I was nuts before, but you might now. It's funny. Somebody shut the stream down. How long was I asleep? Half an hour? Jesus. Technically, she's in another dimension right now. Oh my god. Don't. I wish I could stop her stream somehow. God. What was I doing? Was I talking in my sleep? I hope not. Oh God. Oh no. JGS 616. Hey. I just have to look at these comments before I shut it down because it's too funny. I get it. She's in the outer realm, Vanessa. Hard intervention. Oh, wait. Maybe that's what my mom heard. Wait a minute. She heard my phone ringing. Oh. I don't know. Oh. Is that Dieter? What was I doing? Was I breathing? Oh, God, I don't even want to know. I'll have to listen back to it. I can call her, but I don't want to wake her. Oh, man. Let her sleep. She needs it. I'm trying to wake her up. She wouldn't want to be sleeping on the stream. Yeah, ideally no, Tony. I wouldn't want to be sleeping on the stream. Yeah. Everyone is so cool and so nice, so it's not that big a deal, but yeah, I'm not that happy about it. Oh well. It's 10 hours, 41 minutes, so hold on a second. Okay. What's not working? What were you guys doing? Hey, what were you doing trying to wake me up? I don't know what you could have done. You couldn't wake me either when I'm asleep. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Gonna try to then. Tony, she already took a nap, so now she's rested. I fell asleep for a few minutes a couple hours ago. Wait, is she up? I'm finally able to join a live stream, and this is what I join in on. Hey, Sarah. Yeah, you didn't join in on the best part of the stream, but that's okay. We had a lot of great people on the panel. And it actually wasn't chaos. So that was nice. And the chat was amazing as always, of course. This is suspenseful. Will she wake up? It's like the Truman Show. I could do like nonstop streaming, just like be sleeping on a live, like everyone was watching Truman while he was asleep. Yeah, it's okay. I'm just tired. Who's calling? Thomas is calling. Oh God. This is just a reflection of all the hard work she puts in for us. I still have 49 people watching. Damn. Thank you guys, whoever's watching. I appreciate it. I do work hard on the channel, I'm not gonna lie. But it's fun. It's enjoyable for me. It's therapy for me. The phone ringing in our heads. We joke at work about Creepy Thomas all the time. Oh, I wish I had people to talk to in real life about the show. Nobody. I mean, I can talk. At least I have people I can talk to now, like on the phone and on live. So it's nice. Oh no, what happened? Now I have to go back and listen. What was I doing in my sleep? Seriously, I should have just had Tony take over and get off. But then I wouldn't have wanted to get off because I'd want to be on talking to him. So, thank God I don't use a webcam. Imagine if I was asleep. It would be like the Truman Show. You guys could just watch me sleep with my camera on. A real life Truman Show. But no, I'm not gonna. I wouldn't want to do that. I don't want to be on camera when I'm awake, let alone when I'm asleep. It's not happening. Thomas might be on the school bus. Oh, that would be great, right? School bus pulls in and Thomas is there. That's such a great idea. We got a whole family at my office now. Nice. Nice. Chronicles are coming for you. Hey, Sonic. Nice to see you, Sonic. Always great to see you. Wow, that ringtone doesn't stand a chance. Who called me? How come I don't see any calls on my phone, but my mom said she heard my phone ringing. That's weird. It must have been, I don't know who called me. It doesn't say anybody called me. Oh, that ringtone from the early 2000s. Yeah, I don't have a good ringtone. I don't bother downloading like a song as a ringtone. What the hell? Oh my God. Hello? I'm gonna get off, I promise. I'm gonna shut it down. Are you staging an intervention? I will shut it down. I'm still reading the comments. Okay, Tony. I will. All right. Thank you for the intervention. Thanks for popping in. All right. I'll talk to you. Good night. Bye. Okay, that was funny. I should have put that on speaker so you could hear. That was Tony on the phone. I was not expecting him to call me. That was funny. I forgot. That was that a real call or was that? Yeah, that wasn't even through Discord because he has my number from calling his show. I did warn her she didn't listen. If only she had a coffee. That's how I was about 10 minutes ago, out like a light. Yeah, that was me. Tony, you're gonna have to sit down with her. Yeah, he called me.
What are you thinking? What kind of cat goes in the bag like that?
Oh, Sonic, I appreciate you. That's cool of you to say.
You need to shut that down.
Hold on a minute.
Were you in the bag? Come on.
Carly.
Come on.
Hold on.
She's in this bag.
She was in the bag?
In the bag all the way in, and Timmy was looking at her like he's totally bizarre. Go ahead. All the way in and stayed in for a while.
Oh.
She came out and meowed really big in my head, so I let her back in here.
Oh.
You need to shut that down before you fall asleep.
I am.
No.
I am shutting it down.
Well, now you are,
okay.
but you were sleeping. They called you to wake you up. You need to
Shh.
make a time, okay?
Will you stop? Sorry, my mom. Sorry, my mom was talking to me. Bloody hell, Julie, these 5 last all day. You need to take care of yourself. I know, Carly. I know. Mom to the rescue. Yeah. Yeah, she woke me up. I really don't stand streams long, but yeah, it's it's not that common, Vanessa. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Oh, your sister lives in Rhode Island? Cool. Yeah, that's neat. We called to wake you up. Please take care of yourself. You must be exhausted. Go to sleep. Yes, I will, Dieter. I promise. And I will. Thank you, Emmy. I appreciate it. Hey, Julia. Yeah, from Aletheria. Well, my mom woke me up, so who knows? This could have gone on for hours if she hadn't woken me up. That would be, oh yeah, that would be bad. All right. Yeah, Tony was calling me. I forgot he doesn't. He must have my number from calling his show so much. That was cool of him. So thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. Just sleeping. Oh God. Okay. You was screaming, "Get them off me." Wait, what? I said, "Get them off me." No. I don't even want to know. Ignore our DMs. Okay. All right. I don't know. I should go, but I want to see the ending. Dina and Tony tried waking you up. Oh my God. Yeah, I need a better ringtone. It sucks. It sucks. Yeah. I don't want to edit it though, because then the chat will go away. I like the replay to be there. Well, maybe I'll have to. I don't know. How many people are really going to listen to the whole thing to the end though? Really? Oh my God, it's almost 11 hours. Jesus. My cat. My mom yeah. Anyway, my co-host was joking that we were going to do a 12-hour stream, and now I'm actually not that far from it. You wanted a new record? Yeah. Yes, I will. I will listen to Tony and get off. Can I play music? I can't play I don't know. I think you get a copyright strike. Just a little, like, you can only play a tiny bit of music, I think. Should have put an alarm in the Talisman. Yeah, Dieter, right? Sonic, and the time you streamed, I got off work, cleaned dishes, took a bath, played Zero Dawn Horizon, watched episode of Penguin, went to bed, slept really good, woke up, read Bible. Wow, Sonic. Jeez, I'm feeling not very productive doing a stream while you're doing all that. Okay, Tony, I will. I promise. I'll go to bed. I did not ever imagine I'd be doing my own stream for this long And Tony freaking Teflon's calling me, telling me to go to sleep. 6 months ago, I was just a listener listening to the show and calling in. That's so funny. Dieter said I'm working on an extra account to play music in Julie's Discord. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that would be cool. I didn't even know you could do that, Dieter. That would be great. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. BK made the Discord. Damn new record. Football Infinity said, yep. Thank you for Emily Theory. I will, Sonic. I promise. I will. Yeah, Samu still going. Yeah. Please pay money for looking at people sleeping. Well, I could. Well, thank you. I didn't manage to stay awake the whole time, but Julie Sana. I don't know how to pronounce that, but you should have 100 missed calls on Facebook Messenger. Oh my god. Oh, Facebook Messenger, is that because I didn't see any missed calls. That's what called me initially. Okay. In a minute. Oh yeah, Tony was calling me and Dieter was calling me. Oh my god, you guys. That's so funny. I'm sorry, I have to look at the comments here before I sign off now. It's just too funny. Oh my god. Yeah. 11 hours. Oh, Jesus. You guys are hilarious. He is the best, Vanessa. Yeah, Tony is the best. I appreciate him. That's why when people were giving him shit in his chat, I had to call in and say, like people need to knock it off, leave him alone. Yeah, I appreciate Tony. Thank you, Tony. And thank you, Dieter. You both tried to call me, and then Tony got through because my mom woke me up. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, my mom is yeah, I was telling her, I'm streaming right now. Hello. Tony, the first person to call back a spam number. Yeah. My phone number was coming up as spam when I called him. I don't know why. Same when I called Phil. And they were like, "Are you spam?" I'm like, "No, I don't know why it says spam." They were everyone was joking. I'm like, "I'm calling to extend their car warranty." I don't know what happened. I think maybe I'm calling them so much, maybe it's flagging me as spam because I'm calling too much. Now you are from Lifeline. And oh, okay. Yeah, you got to be careful though cuz you get copyright strikes for music. Guys, whoever's still listening, I'm just going to sign off in like a minute cuz I might as well hit 11 hours now. Who is a goner? Daily Dose? Hello? I don't know. Daily Dose. I'm thinking maybe, I don't know, maybe they'll shock us and it'll be Jim, but if that happens, they'd probably save that for the finale. So I don't know. Maybe Elgin. Yes, I will. I will get some sleep. Definitely. I need to do that. Your number used to be associated with a spam number. What lies beneath? The weird thing is, it never said that before. I've called Tony's show many times over the last 6 months. I can't even count how many. And it's never showed up as spam. That's new. And my number's not changed. It's the same number. So I don't know what's going on. I'm glad they still picked up the phone. They were like, I don't know. But now if it says that, they know it's me at this point. Yeah, I call in a lot, so they probably recognize it. Yeah, I'm still here, Fletcher. I'm still here for another, I don't know, 10 seconds. waiting till it hits 11 hours and then I'm going to close it down. I did, Fletcher. I fell asleep while the stream was still going for like, I don't even know how long. People were calling me. Literally calling me to wake me up. Yeah. I had Dieter and Tony freaking Teflon calling to wake me up. That's surreal. Okay. Yeah, record breaking, right? Oh, it's crazy because we were joking about doing a 12-hour stream. Now it's 11 hours. What the hell? Zapped and kaboom. Thanks for being here again. And what lies beneath, I saw you were streaming, went to bed, and noticed you're still alive. Yeah, a lot of people say that. Okay, all right. I hit 11 hours. That's enough now. I'm going to get off. I want to get off, and let's see. I don't have an outro, so I'll just play the trailer one more time on the way out because I don't like to just cut it off. I don't like to just cut it off without anything. Wait a minute. What does this say? Julie, goated. Go get some sleep. You deserve it. And most important, you need it. Bless you. Oh, you're sweet. You're so sweet. Thank you. I will. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Emmy. Thank you so much. Thanks with Alice. And thanks for being on panel. You did a great job. Awesome job. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. I don't think I'll be doing this again, Julia. This is ridiculous. I can't even believe it. Thank you. Good night, Kelly. Thank you. Thank you. Rayanne said, I hope one Sunday 2 episodes will be released together. Oh, on Sunday? I don't want it to end that fast, though. I hope not. I think they're scheduled to be a week apart, though. So I'm pretty sure they're not going to. I'm sorry people are spoiling the events for you. That sucks. All-nighter stream, you're funny. Yeah. Yeah, Carly, I'm kind of nuts for this show and this community. Yeah, and see you next time, Sarah. Hopefully you can catch it. Yeah, let's see. Oh, really? Did I say it right, Jalea? You're now my favorite because you actually say my name and you say it correctly. Oh, well, I'm glad. Yeah, I like when people say, read people's comments and say their actual name. I like it when they do that with me. It feels more personal, like you're having a conversation. So I like to do that too. Because I feel like I'm talking to friends. So I'm going to call you by your names. And sometimes if I don't know how to say it, I won't even try because I don't want to butcher your name. Oh, God, Carly. I was screaming. Your mom waking you up saying phone and you screamed. That's hilarious. Oh, geez. Oh, God, Fletcher. What is wrong with people? Spreading the subs of episode 9? Damn. Yeah, guys, be careful out there. I'm going to watch my channel closely. So far, no one has spoiled anything on mine. I think some skip it because they don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, if there's a name I really don't know how to pronounce, I won't say it. But I give it a go if I think I can guess right. All right, wait a minute. I'm gonna play the trailer on the way out. Okay, is this the beginning of it? Let's see. Okay. All right. Gonna see, where is it? Okay. Still have 55 people. Amazing. You guys are phenomenal. I love this community so much. Thank you so much. Otherwise, I wouldn't stay on this many hours. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to all of the panel guests who were on and the awesome chat. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. And thank you, Dieter and Tony, for reaching out, calling me, trying to wake me up. So, all right, guys. You guys have a great day or night, and until next time, keep on deep diving, and let's see what we can uncover together.
Fatima is missing. We know that she's afraid. Trying to protect you. They think that we don't have what it takes to find her.
What is it? She wants us to follow her.
We proved that this place couldn't break us. Stop! We can either lay down and die, or we can say, we're taking our lives back.